Chapter 1293. Lord Zhao, I truly underestimated you. It seems you have quite a few secrets on your body. Looking at the empty cell, 22, a smile slowly crept onto Wang Chong's lips. Zhang Ke the eagle, there's no need to look. Let's go. Wang Chong suddenly said. After saying this, he turned and left the penal court. This order was so sudden that the eagle and Zhang Ke glanced at each other in dismay. However, there was no time to think, and the two of them rushed out in pursuit. When he walked out of the dark and gloomy prison of the penal court, he immediately heard a furious voice coming from afar. Wang Chong, you're simply out of control. You actually dare to come to the penal court to fish people out. Do you really think this king can't deal with you? Wang Chong raised his head and saw a sea of people outside the penal court. Countless experts had gathered at the gates, tightly surrounding the penal court. At the center of this crowd was King Qi, dressed in imperial robes, his face dark and gloomy. He was being escorted by a group of people, seething with killing intent. King Qi's complexion was extremely unsightly. If looks could kill, Wang Chong would already be dead countless times over. Wang Chong's gaze swept the area. Other than the penal court's experts, there was also a tight barrier outside. Countless fully armored experts were surging in. These were all experts that King Qi had brought with him upon hearing the news. Humph! Wang Chong only sneered at the sight. Raising his robes, he walked forward as if there was no one around. He had already charged through the battlefield with thousands of soldiers, so he truly didn't care about these experts that King Qi had brought. So what if I'm fishing people out? Since when did you have the right to capture the instructors of the Kunwu training camp? Wang Chong's eyes were cold as he walked toward King Qi without the slightest hint of fear. Bastard! King Qi's face was ashen from rage. The penal court was his private territory, and Wang Chong's actions were a naked provocation. Bastard! You're just a king with a different surname, and you don't have the slightest bit of imperial blood. Do you really think you can stand on equal footing with me? Since you've come to the penal court, don't even think about leaving. King Qi's face was gloomy as he waved his arm. In a flash, powerful energy erupted from the bodies of the experts he had brought with him, all of them locking onto Wang Chong. If you want to make a move against me, you'll have to look at your own capabilities first. Wang Chong's body exploded, a majestic wave of energy erupting from his body. Cold snorts could be heard as the top-class experts behind King Qi staggered backward. You're courting death. Seeing this, King Qi gnashed his teeth, unable to restrain his anger. Honglong, he stamped his foot, and a green stream of essence Qi surged out from his body, soaring into the sky. In a flash, King Qi's energy swelled, and in the blink of an eye he had broken into the Saint Martial realm and was now at the peak of the Saint Martial realm. Moreover, after breaking into the Great General realm, his energy continued to surge, instantly reaching the peak of the Great General realm and continuing to grow. At this moment, the strength King Qi had displayed was probably on par with Abu Muslim. Old Eagle and Zhang Ke were both stunned by this sight. Everyone knew that King Qi was arrogant and despotic, but the two of them had never known that King Qi's martial arts were so powerful. Just the cultivation he had displayed was enough to place him among the world's top-class experts. Bzzz. The earth trembled, and the area several li around the penal court began to shake. Bang! King Qi stomped forward, leaving behind countless afterimages as he charged at Wang Chong like a furious dragon. Reckless thing! This king will tear you to pieces. King Qi's clenched teeth resounded through the penal court. Roar! An ancient roar, brimming with a thirst for blood and destruction, resounded in everyone's ears. A moment later, the image behind King Qi shifted, and a massive beast the size of a mountain began to emerge. It had green-black fur, savage fangs, and eyes brimming with a desire to destroy. All of these things were enough to make anyone feel intimidated. A primordial beast. According to legend, this was a powerful creature that had once lived in the Central Plains in the distant past. The imperial palace possessed countless secret martial arts manuals, and as a member of the royal family, King Chi had access to at least 80% of these manuals. This supreme technique was modeled after the essence of a primordial beast, and it was clearly an ancient and powerful technique that King Chi had cultivated. You overestimate yourself. Wang Chong only sneered as he watched King Chi charge at him with astonishing power. King Chi truly was one of the most powerful experts in the world. Not only did he have high status and great ambitions, but his strength and cultivation were also astonishing. Alas, although King Chi was powerful, he was still stuck at the level of pure strength. He had yet to touch upon the subtle realm. Rumble. A moment later, Wang Chong stomped down, and the earth rumbled as he shot into the sky like a cannonball. With the momentum of a thunderbolt, he slammed into the weakest point of King Chi's attack. Great Yin-Yang art! A resounding voice echoed through the penal court, rumbling like thunder. Countless people looked up, and in that moment, they all felt like they were hallucinating. It was like a sun and a moon had appeared in the sky. Rumble. After what seemed like an instant, but also like countless eons, there was an earth-shattering boom. Aya! A miserable shriek rang out as a figure shot down like a meteor, smashing into the ground in front of the penal court. The ground rapidly caved in, creating a giant crater. Countless pieces of rubble flew in every direction, and a cloud of dust soared into the sky. King Chi! Your Highness! Your Highness! The moment King Chi crashed into the ground, the entire penal court fell into chaos. Everyone paled in fright, and countless people swarmed toward the spot where King Chi had landed, their faces filled with panic. This round of competition had started quickly and ended even more quickly. In just one round, King Chi had been utterly defeated. Humph! In the air, Wang Chong flung his sleeves and floated down like a leaf. King Chi's strength had yet to reach the subtle realm. He probably didn't even know what the subtle realm was. Relying on brute force alone was impossible. Thud! Wang Chong landed on his feet, his entire body relaxed and carefree. Even his breathing was unruffled. It was clear that he had not used his full strength in this battle. Let's go. Wang Chong's eyes chilled, not even glancing at the spot where King Chi had landed. He led the eagle and Zhang Ke away. My lord! The eagle and Zhang Ke followed behind Wang Chong, delighted to see this. King Chi had always opposed Wang Chong, and now that he had been defeated by Wang Chong, he had truly lost all face. They had finally been able to vent their resentment. Wang Chong, this king will kill you. Wang Chong had barely taken 2 steps when he heard a furious roar accompanied by boundless killing intent. Rumble. Dust exploded as a figure shot out, blocking Wang Chong's path, his entire body exploding with killing intent. King Chi's body was covered in wounds, and his expression was wretched. However, his eyes were fixed on Wang Chong, the killing intent in his eyes so dense that it seemed tangible. Everyone attack. Kill this brat for me. King Chi's expression was ruthless. As a member of the imperial clan, King Chi had an extraordinary status and was born with incomparable respect. In his memories, everyone had been subservient and respectful to him. No one had ever dared to act like Wang Chong and the Wang clan, repeatedly ruining his plans and opposing him. No one had ever been like Wang Chong, provoking him on his doorstep, barging into his penal court, and even attacking him in front of everyone. This was an unprecedented humiliation. King Chi felt like his lungs were about to explode. Wang Chong, I want you dead today. King Chi's eyes blazed with hatred. Following his order, all the experts of the penal court, as well as the top experts King Chi had brought, charged at Wang Chong like a storm. Stop! At this moment, a heaven-shaking roar rang out, followed by a cloud of dust. It was unknown just how many soldiers were charging in from outside the penal court. King Chi was stunned by this sudden development. He subconsciously turned his head, and across from him, Wang Chong narrowed his eyes in surprise. With a single glance, Wang Chong saw a familiar figure. It's him? Even Wang Chong couldn't help but be taken aback by the sudden appearance of this figure. He had never imagined that Prime Minister Li Linfu, the head of all the civil and military officials, would actually lead the civil and military officials, as well as soldiers from the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of War, and the City Guard, to this place at this time. King Chi, King of Foreign Lands, the two of you are noble imperial princes of the Tang dynasty, and yet you're fighting in the penal court in broad daylight? What propriety! Li Linfu, dressed in the crimson robe of a first-rank official and riding a black horse, couldn't help but angrily rebuke them, a look of exasperation on his face. Behind him, the 20-some officials were also constantly looking at Wang Chong and King Chi, strange expressions on their faces. This was the first time that two imperial princes of the Tang dynasty had shed all pretense of cordiality and fought in the capital. If I hadn't rushed over with my officials, who knows what kind of ruckus you would have made? Bastard things, get out of my way. These last words were directed at the experts of the penal court and the top-class experts King Chi had brought with him. Chapter 1294. Rumble. Following King Chi's order, the crowd scattered. Only Wang Chong narrowed his eyes, glancing pensively at Li Linfu and King Chi. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the heavens shook and the earth quaked. Another group of people came from afar. The first prince has arrived. Bzzz. Wang Chong's heart trembled as he looked in the direction of the voice. In the distance, two massive dragon banners had been raised. Behind the dragon banners were countless soldiers of the Imperial Guard, and the Golden Guard, who served as the Emperor's bodyguards. They were lined up in a grand procession as they made their way toward the penal court. Escorted by the Imperial Guard, a dignified and noble figure was making his way over. The first prince. Passing through the air, Wang Chong immediately spotted this familiar figure. The Holy Emperor lived in seclusion in the palace, with the first prince acting as regent. As long as the Holy Emperor did not appear, the first prince represented the emperor. This was the first time Wang Chong had seen the first prince outside of the imperial palace. In a single day, the tiny penal court had gathered the great prime minister, the first prince, and King Chi, three nobles of the court. In a flash, Wang Chong's heart sank as a strange feeling welled up in his heart. Putting aside King Chi, Prime Minister Li Linfu, and the first prince had clearly come prepared. As expected, a moment later, Wang Chong heard the first prince's voice. Wang Chong, you're quite bold to even dare injure imperial uncle, accustomed to killing on the battlefield. Do you think this place is also a battlefield? With these words, the first prince ignored King Chi and fixed his gaze on Wang Chong. The hooves of a war horse clattered as the great prince leapt out of the crowd and headed in the direction of the penal court. Paying respects to the first prince, everyone dismounted from their horses and bowed. Even Prime Minister Li Linfu bowed deeply on his horse. Your Highness, you've come at just the right time. The King of Foreign Lands has forced his way into my penal court, taken a person from my penal court, and even injured a guard of my penal court. He has no regard for the laws of the country and is simply lawless. Your Highness, you must uphold justice for this king. Seeing the first prince, the Prince of Chi's expression immediately changed. With a flash, he rushed forward. At the same time, he pointed at Wang Chong, looking like a victim. In the blink of an eye, all of the officials, Prime Minister Li Linfu, and even the first prince looked at Wang Chong. The entire penal court was silent, and an invisible pressure weighed down on them. Bastard! These people deliberately banded together to deal with Wang Ye. When the Eagle and Zhang Ke saw this, they immediately realized that everything that was happening had been planned in advance to deal with Wang Chong. The first prince was the prince regent, Li Linfu was the prime minister, and Prince Qi was the prince of Qi. With the three of them working together, the situation before them was likely to be difficult to resolve. A light breeze ruffled Wang Chong's robes. Now that things had come to this, Wang Chong actually calmed down and showed no fear. The first prince and the prime minister have come at just the right time. This king has only just arrived, and the two of you have already arrived. Your Highness, in particular, is truly perceptive. When this king and King Qi stood together, Your Highness was able to immediately determine that this was my fault and that it had nothing to do with King Qi. Wang Chong said with a smile. His words caused all three of them to pale. The first prince was particularly stunned. He had originally believed that, at this point, Wang Chong would at least admit defeat. He hadn't expected him to remain so unyielding, and it was clear that Wang Chong had seen through them. Impudent. In just a short moment, the first prince suddenly felt a wave of anger rise in his heart. It would have been fine if Wang Chong was just proud and aloof, unwilling to submit to him, but he had actually chosen to submit to the fifth prince. He simply didn't know how to appreciate favors, and the first prince could not tolerate him. Wang Chong, do you mean that this prince has wrongly accused you? Wang Chong, it seems to me that after your victory at Khorasan, you've become so arrogant that you don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. The first prince is His Highness's son and also the prince regent. When the Holy Emperor isn't present, he represents His Majesty. Is this how you speak to the first prince? King Qi seized the opportunity to jeer. It was a fact that Wang Chong was currently in the penal court. No matter how Wang Chong denied it, he could not escape. Haha, I'm just speaking the facts. The penal court is not a forbidden ground of the imperial palace. As an imperial prince of the Tang dynasty, can this king not even approach a trifling place like the penal court? Wang Chong held his hands behind his back, not backing down in the face of the combined might of these three. Moreover, King Qi, since you said to His Highness that I forced my way into the penal court and kidnapped someone, this king asks you, where is the person I kidnapped? After saying those words, Wang Chong swept a sharp gaze across the trio. Meanwhile, the expressions of Li Linfu, the first prince, and King Qi suddenly changed. Based on their predictions, Wang Chong should have appeared outside the penal court with Zhao Qianqiu. But for some reason, Wang Chong was only accompanied by his two subordinates, not Zhao Qianqiu. This was completely different from what they had expected. In an instant, the first prince and Li Linfu simultaneously turned to look at the King of Qi. Damn it! King Qi's heart lurched, and he was momentarily speechless. The first prince and Li Linfu were waiting for his reply, but he had only just arrived at the penal court, so he had no idea what was going on. And if he couldn't find any evidence against Wang Chong, he couldn't punish him. Wang Chong clearly knew this, which was why he was so fearless. Foul brat, this king won't forgive you. King Qi gnashed his teeth, but he couldn't do anything. Bastard, do you think you're being wronged by injuring my men? King Qi flew into a rage out of humiliation. This king only wanted to take a look at the penal court, but they obstructed me in every way possible, treating this king like a prisoner. Naturally, they can't blame this king. However, this king was in the wrong in this matter. Old Eagle, Zhang Ke, in a little while, the two of you bring some silver to the penal court. Treat it as a medical expense. Bastard. King Qi's nose went crooked from anger at Wang Chong's words. Wang Chong's words were unassailable, but there was nothing King Qi could do. Behind him, Li Linfu was extremely shrewd and unreadable, but the first prince found it hard to conceal the color in his eyes. Just forcing his way into the penal court was not enough to punish Wang Chong. Moreover, in order to support King Qi, the two of them had brought many ministers with them. If they couldn't punish Wang Chong, they would become the laughingstock of all the officials. This would greatly affect their image and reputation in the eyes of the officials. And King Qi, Your face is swollen and your body is covered in wounds. Are you going to blame me and say that I was the one who beat you?" Wang Chong turned his head to look at King Qi, a smirk on his face. Swish! King Qi's face immediately swelled to the size of a pig's liver. Wang Chong's words were clearly meant to publicly ridicule him. Even though King Qi was brimming with killing intent and wanted nothing more than to kill Wang Chong, he could not admit to this in front of all the officials, even though this could be used to deal with Wang Chong. Wang Chong, don't flatter yourself. With your cultivation, do you think you can deal with this king? King Qi hatefully said, his face ashen. The eagle and Zhang Ke laughed so hard their stomachs were about to roll over. Their lord's move was truly brilliant. Given King Qi's arrogance and conceit, he would never admit to it. Even if his teeth were knocked out, he would have to swallow it. As for Wang Chong, he was inwardly chuckling. "That's good. I even thought that I had accidentally injured your highness." King Qi's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, but there was nothing he could do. In the blink of an eye, rumbling sounds of hooves could be heard. From a different direction from the first prince, Li Linfu, another group of people, was majestically making their way toward the penal court. The first prince, Li Linfu, and King Qi were stunned and turned their heads to look. All of their forces were gathered here, so this faction clearly did not belong to them. "His Highness, the King of Song, has arrived." A loud shout came from the crowd. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a group of people crowding around a magnificent carriage heading towards them. The carriage was richly decorated, and from the insignia on it, it was clearly the King of Song's carriage. "Lord Zhangqiu Jinqiang has arrived." A moment later, another shout came from the crowd. The three paled. None of them had expected for the King of Song and Minister of War, Zhangqiu Jinqiang, to arrive at a time like this. On the other side, the eagle, Zhang Ke, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The three of them had not come to the penal court unprepared. The penal court was King Qi's territory, so they had immediately notified the King of Song of their arrival. This had been a precaution, but looking back now, this decision had been the right one. With the King of Song and Zhangqiu Jinqiang present, the first prince and Li Linfu would at least have some reservations and wouldn't be able to act so recklessly against Wang Chong. "Paying respects to your highness." A few moments later, the King of Song and Zhangqiu Jinqiang arrived. The two of them dismounted and rushed to the first prince's side. "Imperial uncle, dispense with the formalities." The first prince waved his hand. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was inwardly seething with hatred. With the appearance of these two, no matter how much the first prince wanted to deal with Wang Chong, he would have no choice but to give up. With all three regents gathered here, if a conflict were to break out, he would become a laughingstock. "This king heard from my residents that your highness has brought all the civil and military officials to the penal court. Even the prime minister has come. Has something happened?" The King of Song straightened his robes and walked over at a leisurely pace, bowing respectfully to the first prince. The first prince sat astride his divine steed. His expression relaxed, but his heart couldn't help but stiffen. "Ha! Your Highness, the King of Song, has misunderstood. Your Highness originally had an appointment with King Qi on matters of state, but because you heard that he was at the penal court, you just happened to come here." A mellow voice came from the side. Prime Minister Li Linfu's sleeves fluttered in the wind as he interjected. These words were flawless, and the first imperial prince was instantly cleared of any wrongdoing. "Right, Your Highness. Didn't you want to convene the officials to discuss the matter of Fuzhou? Why don't we leave now, and King Qi can come back when he's free." Chapter 1295. Li Linfu's reminder made the first prince come to a realization. "Lord Prime Minister is right. Imperial uncle, we'll take our leave first. You can come back later." The first prince tugged on the reins of his horse and immediately headed out. "Your Highness, the King of Song, I'll be taking my leave with the first prince," Li Linfu said with a warm smile. With a flick of his sleeves, he brushed past the King of Song and continued on his way. King Song shivered as he stared at the backs of the two. He immediately turned his head in Wang Chong's direction and breathed a small sigh of relief. By the time he and Zhangqiu Jianqiong received the news, it was already too late. The first prince and Li Linfu had already arrived. Fortunately, nothing had happened to Wang Chong. "King Qi, your injuries seem to be quite severe. You should return to recuperate. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave first." Wang Chong shot a glance at King Qi before flinging his sleeves and walking toward the King of Song. Behind him, King Qi's body was trembling with rage, and his face was terrifyingly dark. The group boarded the King of Song's carriage and left the penal court. "How are you? Are you all right?" In the carriage, the King of Song, Wang Chong, and Zhangqiu Jianqiong were gathered together. In the end, it was still the King of Song who spoke first. "I'm fine." Wang Chong shook his head. "It won't be that easy for King Qi to deal with me. There's something fishy about this matter. It's one thing for King Qi to come after you barged into the penal court. After all, this is his territory, but even the first prince and the prime minister are here. This is no small matter. It's fortunate that you were quick-witted and didn't give them anything to use against you," the King of Song said. Indeed, the first prince and Li Linfu were clearly prepared for this trip. "When the King of Song and I arrived, we were worried for you." Zhangqiu Jinqiong also spoke up. Even Zhangqiu Jinqiong was taken aback by the appearance of the first prince and the prime minister in the penal court. Only then did he rush over with the King of Song. "This matter isn't that simple." Wang Chong calmed down and said calmly, "King Qi, the first prince, and the prime minister's affairs are one after another, and Zhao Qinqiu and the 3 great training camps affairs are completely linked together. It can't be a coincidence that they arrived not long after I arrived at the penal court. From the looks of it, it was more like the result of someone meticulously plotting behind the scenes. King Qi's side did not have that much ability, and the prime minister's side was smooth and slick. He would not easily reveal his abilities. Although he had the ability, it was definitely not him. As for the first prince, it's even more impossible." With his back against the carriage, Wang Chong's eyes were filled with wisdom, as if he could see into the endless depths of time and space. "So, Wang Chong, you mean to say that it was the Confucian sect and that young man called Li Junxian?" The King of Song immediately understood Wang Chong's meaning and asked, It can only be him." Wang Chong solemnly nodded. This was the only explanation. Although the other party was young, he was the strongest opponent Wang Chong had ever faced. Wave after wave of attacks, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. Buzz! The King of Song and Zhangqiu Jianqiong glanced at each other, their hearts sinking. After bidding farewell to the King of Song and Zhangqiu Jianqiong, Wang Chong quickly got off the carriage and returned to his residence. Flap, flap. Just as Wang Chong was returning to his residence, a messenger pigeon flew over the sky and landed in a restaurant in the western part of the city. The 3rd floor of the restaurant was quiet and secluded. The 3rd floor of West Wind Tower had the most elegant and fresh scenery, allowing one to admire the plum blossom forest planted by the river. Every day, many scholars would gather here to drink wine and admire the plum blossoms. But at this moment, West Wind Tower was quiet, with not a single customer in sight. There was only a sign hanging on the door that read closed. At this moment, a white-clothed young man was sitting on the 3rd floor, pouring wine and admiring the plum blossoms. The entire West Wind Tower was closed for the sake of entertaining this esteemed guest. Flap, flap. The messenger pigeon landed on the table. A hand reached out from the side, took the letter, and sent the pigeon away. "Young master, the penal court has failed again. Wang Chong has returned safely." A voice rang out. A figure bowed and said to the side. He held the letter with both hands and respectfully handed it over. "Is that so?" Li Junxian grinned and took a sip of the fragrant tea in his cup, his expression indescribably carefree and natural. As expected, I still can't stop him. That's not the only problem. We just received news that the King of Foreign Lands has already sent a memorial to the Imperial Court, formally giving Deflecting Blade Manor to the Kunwu training camp. But in the letter, he also appointed the manager of Deflecting Blade Manor. If my guess is correct, it should be someone from Deflecting Blade Manor. In addition, we just received news that the King of Foreign Lands has apparently written a letter to the great generals and the Bureau of Military Personnel, intending to use the name of the Protectorates and the Bureau of Military Personnel to establish a commander base outside of the 3 great training camps, an existence independent of the 3 great training camps. This time we were only able to enter the 3 great training camps through our relationship with the First Prince and the imperial household. If this commander base is established, it will belong completely to the militarists, and we won't be able to interfere at all. Moreover, the combined might of the Protector Generals of the border is no small matter. In the future, this commander base will not be one bit inferior to the 3 great training camps. If this happens, all our efforts will have been for nothing. The Confucian sect expert next to him sternly said, his voice brimming with worry. In the history of the Confucian sect, they had never encountered such a troublesome foe. He was clearly only a teenager, but his methods were unfathomable and extremely experienced, able to counter every move and completely nullify the Confucian sect's methods. The restaurant was quiet, and Li Juanxian's right hand, gripping the white porcelain teacup, paused for a moment before finally creasing his brow. The matter of the penal court was of no importance. It would be best if they could capture and imprison Wang Chong, but if they couldn't, it wouldn't have much of an effect. But if this commander base was established, everything would be completely different. The militarists and the Confucians were like fire and water. One advocated war, while the other advocated peace. At least for now, the militarists could no longer expand. There's no need to worry. I have my own plans for this matter. But Li Juanxian's brow quickly relaxed, and he calmed down. His limpid eyes seemed to contain boundless wisdom as he looked forward. Since the King of Foreign Lands is already on guard, there's no need to worry about him for now. In a little while, I will personally deal with him. Let me ask you, have you finished preparing for that matter? Young master, everything is going according to plan without the slightest error. Everything is waiting for young master. As long as we can complete this step, our goal will assuredly advance, and young master's name will shake the world, becoming a meritorious subject of our Confucian sect. The man said, his voice brimming with admiration for Li Junxian. Countless people in the Confucian sect had wanted to realize the true harmonious world, but they had never been able to grasp the essentials, only to die of regret. Only in Li Juanxian's hands had they truly taken a large step forward, bringing them much closer to their goal. Get ready. In the next few days, I will be heading to the Western Turks to complete the last step. Li Junxian said. Yes, young master, the Confucian sect expert said. With a clang, the white porcelain teacup in Li Juanxian's hand landed on the table. Li Juanxian's eyes became a little dazed as he stared at the white porcelain teacup. He seemed to be recalling something, and a hint of sorrow appeared in his eyes, but it quickly vanished. A gust of wind blew past, and the 2 people in the west wind tower vanished. Flap, flap. A carrier pigeon descended from the sky and landed in the Wang family residence. The capital appeared calm on the surface, but a silent contest was taking place in the shadows. Wang Chong stretched out his right hand and caught the messenger pigeon. Then, he slowly removed the letter from its leg. Wang Chong glanced at it and gave a long sigh of relief. This letter had come from the northwest and bore the personal seal of Anqi, Protector General Gao Xinji. Wang Chong's private message had proved effective. Upon learning that Su Hanshan and Li Sai had been captured, Gao Xianji had brought Chen Qianli and all the top-class generals of the Anqi Protectorate Army to Qixi to demand their release. Li Sai and Su Hanshan had fought alongside the Anqi Protectorate Army at the Battle of Talas and were allies who had gone through life and death together. It could be said that if they hadn't risked their lives, the Anqi Protectorate Army would have already been wiped out. Moreover, the two of them had rendered great service in the war against Arabia. For them to be imprisoned over such a trifling matter was absurd to the extreme. This was the first time Gao Xianji had gotten so angry. Even without Wang Chong's order, he would not have stood by and watched. Not only that, when Gao Xianji had personally gone to Qixi to question them, Geshu Han had also sent a letter saying that he would be arriving in Qixi in a few days. The two great generals of the Tang dynasty had come with a fierce momentum, and their immense prestige and influence in the army had played a role. Under the pressure of the two great generals, the three Confucian commanders had been forced to promise that they would not harm the lives of Li Sai and Su Hanshan. In order to show fairness, they had agreed to allow Gao Xianji and Geshu Han to send their subordinates to participate and await the imperial court's decision. There's no need to detain Su Hanshan and Li Sai. This is clearly a delaying tactic. Just what are these people up to? After reading it, Wang Chong put away the letter and muttered to himself. Wang Chong was almost certain that while Li Junxian and the Confucian sect appeared to be dealing with Su Hanshan and Li Sai, they were actually dealing with him. No matter what Li Junxian was planning, Wang Chong had no fear. "My lord!" At this moment, hurried footsteps could be heard. Old Eagle, travel-worn, walked in from outside. Chapter 1296. What? Wang Chong's body shook in surprise. Lu Ting had once said that even if when Cho Shu was still alive, he was in his 90s and had an eccentric personality. In other words, even Lu Ting believed that there was a high chance that he was no longer alive. Being able to find Wen Cho Shu so quickly was definitely unexpected. What did the Li clan of Jing Prefecture say? Wang Chong quickly calmed down and asked. Being able to receive news of Wen Cho Shu was truly exciting, but before confirming his identity, he could not celebrate too early. The Li clan of Jing Prefecture replied that the person they found was very similar to the person scholar Lu Ting spoke of. They were both in their 90s, had an eccentric personality, liked to collect ancient books, and had a bean-sized mole on his left brow. The Li clan of Jing Prefecture also investigated. That person claimed to be surnamed Wen and also moved there more than 20 years ago. Although he called himself Wan Guxin, the villagers saw a seal on his body. It was Wen Cho Shu. In addition, his collection of books was astonishing. After he arrived, he bought several large courtyards and even hired people to build 3 more, all of which were filled with books. When the Li clan went to buy medicinal ingredients, they went to this old gentleman's house to ask for water and saw his astonishing collection of books. Only then did they notice this person. The eagle bowed. When Cho Shu, Wang Chong had a pensive look. People who collected ancient books all had a habit. They cherished the ancient books they collected and would not randomly scribble on them. Instead, they would place a bookmark inside the book and stamp the collector's name on it. If these collectors died and the book fell into the hands of the next collector, they would continue to stamp their name on it. In this way, the previous collectors of the ancient book could be seen through the label and stamp, and there would be traces to follow. This was a custom and habit of ancient book collectors. To have Wen Cho Shu's seal on his waist meant that there was a 60% chance that this person was the person he was looking for. The eagle takes scholar Lu Ting over and personally verify Wen Cho Shu's identity. In addition, send 4 experts to guard him. At the same time, select a few scholars from the great clans to assist Lu Ting. I want to know as soon as possible what that bird seal script means, and the meaning of that black seal, Wang Chong said in a deep voice. At that moment, his eyes were incomparably bright. The surprise had come too suddenly. The Confucian sect was finally making a move. The eagle quickly led Lu Tingji and a dozen other experts on their way. For the sake of safety, the king of Song had sent over another 20 experts, all of whom were top-notch experts that had been carefully selected. The conflict between the militarists and the Confucians no longer only affected the imperial court, but also the entire world. The king of Song knew this better than anyone else. Once something happened to the militarists, more than 10 million people of the Tang dynasty would be trapped. This was also the reason why the king of Song gave his full support. The capital gradually entered a period of peace. After Wang Chong had neutralized the attacks of Qixi and the 3 great training camps, Li Junxian and the Confucian sect seemed to have slowed down their attacks and made no further moves. Wang Chong was also waiting for further news from Lu Tingji and the king of Song. The two sides had entered a temporary period of peace, but both Wang Chong and Li Junxian understood that the other side was preparing to launch a new wave of attacks at any moment. At the same time, something else was taking place in the capital that did not alarm too many people. With the Bureau of Military Personnel taking the lead and Zhangqiu Jianqiong presiding over the joint support of King of Foreign Lands Wang Chong, Gao Xinji, Geshu Han, Zhang Shogui, Xinyu Zhongtong, and the other protector generals and great generals, a new commander base was formally established in the northwestern suburbs of the capital. The general base was massive, several dozen mu in size. The Bureau of Military Personnel would pay a portion of the construction costs. Wang Chong would pay half, and the great clans of the capital would pay the rest. To put it nicely, it was a sponsorship. This was yet another new method. In this way, the problem of the Bureau of Revenue allocating funds could be avoided, allowing the commander base to be built as quickly as possible. In addition, the main architect of this commander base was none other than the master architect of Wushang City of Steel and the steel buildings of the Northwest Battlefield, Zhang Shouji, whose name had spread throughout the world. It would take at least several more months for the commander base to be completed. When the time came, many students of the 3 great training camps and some officers of the military would be able to enter and study. Unlike the 3 great training camps, the commander base would teach a great deal of military strategy and command techniques. All the instructors were top-class officers from the 5 protectorates, each of them possessing rich experience in battle. This was one of the characteristics that distinguished the commander base from the 3 great training camps. On the other hand, Wang Chong imparted a higher level of combat ability to them. Wang Chong's reputation as the new war god and his world-renowned ability to command soldiers made this commander base even more attractive. At the same time, Wang Chong was working hard to find Li Junxian, but Li Junxian seemed to have evaporated into thin air. But even so, the Confucian school's offensive did not stop. More and more Confucian lectures were appearing in the capital, preaching benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom, promoting the great harmony of the world, and the influence of the Confucian school continued to grow. Wang Chong could sense that the hearts of the people were slowly changing, but the Confucian school's choice was impeccable. Not even Wang Chong, as the king of foreign lands, could stop the Confucian school from carrying out these lectures. But just because he could not stop them did not mean that Wang Chong had no way of dealing with them. Su Ke, Cheng Sanyuan, I have something for you to do. Several days later, Wang Chong summoned Su Ke and the others to his study. I want you to immediately contact the great clans of the capital and have them complete this task as quickly as possible. In addition, I will initially provide 30 million taels of gold, and I will provide even more to help you complete this task. Ah, my lord! Everyone in the room looked in shock at Wang Chong with their mouths agape. 30 million, and it was in gold, and it would continue to increase. This was a figure that completely surpassed their imaginations. After all, the imperial court had only given Wang Chong 10 million taels of gold for the Battle of Talas. This 10 million taels of gold had been enough to support the Tang dynasty in its war against Arabia, laying the foundation for its final victory. But now, Wang Chong had given them 30 million taels of gold, and this was only a portion of it. This was a fortune that many people would never be able to use in their entire lives. They found it very difficult to imagine just what sort of task would require so much gold. Everything is written in the letter. Go. Yes, my lord. He took the letter from the table and quickly left. A few days later, a piece of news from the Jing prefecture reached the capital. A body-strengthening school, led by the Jing prefecture's Li clan, had been established in the Jing prefecture. All kinds of martial arts were taught there, and not only was it free of charge, it even provided free breakfast and dinner. At the start, there was only one person, but it quickly grew to 7 or 8, and then more than 10. At the start, it was only in the Jing prefecture, but these martial arts schools began to sprout like bamboo shoots after the rain, opening from the Jing prefecture to the neighboring prefectures, and then spreading out to other places. In a single week, the number of these martial arts schools had increased to several hundred, and they were opening all over the world. Several weeks later, there were several thousand of these body-strengthening schools, and they were still increasing at an astonishing rate. These body-strengthening schools had the same style, all of them ancient and elegant, and they had experienced instructors instructing them. At the start, the surrounding people had been skeptical, but when they realized that the body-strengthening schools were providing free porridge, they began to pour in. Not only that, some people quickly realized that the body-strengthening schools had a rule. Anyone who practiced martial arts in the schools for a week would receive 10 copper coins. If one practiced martial arts in the schools for a month, one would receive a piece of silver. The longer one practiced, the more silver one would receive, and after half a year, one would receive a silver ingot. Such a thing had never happened in the Central Plains before. Moreover, the martial arts schools were surrounded by many people, and even though the requirements for admission were strict, an astonishing number of students were eventually accepted. Based on the expenses of the people, horses, and instructors, the daily expenses were enormous. No ordinary clan could afford this. But people quickly realized that the martial arts schools seemed to have an endless supply of silver. No matter how much money was spent, it never stopped. It was like the owner of these body-strengthening schools possessed an inexhaustible amount of wealth. And when the owner of these body-strengthening schools was revealed, the entire world was thrown into an uproar. The king of foreign lands, the owner of these thousands of body-strengthening schools, was none other than the illustrious and influential war god of the Tang dynasty, Wang Chong. In a flash, the world was thrown into an uproar. Because of Wang Chong's reputation, countless people surged into these body-strengthening schools to learn martial arts and strengthen their bodies. Countless local tycoons contacted Wang Chong, hoping that his body-strengthening schools would be opened in their areas. Some local tycoons and clans even offered to pay for a portion of the daily expenses of these body-strengthening schools. In a short time, Wang Chong's reputation caused these body-strengthening schools to sweep through the world. For a time, it was a trend to strengthen one's body and practice martial arts. The number of body-strengthening schools rapidly swelled to tens of thousands, covering almost the entire world. Flap, flap. One carrier pigeon after another flew toward the capital. In the northwest corner of the capital, in a tea house, a black-robed elder who appeared to be an erudite Confucian scholar extended a hand and caught the carrier pigeon. With just a glance, his complexion instantly turned ashen. Bastard! The Confucians had opened schools in the capital to promote benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom, while Wang Chong had opened martial arts schools throughout the 9 provinces to teach martial arts. He was clearly opposing the Confucians. I'd like to see how long you can remain so smug. With a wave of his sleeve, the black-robed elder vanished from the tea house. Chapter 1297. Also, I welcome everyone to follow my official WeChat account after reading this article. Just search for Huang Fuqi, the new extra, the biography of the evil Emperor Zhang Wenfu. Chapter 13 has been uploaded. Everyone go and take a look. Chapter 1298. The people of the Confucian sect were far from the only ones to receive the news. At the same time, in the Wang family residence, Wang Chong was dressed in plain clothes, his long black hair held in place by a hairpin. As he stood in front of his desk, he exuded both the elegance of the scholarly path and the dignity and bearing of the martial path. On the table in front of him were reports from the various provinces and commanderies. Not bad. In just a few short moments, we've already broken through 50,000. A smile crept onto Wang Chong's lips as he read the message. This number was far greater than he had imagined. The daily expenditure was so astonishing that even the ancient clans of the capital with 200 or 300 years of history and astonishing wealth could not afford it. In normal circumstances, no single person or faction could accomplish this. But in the Battle of Khorasan, Wang Chong had obtained one. 9 billion taels of gold from Mutasim III. 1 billion had been given to the imperial court, 100 million had been used to buy the Hyderabad mountain range, and 200 million had been used to compensate the deceased soldiers and to repay the tribes of the western regions and Greater and Lesser Balar that had participated in the battle. At the same time, Wang Chong, Gosianji, and the others still had around 600 million gold taels in their hands. It was with this immense wealth that Wang Chong was able to support the construction of the massive number of body-tempering halls across the country. This step was not just to deal with Li Junxian and the Confucian sect. In truth, long ago, when they had first obtained this sum of gold, Wang Chong and Gao Xianji had discussed in Khorasan how they would use this sum of money to enrich the country and strengthen the people. This included building body-strengthening schools throughout the empire, teaching martial arts, and raising the martial strength of the people of the Tang dynasty. At the time, they had even received the fervent praise of Gao Xianji. But now was the right time, and they could use this opportunity to fully carry out the body-strengthening school plan. In his last life, in the battle against the otherworldly invaders, Wang Chong had always been faced with a lack of soldiers. Although the Central Plains had tens of millions of people, very few people were suited for the battlefield and could join the army. This was also the reason why Wang Chong came up with the body-strengthening club plan. 600 million taels of gold. Although it's impossible to sustain this for a long time, it should be able to last for at least 10 years. It should be enough to last until the calamity arrives. As long as the body-strengthening club plan continues, we will be able to cultivate a large number of qualified warriors for the Tang dynasty. Wang Chong put down the letter and thought to himself, this was the real plan to make every citizen a soldier. However, apart from Wang Chong, not many people knew about it. Walala! Just as he was thinking about this, the sound of wings breaking through the air could be heard. In the blink of an eye, an extremely sharp golden eagle flew over the window and landed in front of Wang Chong's table. Seeing this special eagle, Wang Chong's eyes twitched. This was the signal that Wang Chong and the eagle had agreed upon. There was finally news from Lu Tingji. 2 days later, a letter accompanied by a thick carriage of documents was transported from the distant Jing prefecture to the capital and into the Wang family residence. When Choshu's identity had been confirmed, and Lu Tingji had gained far more than he had imagined. Not only had Lu Tingji fulfilled his long-cherished wish of many years and met Wen Choshu in person, he had also unexpectedly obtained a large amount of information on bird seal script from this #1 bibliophile of the Central Plains. Lu Tingji had discarded the purely academic materials and sent the information that he found useful from the Jing prefecture to the capital. He had also marked all of them so that Wang Chong could read them. "My lord," Scholar Lu has said that he has placed the most important book on top. You only need to read the first book to understand the meaning of that black mark. Su Shixian sternly said. Wang Chong said nothing more. He picked up the black ancient book at the very top of the box and opened it. At first glance, Wang Chong saw a bookmark stamped with a red square seal. Wen Choshu. Wang Chong recognized the contents at a glance. As he flipped to the first page, bird seal script characters leapt into view. With a glance, Wang Chong knew that Lu Tingji was correct. There truly was a character in the center of that black mark, and it was the bird seal script that Lu Tingji had spoken of. The style of the two was exactly the same. Wang Chong said nothing and continued to flip to the next page. This was an ancient book that systematically discussed bird seal script. It had come from a great Confucian of the Wei and Jin era around 500 or 600 years ago. He seemed to be particularly interested in bird seal script and had gathered a great deal of information to produce this book. Besides the various bird seal script characters, it also discussed the origins of the various characters and the related legends. After reading around 20 to 30 pages, Wang Chong flipped to the label that Lu Tingji had left in the book. A unique bird seal script immediately leapt into view. The moment he saw this character, Wang Chong's pupils constricted as if they had been pricked by a needle. The characters in this ancient book that Lu Tingji had sent were almost identical to the characters in the center of the black mark of the Confucian sect. Tong! As Wang Chong looked at the explanation left behind by the great Confucian of the Wei and Jin era, his eyebrows jumped. In that instant, he faintly thought of something. In his last life, he had seen this black mark twice, but Wang Chong had never imagined that it would contain a character. As he continued to read, he found that the book also recorded the origin of this character. During the spring and autumn and warring states periods, the various countries were at war, and the people of the divine continent were plunged into misery and suffering. Among them, there was a sage who traveled everywhere, seeking audience with the monarchs of the various countries in hopes of persuading them to abandon their selfish desires. However, from the age of 30 to the age of 70, that sage spent 40 years to no avail. In his later years, not only did the wars of the divine continent not stop, they only grew more and more intense. When his last disciple, who had once accompanied him in persuading the various monarchs, died in the chaos of war, the last sage of the spring and autumn era could no longer hold back his grief and indignation. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood and dipped his finger in it. Before the eyes of his young followers, he created a new bird seal script, the character for Tong. This word contained all of the spring and autumn saints' ambitions and unwillingness. After writing this character, the last sage of the spring and autumn era expressed his unwillingness and regret to his young followers before passing away. It was rumored that after the sage's death, one of his young followers took the character he had written and fled deep into the mountains. Using this character as a blueprint, he founded a sect called the Confucian sect. The majority of people believed this legend to be a baseless rumor. Even in the Wei and Jin era, many people treated it as unofficial history. But the great Confucian of the Wei and Jin era believed that while the first half of the legend could not be investigated, the second half of the Confucian sect was not necessarily groundless fabrication. This was because the great Confucian of the Wei and Jin era had mentioned that in the Qin and Han eras, there had been bits and pieces of the Confucian sect. Buzz. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was attentive. Even the author of this ancient text had only collected information on bird seal script and had not taken it too seriously. But when Wang Chong finished reading this description, his heart began to tremble. How could this be? In Drunken Moon Pavilion, Wang Chong had heard Li Junxian talk about the destruction of the 100 sages, but he had never imagined that the Confucian sect really was connected to the spring and autumn and warring states periods. If this ancient text was correct, the Confucian sect behind Li Junxian had a history of more than 1,000 years. This had completely surpassed Wang Chong's imagination. A sect that could last for more than 1,000 years, survive through war, famine, and a change of dynasties, and survive until the Tang dynasty. If he had not seen Li Junxian and the members of the Confucian sect with his own eyes and seen the black insignia on their hands, Wang Chong would have never dared to believe that all this was true. Wang Chong continued to flip through the pages, but this ancient text did not have many records on the Confucian sect. After switching to another book, Wang Chong continued to flip through the pages. The majority of the contents were repetitive, all of them explanations of bird seal script. But when he flipped to the third book, Wang Chong once more saw that familiar insignia and the legend of the Confucian sect. This was the work of a great Confucian of the early northern Zhou. According to his records, a Confucian sect had once appeared in the early northern Zhou, and this great Confucian of the Confucian sect had loudly advocated for the northern Zhou and the other countries of that time to put aside the grudges and hatred between them, put an end to war, abandon selfishness, and return peace to the people of the world. This person had only appeared for a very short time before vanishing. As for the matters regarding the Confucian sect, they had only appeared for a brief moment. The people's understanding of them was limited to that great Confucian and his proposals. There was nothing else. In that era, the marks they had left behind were not very deep. Even the great Confucian of the northern Zhou, who had written these records, had only skimmed over them, not delving too deeply into them. Wang Chong put down the 3 books and continued to read. This time the insignia had appeared in the era after the northern Zhou, during the reign of Emperor One of the Great Sui. The more Wang Chong read, the more shocked he became. The spring and autumn period, the Warring States period, the Wei Jin period, the northern Zhou period, the early Sui, the era of the Holy Emperor, if the records are true, this faction called the Confucian sect had appeared in every period of history. How could such a faction exist in the Central Plains? Wang Chong muttered to himself as he put down the books. If it weren't for a great scholar like Lu Tingji, very few people would have been able to glean any clues from these books. At this moment, Wang Chong suddenly understood why Lu Tingji had sent these books to him instead of personally explaining it to him. There are some things that could not be explained clearly with words. Seeing was believing. Only by seeing with one's own eyes could one understand the veracity of these legends. Moreover, this truth was simply too shocking. Wang Chong had never imagined that the experts he had encountered in his last life during the end of days would have such a background. Su Shixian, have the King of Song's men arrived? Wang Chong asked. Chapter 1299. My lord, the King of Song's men will be arriving soon. Su Shixian bowed. Reporting. While the two of them were talking, a guard of the Wang clan suddenly rushed into the room. My lord, the captain of the King of Song Residence's guard, Luo Zhen, requests an audience. Let him in. Wang Chong's eyes flashed as he waved his hand. A few moments later, a black-bearded man, more than one, 9 meters tall, armed with armor and wielding a spear, swiftly strode into the room. Your Highness, the King of Song has a letter for me to personally deliver to Your Highness. Luo Zhen bowed and presented the letter to Wang Chong with both hands. The King of Song said that this matter is extremely important, so he had me personally deliver it. Wang Chong took the letter and slid his finger across it, taking out the letter. With just a glance, Wang Chong's expression flickered. This letter was covered in a ghastly red stain. At that moment, Wang Chong vaguely thought of something, and his heart trembled. Opening the letter, Wang Chong continued to read. This letter was a routine report from the spy that the King of Song had placed at King Qi's side, reporting what he had seen of King Qi's daily life. Although King Qi had always been careful and left no trace, his efforts had paid off. In the end, he had managed to eavesdrop on the information he wanted. By chance, he had managed to eavesdrop on a conversation between King Qi and one of his close advisors and advisors. The conversation had inadvertently brought up the topic of the Confucian sect. The advisor had mentioned many times that King Qi was helping the Confucian sect, that he was in a subordinate position, and that the officials of the court were likely to look down on him. But King Qi did not care. Moreover, the advisor had mentioned that the Confucian sect had an enormous background and terrifying strength. It had many powerful opponents, even peak saint martial experts and great generals. King Qi saw that the other party was very strong and could help deal with the Wang clan and the King of Song, so he decided to cooperate with him. Moreover, Prince Qi had mentioned in his conversation with his advisors that the Confucian sect was actively making preparations. In the near future, they would make a major move in the imperial court. If they succeeded, they would completely alter the structure of the court. Buzz. Seeing this, Wang Chong's heart shook fiercely. The structure of the imperial court had undergone a massive transformation even before he had withdrawn from Khorasan. Many officials in the King of Song's faction, whether they were civil officials or military generals, either defected or were transferred out of the capital to various prefectures of the Tang dynasty. Many unfamiliar faces were transferred to the royal court. From this point of view, the structure of the imperial court had undergone a great change. Wang Chong found it hard to imagine. If this wasn't a huge change, then what was a complete change in the structure of the imperial court? In a flash, Wang Chong felt an intense sense of danger. Wang Chong continued to read, but the letter came to an abrupt end at this point. Wang Chong stood in a daze, his mind in turmoil for a long time. What happened to the scout sent by the King of Song? After a long while, Wang Chong suddenly said, "His whereabouts are unknown. The King of Song has already sent people to search for him," Luo Zhen said. Luo Zhen said. A hint of sadness flashed through Wang Chong's eyes. When he saw that mouthful of blood on the letter, he had already guessed at what had happened. Although King Qi was conceited, he was also paranoid, and he had many people at his side to assist him. The spy sent by the King of Song had probably already been discovered. "Thank the King of Song for me. Su Shixian, arrange for someone to send some money to his family, and then find some people to search for him. See if we can find him and rescue him." Wang Chong said, although the chances were slim, as long as there was even a chance, they should not give up. This subordinate understands. Su Shixian and Luo Zhen quickly left. As for Wang Chong, he stood in his study, lost in thought. He had originally believed that, with the assistance of the King of Song and his participation in the regency, there wouldn't be too many problems. At the very least, he would be able to veto any unreasonable proposals. But now, it seemed that things would not be so simple. At the very least, since King Qi and the Confucian sect dared to act in such a way, daring to completely alter the structure of the imperial court, they were certain that they would succeed. It seems that I can no longer remain uninvolved in the affairs of the imperial court. At the very least, I have to do my best to participate in the early stages. This way, the King of Song will have someone to look after in the imperial court, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. With this thought in mind, Wang Chong quickly left the study. Days passed. 3 days later, Wang Chong bathed and changed into a crimson imperial robe. Under the attentions of his entourage, he walked out of the Wang family residence. Outside the residence, a magnificent carriage inlaid with gold was waiting. Whoosh! The sky was dark, the first rays of dawn spitting out from the east. At almost the same moment, a messenger pigeon flew through the air and landed in Wang Chong's hand. Wang Chong only glanced at it before crushing the letter into a ball. "Is everything prepared?" Wang Chong calmly asked. "Your Highness, everything has been arranged. The King of Song's carriage is waiting at the palace gate. Once your Highness arrives, we will head to the imperial court together." Su Shixian bowed. Wang Chong grunted and nodded. He raised the curtain and stepped into the carriage. "Hiya!" With a shout, the carriage rolled forward and immediately headed for the palace gate. Around an hour later, Wang Chong's carriage finally arrived at the gate of the imperial city. There, an ornately carved carriage was waiting. The image of an imperial dragon on the carriage clearly indicated the identity of its occupant. Although all the kings of the Tang dynasty used the image of an imperial dragon, each of them had a different design. Only the King of Song had this kind of golden embroidery. "My lord," the moment Wang Chong's carriage appeared, a slightly bowed figure quickly stepped forward. It was none other than Luo Zhen, whom Wang Chong had met once before. "The King of Song is already waiting for your Highness." Wang Chong nodded and quickly entered the King of Song's carriage. "Hiya!" The moment Wang Chong entered, the carriage wheels began to move slowly toward Taiha Palace. only the King of Song, who had inherited a golden medallion from the previous King of Song, could ride his carriage to any place other than Taiha Palace and the imperial harem. This was something that only the King of Song could enjoy. "Have you read the information I gave you?" The King of Song suddenly asked, his back leaning against the carriage, his expression cold. "I have." Wang Chong nodded and sat down across from the King of Song. "This time, their target is He Qingrong. No matter what, we can't let them succeed." He Qingrong was a second-rank official of the imperial court and an important advisor at the King of Song's side. He had the authority to participate in politics in the imperial court. The King of Song's influence in the imperial court had already been weakened by the Confucians. But after a brief period of silence, the Confucians had once more set their sights on the left and right arms of the King of Song. He Qingrong has been in the imperial court for many years. This time, they're using the excuse of preventing floods and irrigation in Jiangnan to transfer him out of the capital. Jiangnan is prone to floods, and every year during the rainy season, the floods become a disaster. The imperial court has always had the intention to control them, so not too long ago a resolution was finally passed to invest 3 million taels of gold in the large-scale construction of canals and irrigation projects to divert the tributaries of the Jingchu River. At the time, I felt that this was a good thing for the country and the people, so I did not stop them. However, I didn't expect that they had ulterior motives. In the end, they set their sights on Bright Minister He Qingrong. He Qingrong was originally from Jiangnan, so they hoped to use this opportunity to transfer He Qingrong out of the capital. Today's court session was held to discuss this matter. The King of Song sternly said, a look of reminiscence in his eyes. From the construction of canals in Jiangnan to the transfer of He Qingrong out of the capital, these people had been closely interlocking and pressing forward step by step. Not even the King of Song had expected these people to be so thoughtful and farsighted. Any official should be able to take on the task of constructing canals and irrigation projects in Jiangnan. Even if He Qingrong was originally from Jiangnan, there's no need to send him out of the capital to manage the project. Wang Chong sat upright and still, a stern expression on his face. In normal circumstances, there's naturally no need, so they sent some people from He Qingrong's hometown to request that He Qingrong be returned to his hometown and manage the irrigation project. They even helped him prepare the inscriptions on the stele. The He clan has always been a major clan of Jiangnan, and many people have petitioned. King Qi is currently using this matter to get He Qingrong to leave. Although this matter is different from being demoted, and he can still be transferred back to the capital, the irrigation project will take a very long time, at least 2 to 3 years. By then, the imperial court will have already decided, and it will be too late. The King of Song said with a solemn expression. The intrigue, deceit, and schemes in the court were far more complicated than one could imagine. Even the King of Song, who had been in the court for decades, could not be sure that he would not fall into someone else's trap. Even if it's a request from a fellow villager, He Qingrong can still reject it. The country is the most important, and the feelings of one's fellow countrymen cannot be placed above the country. Wang Chong said in a deep voice, "It's not that simple. If that's the case, He Qingrong can indeed refuse. But with the request from the townsfolk and He Qingrong's mother being seriously ill, everything is different." The King of Song said with a hint of worry between his brows. "Buzz!" Wang Chang's entire body trembled at these words. He truly had not expected this at all. The Central Plains was different from the barbarians. Filial piety was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, so of all virtues, filial piety came first. If the townsfolk wished, He Qingrong could choose not to return, but if he did not return from his mother's illness, he would be considered unfilial. In every dynasty, he would inevitably be attacked, and when the time came, He Qingrong might not even be able to hold an official position. He Qingrong is a second-rank official, a loyal official of the court. Why is his mother in Jiangnan when he's an official? Wang Chong asked. He Qingrong once tried to have his mother move to the capital, But the old woman missed her hometown and was unwilling to leave Jiangnan. Moreover, all her relatives were there, so He Qingrong couldn't do anything. The king of Song couldn't help but sigh. There was a moment of silence in the carriage. Neither of them said a word. You've investigated Jiangnan? Why is the timing so coincidental? Jiangnan is undergoing irrigation works, and He Qingrong's mother happens to be seriously ill? A few moments later, Wang Chong opened his eyes and said he still felt that there was something fishy about this matter. The fact that He Qingrong's mother was seriously ill was far too coincidental. Wang Chong instinctively sensed that this matter was man-made. Chapter 1300. The king of Song raised his head and glanced at Wang Chong, a ripple of emotion in his eyes. You have a good feeling. We sent people to Jiangnan to investigate, and they found that He Qingrong's mother wasn't seriously ill. She just caught a cold, and the villagers bewitched her, coupled with her longing for her son, resulted in her being seriously ill. At this point, Wang Chong finally frowned. This matter was far more complicated than he had imagined. He Qingrong's mother missed her son, so He Qingrong was completely capable of taking a leave of absence to visit his family, whether it was for 2 months or longer. It was clear that someone with ulterior motives had used this matter. Gulp! As they were speaking, the carriage came to a stop. It had finally arrived at the gate of Supreme Harmony, and up ahead was the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Wang Chong and the King of Song returned, their expressions solemn as they disembarked from the carriage. Let's go in first. When the time comes, we'll act according to the circumstances. No matter what, we have to get the other officials to take charge of the irrigation works. At the same time, we have He Qingrong go back to visit his family. The King of Song said. Wang Chong grunted and nodded. The King of Song had said exactly what he had been thinking, and the two of them were of the same mind. The Hall of Supreme Harmony soared into the clouds, and the pair walked up a long stairway made of white jade into the Hall of Supreme Harmony. All the officials had gathered in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Buzz! When Wang Chong and the King of Song walked into the hall together, the entire hall buzzed with chatter, countless gazes focusing on the red-robed Wang Chong. It's him. Something's probably going to happen today. All eyes were filled with apprehension as they stared at the chilling Wang Chong. Although Wang Chong had been a general, the disbandment of the prefectural armies and Zhang Chaoshu had shown everyone just how formidable he was. Although it had been a long time since he had attended court, Wang Chong still wielded enormous influence in the imperial court. King of foreign lands. When they saw Wang Chong, Beacon General Jiang Yinrang, and the other generals all looked over with joy. Yes, Wang Chong nodded and greeted everyone. He quickly shifted his gaze and looked in another direction. At first glance, Wang Chong quickly noticed the Prince of Qi by the coiling dragon pillar. The Prince of Qi had his arms crossed. When Wang Chong looked over, the Prince of Qi also looked over. In that instant, the corners of King Qi's mouth curled up as he sneered, a faint trace of complacency appearing in his eyes. At that moment, a hint of worry flitted across Wang Chong's brow. However, before Wang Chong could make things difficult for him, Prince Qi had already turned his head. Facing the ceiling of the hall, he closed his eyes, appearing indifferent and disinclined to pay any attention to Wang Chong. Humph! Wang Chong ignored him and turned his gaze elsewhere. The civil and military officials in the hall had not changed. Now that the King of Song had obtained the power to assist the government, he had already overruled many of the decisions made against the generals and civil officials under him. But perhaps it was just his imagination. But when he looked at those unfamiliar officials that the Confucian sect had placed in the imperial court, although they were still expressionless, Wang Chong sensed that they were a little different from before. As his gaze continued to move, Wang Chong once more saw a familiar figure seated on a large sandalwood chair in the upper right corner of the hall. Ever since Wang Chong had rebuked him in the court debate and almost caused him to faint from anger, the Grand Preceptor had not appeared in court for a very long time. But now, the Grand Preceptor once more appeared in court. He sat on the large wooden armchair, his back to Wang Chong. He was motionless, his eyes closed as if he was taking a nap. It was clear that he had no intention of paying any attention to Wang Chong. Buzz! The sight of the Grand Preceptor's back caused Wang Chong's brow to rise. The Grand Preceptor cared a great deal about his face, and after being rebuked by Wang Chong in court, the Grand Preceptor had lost all his face. Thus, he had not appeared in court for a very long time. Unless there was a special matter, this sort of person would never appear and become an official of the same court as Wang Chong. Is it because of He Qingrong? Wang Chong quietly said to himself. But deep inside, Wang Chong had a feeling that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Suppressing the unease in his heart, Wang Chong's gaze swept over Bright Minister He Qingrong and Prime Minister Li Linfu, and he immediately heard a shrill voice at his ear. "The first prince has arrived." Pa! With the crack of the whip, all the civil and military officials immediately fell silent. Under the gazes of the crowd, the eldest imperial prince, Li Ying, strode out from the side of the great hall, escorted by several silk-robed eunuchs and golden guards, paying respects to the first prince. Upon seeing the first prince, everyone bowed and paid their respects. The first prince lifted his robes and sat down on the throne that represented the sacred emperor at the top of the hall. His gaze was disdainful and his aura was vigorous. Perhaps it was because he had sat on the dragon throne and was managing the court in the sage emperor's place. But the first prince was gradually beginning to exude the aura of an emperor that only a person of the sage emperor could have. His gaze swept over the court like lightning, pausing on Wang Chong for a moment before quickly withdrawing. "Ministers, if you have something to report, make a memorial. If not, dismiss." A shrill voice resounded through the hall. At the first prince's side, replacing eunuch Gao Lisher's seat, was a white-haired, white-bearded eunuch. His body was thin, and his 5 fingers were like hooks. Although he gave off no aura, his eyes exuded a sharp light, exuding an unfathomable aura. He was clearly a top-class expert of the imperial palace. "Your Highness, this subject has a memorial." In the main hall, an official stepped forward and began the daily agenda. The Holy Emperor had retired into the depths of the palace, leaving the first prince to manage the affairs of the state. Other than the change in person, there was not much difference. The affairs of the court were complicated and involved the various provinces and counties. This was not Wang Chong's forte, so after listening for a while, Wang Chong quickly closed his eyes and waited. The Grand Preceptor, King Qi, and Li Linfu were all present in today's court session. Wang Chong was well aware that the other court discussions were just appetizers. The crux of the matter was the Bright Minister, He Qingrong. This court session would decide whether he would stay or not. The court discussions were resolved one after another, and after some time, a voice suddenly resounded through the hall. "Your Highness, this subject has a memorial. The Jiangnan floods have been inexorably dealt with. Not long ago, a resolution was passed to invest 3 million taels of gold in digging new canals and irrigation works. This lowly subject proposes that the imperial court consider the petition of the people and send the Bright Minister to Jiangnan to preside over the situation." Following this voice, a figure stepped out from the ranks of the court and spoke to the first prince in a loud voice. "Buzz." Wang Chong had been watching from the sidelines with his eyes closed, but when he heard this voice, he opened his eyes. "Zhou Taiqin." A cold light flashed through Wang Chong's eyes. He immediately recognized this person as Grand Chamberlain Zhou Taiqin, who had tried his best to dissuade the imperial court from sending troops at the Battle of Talas. "He's here." Wang Chong was startled. After waiting for so long, the court session was finally about to begin. "Your Highness, this subject agrees. Lord, he is a native of Jiangnan and is extremely familiar with the geography there. Sending Lord, he will definitely be able to adapt to the local conditions and get twice the result with half the effort." This will also greatly shorten the construction period and avoid many unnecessary problems. Immediately after Zhou Taiqin, another old official stepped forward and said, "Correct. Lord He's mother is gravely ill, and filial piety is the most important of all virtues. Sending Lord He to preside over the irrigation works will not only fulfill his filial piety, but it will also benefit the country and the people. This is truly killing two birds with one stone. I trust that Lord He will not object." Yet another official spoke up. With 3 people speaking up, the other officials began to voice their support. "Your Highness, this subject objects. Lord He is a bright minister, a second-rank official. Moreover, he has been in the imperial court for many years and is extremely familiar with the various affairs of the imperial court and the operations of the empire. Digging canals and constructing irrigation works will naturally benefit the country and the people. But this matter can only be handled by the officials of the Ministry of Works. There is no need for Lord He to personally go. There are big and small matters, and there are small and large materials. A great material is used for a great purpose, and a small material is used for a small purpose. Moreover, Lord He is not an official of the Ministry of Works. Not far from King Song, the Assistant Minister of War, Chao Qianzong, suddenly stepped out of the ranks. Your Highness, this subject agrees with Lord Chao in opposing this matter. The civil and military officials all have their own positions and duties. This is the foundation upon which the imperial court can normally handle various matters. If the construction of water conservancy required the use of second-class officials, then if other places also needed to build water conservancy, flood control, or drought prevention, would they need to use second-class, or even first-class officials? If everything is handled this way, then wouldn't the imperial court be empty and all matters remain undecided? This lowly subject firmly opposes this matter. With Chao Qianzong taking the lead, another official from the King of Song's faction stepped forward. He Qingrong came from the Ministry of Works and knows everything about irrigation works. How can anyone else be like him? Moreover, filial piety is the most important of all virtues. If one doesn't even visit one's mother when she is seriously ill, they're not worthy of being a son. What right do they have to stand in the imperial court and set an example for all the officials? At this moment, the crimson-robed Minister of Rights, Pei Tsuini, suddenly stepped forward. Wang Chong coldly watched on, a cold light flashing through his eyes. Pei Tsuini was the Minister of Rights, as well as King Qi's subordinate. For King Qi to have him step forward at a time like this, it was clear that he was determined to succeed. King Qi, the Grand Preceptor, Li Linfu, and the First Prince, if even the position of Minister of Honor was replaced, then the King of Song's faction would truly be weak and powerless, finding it difficult to contend against King Qi's faction. More importantly, if they lost the assistance of a second-rank official like He Qingrong, King Qi's faction would have much more influence in the imperial court, allowing them to easily pass many matters. Moreover, Wang Chong recalled the information that the King of Song's spy had obtained from King Qi. It was clear that He Qingrong's matter was only the beginning. Once He Qingrong's position fell into the hands of King Qi and the Confucian sect, even more people would be replaced. The Confucian sect definitely had more tricks up its sleeve, which was why Wang Chong had personally come to court today. Your Highness! At this moment, a loud and vigorous voice resounded through the hall. At the end of the line, Wang Chong raised his robe and walked forward. This lowly subject proposes that King Qi personally oversee the irrigation works in Jiangnan. Chapter 1301. Rumble. In an instant, everyone was shocked, and the entire hall was in an uproar. No one had expected that Wang Chong would suddenly appear and drag King Qi down with him. Wang Chong! The King of Song and Minister of War, Zhangqiu Jinqiang, were also stunned. It was clear that Wang Chong had not discussed this with them beforehand. Bastard! King Qi was stunned at first, but he quickly came to his senses. He clenched his teeth, his expression savage. This court discussion had been sent to the court in the form of memorials. As an assistant minister, the King of Song had clearly seen it. But even though He Qingrong's matter had been leaked, King Qi was not worried. He had already arranged everything. Minister of Rights Pei Tsuni was an important chess piece, but he had never imagined that Wang Chong would act so unconventionally and drag him down in front of all the officials of the court. Wang Chong, have you lost your mind? This king is a descendant of the Emperor of Heaven of noble status. You actually want me to undertake irrigation works. King Qi was flustered and exasperated. The fight between the two from the penal court had caused such a huge uproar that almost all the officials of the court knew about it. Now, Wang Chong was attacking him in front of all the officials, even suggesting that he, a grand prince, should undertake irrigation works. This was an undisguised humiliation. This made King Qi hate Wang Chong to the bone. "Ha! I heard that King Qi has recruited talented people from all over the world and is humble and eager to learn, even dabbling in irrigation works. Back then, you even personally invited Minister of Works Zhang Lianzhong to your residence. Could it be that King Qi didn't invite Lord Zhang to discuss irrigation works?" Wang Chong glanced at Zhang Lianzhong and said indifferently, "You." King Qi's expression froze, and he was momentarily speechless. Nearby, Minister of Works Zhang Lianzhong's expression also trembled, fear appearing on his face. According to the previous arrangement, after Pei Tsuni, the Minister of Rights, it would be his turn. The two of them would work together to put pressure on He Qingrong to leave the court. However, after hearing what Wang Chong said, Zhang Lianzhong couldn't help but take a step back. He couldn't even say a word. Otherwise, as Wang Chong had said, he would be suspected of colluding with the Prince of Qi. For a moment, the entire hall was silent, looking at Prince Qi's reaction and then looking at Minister of Works Zhang Lianzhong's reaction. Even the slowest person understood what was going on. It was obvious that the two of them had colluded long ago. Wang Chong had said that the Prince of Qi and Zhang Lianzhong were discussing the irrigation works in the residence. It was likely that the Prince of Qi had no choice but to admit it. Bastard! There will come a day when this king will dismember you into 1,000 pieces. King Qi's eyes were filled with hatred and ruthlessness. Ha, good. Wang Chong, this king knew that you had your reasons for doing this. You wouldn't speak without thinking. Next to the coiling dragon pillar, the King of Song was the first to react. He finally understood why Wang Chong had interrupted Minister of Rights Pei Tsuni. Not even the King of Song knew that King Qi had recently colluded with Minister of Works Zhang Lianzhong to pull him to his side and deal with He Qingrong. It was obvious that his subordinates had found out about this. "Your Highness, this lowly subject believes that it is best to find someone else to manage the irrigation works in Jiangnan. As for He Qingrong, filial piety cannot be abandoned, but the affairs of the state cannot be abandoned either. This subject proposes that he be allowed 2 months of leave to return to his hometown in Jiangnan and visit his mother, the Lu matriarch. Once his mother recovers, he can return to the capital." Wang Chong said. He Qingrong's mother had only occasionally caught a cold, and it wasn't anything serious. He could return to his hometown to visit his mother and then return to the court. This was also the best compromise they could come up with. A cold was not a serious illness. Once He Qingrong returned to his hometown, it would naturally be resolved. "He Qingrong, what do you think?" Suddenly, a voice resounded through the hall. The Grand Preceptor, who had remained seated on the armchair this entire time and had his eyes closed, suddenly stood up and spoke. This sudden action caused everyone to be taken by surprise. The conflict between Wang Chong and King Qi had attracted everyone's attention, and no one had expected the Grand Preceptor to speak at a time like this. And unlike before, the Grand Preceptor was extremely calm today, far less intense than before. His first words did not even mention that He Qingrong should go to Jiangnan to manage the irrigation works, but ask for his own opinion. He Qingrong had always been a member of the King of Song's faction, so if the Grand Preceptor were to ask for his opinion, He Qingrong would have never agreed. But for some reason, Wang Chong had a bad feeling. Almost subconsciously, Wang Chong turned his head and saw that He Qingrong's head was lowered. He did not immediately reject the idea, but appeared to be very worried. This lowly subject, He Qingrong hesitated, unable to speak for a long time. At this moment, the ill feeling in Wang Chong's heart intensified. Not good. Wang Chong's heart instantly sank. If He Qingrong truly did not want to go, he could have directly refused. There was no need for him to hesitate, but there was clearly a problem in the current situation. Your Highness! Wang Chong's heart sank as he subconsciously turned in the direction of the King of Song. At almost the same time, the King of Song also turned in Wang Chong's direction, his eyes filled with intense shock. He Qingrong was a member of the King of Song's faction, and Wang Chong had always avoided delving too deeply into the King of Song's faction. But it was clear that something had gone awry. The situation before him was completely different from what the King of Song had told him. The shock in the King of Song's eyes clearly illustrated this point. It was clear that he had also sensed the change in He Qingrong's body. Your Highness, this lowly subject is willing to go to Jiangnan and replace the imperial court in repairing the irrigation works. Finally, He Qingrong opened his mouth. His words shocked everyone present. Jiang Yinrang and the others dropped their jaws in shock, while the other generals trembled as if they had been petrified. They had done all they could to help He Qingrong deal with King Qi's group, but they had never imagined that He Qingrong himself would run into problems. In truth, it wasn't just the generals who were stunned. Even Zhou Taiqin and the other civil officials were stunned by He Qingrong's reply. This was truly unexpected, but just as everyone was busy arguing, He Qingrong gave them all a surprise. All the ministers have heard it. Lord He, since you have made up your mind, then this prince will approve the request. Within 5 days, make your preparations and immediately set out for Jiangnan. The prevention of floods concerns the lives of the nation and its people, involving millions of civilians. The project is enormous and will take a long time. You must do your best to handle this matter properly. Before Wang Chong, the King of Song, and Zhangqiu Jinqiong could say anything, the first prince, seated on his throne, lost no time in making the final decision. Many thanks, Your Highness. I, He Qingrong, will definitely not let you down and will do my utmost to complete this task. There was dead silence in the hall. He Qingrong bowed respectfully under the gazes of all the officials. At that moment, Wang Chong felt like He Qingrong had exhaled as if a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. But a moment later, He Qingrong raised his head, and Wang Chong clearly saw him straighten his body and glance in the direction of the King of Song, an apologetic look in his eyes. In a flash, Wang Chong seemed to realize something and fell silent. Although He Qingrong's betrayal had caught everyone by surprise, there was no doubt that he had his own difficulties. I miscalculated. A moment later, Wang Chong turned to the Grand Preceptor. He would never believe that the Grand Preceptor had just casually asked a question. It was clear that he had already known He Qingrong's answer before he had even spoken. If the Grand Preceptor and King Qi had not done anything, Wang Chong would never believe it. The main event is coming. Wang Chong glanced at the Grand Preceptor and King Qi. The first prince's words had been too timely, and in just a few moments, He Qingrong's departure from the capital had been set in stone. No one could change it, but Wang Chong was well aware that this was far from over. He Qingrong's departure was only the formal prelude to today's court debate. Everything had only just begun. As expected, a moment later, Wang Chong heard a voice at his ear. Your Highness, this subject has a memorial. The Minister of Light, He Qingrong, originally held a position in the Hall of Governmental Affairs, responsible for filtering out and handling the memorials. With He Qingrong's departure, this position immediately became vacant. The matters of the imperial court cannot be neglected for a single day. This lowly subject proposes that a new candidate be elected to replace Lord He's position and handle the matters of the court. Minister of Works Zhang Lianzhong suddenly stepped forward. Buzz. With these simple words, the mood of the court instantly changed. The dispute over He Qingrong's position was so intense, not just because He Qingrong's departure from the capital would leave the position vacant, but also because both sides were vying for this position. Whoever could replace this position would have a much greater say in the court. Your Highness, this subject has a memorial. The governor of Zhang Prefecture, Gu Huan, possesses outstanding abilities and has governed the region for many years. This subject recommends Gu Huan to replace He Qingrong. A voice suddenly broke the silence. King Qi had been fuming a moment ago, but now he took in a deep breath and immediately calmed down. He then respectfully bowed to the first prince. King Qi did not even try to conceal the fact that He Qingrong's position was at stake, and he immediately took action. Upon hearing King Qi's words, the Grand Preceptor, Li Linfu, and the first prince all imperceptibly creased their brows. This was not the result of their previous discussions. The governor of Zhang Prefecture, Gu Huan, had always had a close relationship with King Qi. In the previous court debates, King Qi had appeared several times to try to get Gu Huan into the imperial court. No one had expected that King Qi would once more take advantage of this opportunity to get one of his own people into the imperial court. Once his own interests were involved, King Qi's selfishness and disregard for the bigger picture would once more erupt. Your Highness, this subject objects. He Qingrong is only leaving the capital to work on the irrigation works, not to be dismissed. There is no need to find someone to replace him. Moreover, Gu Huan only has experience governing provinces and counties, not the ability to handle the affairs of the entire empire. This lowly subject believes that this matter is unacceptable. Your Highness, please reconsider. Chapter 1302. The Prince of Qi's selfishness was too heavy. When considering matters, he would never consider the state, always putting his own interests first. His current influence was enough to give others a headache. If he were to add Gu Huan to the mix, who knew what state the imperial court would be in? Most importantly, other than Wang Chong, only the king of Song could oppose him and ruin his plans. Ridiculous. This is utter nonsense. King Qi hurriedly retorted upon hearing the king of Song's objection, his expression agitated. Which member of the imperial court has any experience? Didn't they all start from nothing and climb up step by step? If we don't give others a chance, how can we raise new talents? Gu Huan's achievements are outstanding, and this king believes that he can definitely do it. King Qi was doing all he could to get his own man into the imperial court, but this king believes that this cannot be done. A voice suddenly came from below. Wang Chong sneered at this sight and walked out. King Qi wanted to use this chance to insert his own man into the imperial court, but this could not be done. Gu Huan might be good, but there were many people in the Tang dynasty who were stronger than him. Wang Chong. King Qi angrily roared, his eyes going red. This was already the second time Wang Chong had ruined his plans. This subject also feels that Gu Huan is not the best candidate. Minister of War Zhang Chou Jianqiong suddenly stepped forward and spoke. The matter of Minister of Light He Qingrong's departure from the capital was already set in stone. All they could do now was do their utmost to prevent King Qi's men from occupying He Qingrong's position. This subject agrees. This subject also agrees. In a flash, the generals and King Song's subordinates all excitedly agreed. King Qi's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. Your Highness, if Gu Huan is not good enough, this old subject has someone to recommend. As the two sides faced off and the atmosphere in the imperial court was at its most tense, another elderly voice resounded through the hall. The Grand Preceptor spoke once more. This old official has interacted with him. In this old official's eyes, his ability is completely capable of entering the hall of governmental affairs and replacing He Qingrong's position to handle state affairs. The Grand Preceptor's words once more left everyone dumbfounded. Even the King of Song and Zhangqiu Jinqiang were dumbfounded. On the other side, Wang Chong suddenly had an extremely ill foreboding. Ever since his conflict with Wang Chong in the imperial court, the Grand Preceptor had not attended court for a very long time, much less participate in court discussions. Moreover, from the Grand Preceptor's questions about He Qingrong's situation, it was clear that he had come prepared for this court session. Wang Chong did not believe that the Grand Preceptor was just speaking thoughtlessly. "Who is it?" King Qi's eyes went red, and before he realized that it was the Grand Preceptor who had spoken, he immediately bellowed. But before King Qi could think too much, a thunderous voice came from outside the hall. "What are you waiting for?" "Me." It was a simple word, but it was brimming with confidence. Even in the face of all the important officials of the imperial court, he would still be fearless. With this word, a flurry of footsteps came from outside the hall of Taiha, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Whoosh! All the civil and military officials, including Wang Chong, turned to the source of the voice. A moment later, there was a flash of light at the entrance to the hall, and a figure dressed in snow-white robes strode into the hall, his head held high and his chest puffed out. His steps were relaxed and his bearing elegant, giving off the feeling of an orchid in a deep valley. At least half of the civil officials in the hall lowered their heads at the sight of this figure, a look of respect appearing in their eyes. Wang Chong had not cared at the start, but when he saw this person's appearance, Wang Chong's body trembled, like he had been struck by a lightning bolt. Li Junxian. Wang Chong stared in disbelief at this familiar figure. He had never imagined that the person the Grand Preceptor was recommending was none other than the leader of the Confucian sect that he had met in Drunken Moon Pavilion, Li Junxian. At that moment, an intense sense of conspiracy surged out of Wang Chong's mind. From the irrigation project to He Qingrong's departure, to King Qi's recommendation of Guhuan, to the Grand Preceptor's recommendation of Li Junxian, all of this flashed through his mind with astonishing speed. And when he thought about how the King of Song's spy had learned from King Qi that the structure of the imperial court was about to be completely changed, Wang Chong suddenly understood. At the same time, Li Junxian stood at the entrance of the hall, his eyes sweeping over the crowd of officials before finally settling on Wang Chong. "King of Foreign Lands, we meet again." Buzz. The hall fell into an uproar, countless generals turning to look at the white-robed young man. From the way the white-robed young man spoke, it was clear that he knew Wang Chong, but there was clearly a hint of hostility between the two. This was definitely not a friend, not a foe. The Grand Preceptor's recommendation and the fact that he could make an enemy of someone like the King of Foreign Lands meant that this white-robed man at the entrance of the hall had an extraordinary background. At the door of the hall, Li Junxian pretended not to see or hear anything, paying no attention to the gathered officials. His expression relaxed, he smiled, and his eyes met with Wang Chong's. At that moment, countless bolts of lightning flashed through the air. The hall was deathly still, and even the neutral officials seemed to realize something and sense the hostility between the two. "It's him." Next to the coiling dragon pillar, the King of Song also seemed to sense something, his eyes widening as he stared at that snow-robed figure, his expression turning grave. Although he had never seen Li Junxian before, based on Wang Chong's description, the King of Song had already ordered someone to make a portrait of Li Junxian. This young leader of the Confucian sect had left an extremely deep impression on the King of Song. But not even the King of Song had expected that this leader of the Confucian sect, who had always been hiding behind the scenes, would personally appear in the imperial court. Nearby, Minister of War Zhangqiu Jinqiang reacted a little slower, but he also realized something. His eyes wandered between Wang Chong and Li Junxian, a look of bewilderment on his face. "Your Highness, This king objects, "How important are the matters of the Hall of Governmental Affairs? Can anyone just enter?" A moment later, Wang Chong spoke, his expression cold and aloof. No matter what the Confucian sect was planning, he would not let them succeed. But Li Junxian only faintly smiled and said nothing. "Who said that he was just anyone? This is our junior Minister of Dependencies." Suddenly, a voice came from the other side of the hall. The Chamberlain of Dependencies, Fang Jingqing, suddenly walked out from the ranks and said with a serious expression, "So, as long as one receives foreign guests at the Chamberlain of Dependencies, one can handle the affairs of the Secretariat? When did the matters of the imperial court become so casual?" Wang Chong coldly said, "The Chamberlain of Dependencies was under King Qi's faction, so it was probably the best place to place Li Junxian in. Although he didn't know what the Confucian sect was planning, one would not visit a temple without a cause. The imperial court was the center of the entire Tang dynasty, the entire Central Plains. Li Junxian had done everything he could to enter the imperial court, even going so far as to remove He Qingrong. Of course not the Chamberlain of Dependencies. I forgot to tell everyone that besides being the junior Minister of Dependencies, he is also this old subject's last disciple. This old subject is untalented, but in his later years he still hopes to do his best to serve the imperial court. Coupled with this child's outstanding talent, I took him in and devoted myself to teaching him. Every day, all the memorials in the imperial court will pass through this old subject's eyes. Over the years, this old subject has taught him everything he has learned, and this child has not let down this old subject's trust, surpassing the master. Right now, he is completely capable of participating in the affairs of the imperial court. Your Highness, this old subject recommends that this child take over He Qingrong's position. With him participating in the affairs of the Secretariat, there will be no slip-ups. On this old subject can guarantee his reputation for the rest of his life. Your Highness, please consider." The Grand Preceptor stood in front of the Grand Preceptor's armchair and spoke at a leisurely pace, with a solemn expression. He gave a deep bow to the imperial court. This was the third time he had taken action in today's imperial court. The words "this old subject's last disciple" caused Wang Chong's heart to turn cold and sink to the bottom of a lake. The Chamberlain of Dependency's recommendation, the Grand Preceptor's guarantee, and the Grand Preceptor's disciple. For the sake of recommending Li Junxian, the Grand Preceptor had even said that he would guarantee his reputation for the rest of his life. Wang Chong didn't know if Li Junxian had truly learned all the skills of the Grand Preceptor and possessed the ability to manage state affairs. But if what the Grand Preceptor said was true, then the Confucian sect, the Grand Preceptor, and King Qi were planning so far ahead that anyone would be alarmed. But the more this was the case, the more Wang Chong could not allow them to succeed. The imperial court has the rules of the imperial court, and everything must be done according to the rules. Without any merit, not even the Grand Preceptor's disciple can reach the heavens in a single bound and enter the Secretariat. I will still say the same thing, not. Wang Chong sternly said, "The King of Foreign Lands has spoken well. This old man just so happens to have something to announce. Not long ago, Li Shaoqing Li Junxian, as an emissary of the Tang dynasty, reached an agreement with the other countries to have Uzun, the Western Turks, and Goguryeo agree to reduce their armies. Because Uzun suffered heavy losses in the previous war, it is reducing its army by 150,000, the Western Turks by 200,000, the Eastern Turks by 230,000, the Goguryeo Empire by 280,000, and the Mengshi-Zhao Empire by 300,000. Several days ago, the various countries formally notified the imperial court that all the reductions will be completed within 10 days. Suddenly, a voice came from another direction behind the Grand Preceptor, Prime Minister Li Linfu of the Great Tang. This caught everyone off guard. Li Linfu had not said a single word throughout the entire meeting, not even half a word. No one had expected him to interrupt at this time. What was even more shocking was the information revealed in his words. Boom! Chapter 1303. The countries are reducing their armies? How could this be? Did I hear wrong? Uzin is reducing their armies by 150,000, the Western Turks by 200,000, and Goguryeo by 280,000. How could such a thing be possible? These countries have always covetously eyed the Central Plains with wild ambitions. Even when we negotiated with them to maintain good, neighborly relations and stop fighting, it was impossible. How could they possibly agree to reduce their armies? Prime Minister Li Linfu's words were like a stone thrown into a ripple. Everyone was stunned by Prime Minister Li Linfu's words. If these countries agreed to reduce their armies, this would be an unprecedented piece of good news. The threat that the surrounding barbarians posed to the Tang dynasty would be greatly weakened, especially when one considered that these countries were primarily cavalry, which would be even more advantageous to the Tang dynasty. In addition, in order to express the Tang dynasty's resolve to maintain good neighborly relations and never fight again, all the empires have decided to withdraw their armies by 300 li. While the officials were chattering, Li Linfu's voice once more resounded through the hall. Bzzz. The people in the hall had already been shaken by Li Linfu's announcement, and Li Linfu's words pushed their emotions to a new peak. Lord Prime Minister, is what Sir says true? Countless officials turned to Li Linfu, and a few of them who were closest to him moved closer to him. If not for his status as Prime Minister, they would have long ago reached out to ask him about this matter. There is no doubt about this matter. The Hall of Governmental Affairs has documents from all the countries as proof, all of them stamped with the seals of their emperors. Li Linfu sternly said. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the first prince in the main hall. The latter slightly nodded from his throne. It was clear that there was no doubt about this matter. Boom! In an instant, the entire hall was in an uproar. All the generals were stunned. To have the countries bordering the Tang dynasty reduce their armies by 200,000, perhaps even 300,000, was something that not even they had dared to imagine. This was truly subduing the enemy without a fight. To have the countries bordering the Tang dynasty lose nearly 1 million soldiers in the blink of an eye was undoubtedly a major achievement. It was no less than Wang Chong's Western expedition. No matter what Li Juanqian's background was, this was enough for him to enter the imperial court and participate in politics. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Chong was even more shocked than Jiang Yinrang and the others. Even Wang Chong was caught unprepared by the news that the countries around the Tang dynasty had reduced their armies to 1 million soldiers at the same time. How is this possible? Wang Chong muttered to himself. His heart was in turmoil, and almost subconsciously, Wang Chong turned to look at the king of Song and Zhangqiu Jinqiu. In their eyes, Wang Chong saw the same shock. Obviously, they hadn't received any news beforehand. This was a real heavy bomb. However, after the initial shock, Wang Chong's heart slowly cooled down. The Grand Preceptor, Li Linfu, and all the most illustrious figures of the imperial court began to stand up for Li Junxian. Li Junxian and the Confucian sect were clearly determined to obtain He Qingrong's vacant seat. Your Highness! Wang Chong wanted to say more, but a moment later, a familiar and soft voice rang out at his ear. Wang Chong, forget it! The Grand Preceptor, Li Linfu, King Qi, and perhaps the first prince, from the moment the irrigation works began, they had been planning for this moment. If what they said just now is true, then Li Junxian and the Confucian sect have performed an enormous deed by reducing the armies of the countries. Although I don't like the idea of the Confucian sect taking over, I have to admit that their actions have been beneficial to the Great Tang, beneficial to the country, and beneficial to the common people. This contribution alone is enough for them to enter the central government. This is not something we can stop. The King of Song's voice was tinged with complex emotions. public was public and private was private. Although he was still deeply wary of the Confucian sect, Li Junxian and the Confucian sect had truly done a good deed by reducing the armies of the countries, even though not even the king of Song knew how they had done it. Impossible, given the personalities of the countries. How could they be willing to reduce their armies? Wang Chong messaged back, but the documents of the various countries have already been delivered to the imperial court. This matter is set in stone and cannot be faked. At the very least, Li Junxian and that Confucian sect truly did their best, and they even tried to do things that benefited the country and the people. This cannot be denied. Merit must be rewarded and mistakes must be punished. This is the rule of the imperial court, and it is also the law of using people. With this ability and the recommendations of the Grand Preceptor, King Qi, and the Prime Minister, he is already qualified to enter the imperial court and participate in politics. We are powerless to reverse the situation. The King of Song gave a long sigh, his voice tinged with helplessness. Today's defeat had been decided from the moment he had agreed to the irrigation works in Jiangnan. It was too late to make up for it later. Failure to win was not the fault of soldiers. This had nothing to do with Wang Chong. Wang Chong could hear the helplessness in the King of Song's voice and instantly fell silent. Li Junxian, come forward. Just at this moment, the first prince, who had been standing at the top of the hall like a towering mountain, spoke up. This lowly subject will go. Li Junxian faintly smiled, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, and he immediately walked forward. From start to finish, this court debate had been completely under his control. Perhaps Wang Chong and the generals believed that this matter could still be done, that they could still stop him. But to Li Junxian, from the moment he stood outside the hall, everything had been decided. Tap, tap, tap. Li Junxian's footsteps were relaxed, and his abyss-like demeanor and upright demeanor had left a deep impression on even the scholar officials of the imperial court and made them feel admiration for him. Tap! When he was still several steps from Wang Chong, Li Junxian suddenly stopped. King of Foreign Lands, it seems like your prejudice against me is too deep. Li Junxian glanced at Wang Chong, a smirk on his face. But before Wang Chong could say anything, Li Junxian had already flung his sleeve and brushed past Wang Chong. Behind him, Wang Chong stared at Li Junxian's back, his eyes as cold as ice. He had lost this round, at least on the surface. But Wang Chong was well aware that this was far from being so simple. The Tang dynasty was reducing the armies of the barbarians. If the Uzin and the Western Turks had sincerely wanted to reduce their armies and maintain peace with the Tang dynasty, and if they had not used any tricks in their negotiations, Wang Chong would have been sincerely happy. But wolves were wolves and tigers were tigers. Even if they retracted their claws, they could not change their nature to drink blood and eat meat. Wang Chong was keenly aware of this. If a peace treaty was useful, the Tang dynasty would not be at war with the Uzin and the other countries. If the Western Turks and the other countries truly loved peace, Emperor Taizong and all the other wise sovereigns of the Central Plains would have long ago resolved this problem. The Tang dynasty would have no need to expand its army or prepare for war. Li Junxian had no idea what he was doing. He had underestimated these countries, underestimated the hearts of men. Li Junxian, hear the decree. Beloved subject has served the Tang dynasty and the people of the country in your diplomatic mission. Thus, you have been conferred the title of Secretariat Advisor and sent to the Secretariat to participate in politics. The Grand Preceptor will assist you in the affairs of the court. The Bureau of Personnel will draft a document and announce beloved subjects' achievements to the world to demonstrate your achievements. The first prince said in a loud voice, I have already submitted this conferment to Imperial Father and obtained Imperial Father's approval. I trust that all subjects have no objections. At this point, the first prince shot a profound glance at Wang Chong. Wang Chong's heart sank. The first prince's words were clearly directed at him. In the entire imperial court, he was probably the most vehement opponent of Li Junxian, but Wang Chong managed to restrain himself. If he lost one step, he would lose every step. The news of the various countries reducing their armies had rendered all of Wang Chong's words useless. In the hall, the first prince quickly retracted his gaze. Li Junxian, the Grand Preceptor, has high praise for you. Do not disappoint this king. Many thanks, Your Highness. Li Junxian will do all he can to serve the empire. Li Junxian stepped forward, waved his sleeve, and bowed in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Grand Preceptor, Li Junxian is your last disciple. You have also contributed greatly to his service to the empire by having the other countries reduce their armies. However, the Grand Preceptor is already a first-rank official and cannot be conferred any more titles. Thus, this king has decided to bestow upon the Grand Preceptor an imperial belt, 10,000 taels of gold, and an imperial token of the imperial household to show his service. Many thanks, Your Highness. The Grand Preceptor turned around and respectfully bowed to the ceiling of the hall. A few moments later, the court session concluded, and everyone surged out of the hall. Your Highness, Qingrong has let Your Highness down in this matter. As Wang Chong and the King of Song walked out of Taihe Palace, the Minister of Light, He Qingrong, hurriedly rushed forward, his face covered in shame. For a moment, the atmosphere was deathly still. Brother He, in truth, whether you leave or stay, this king has no intention of blaming you. But just what happened? I remember that several days ago, when I met with Brother He said that he wanted to apply for 2 months of leave from the court to return to his hometown to visit his mother. He said that he would return in 2 months and would not allow the Prince of Qi to take advantage of him. However, at this point, King Song paused and gave a deep sigh. Victory and defeat were commonplace for soldiers. This was true on the battlefield, and it was also true in the imperial court. The King of Song did not care that he had lost this round to King Qi's faction. What he truly could not let go of was He Qingrong's attitude. When the Grand Preceptor asked He Qingrong's answer had caught everyone off guard. If they knew that He Qingrong had already made his choice, they would not have panicked and would have taken other measures. All was quiet. Wang Chong said nothing, only looked at He Qingrong. From a certain perspective, He Qingrong's attitude could already be considered a betrayal. Compared to an enemy's attack, one's own side's betrayal was far more troubling. Lord He speak. Just what happened? Wang Chong straightforwardly said. A single person's attitude could not change so much. Wang Chong would never believe that the Grand Preceptor and the others had not played a trick in this matter. He Qingrong raised his head and finally couldn't help but sigh, a look of reminiscence appearing in his eyes. To tell the truth, before the morning court session, I suddenly received a letter. Chapter 1304. What letter? Is it from King Qi and the others? No. He Qingrong shook his head and smiled bitterly, a complicated expression on his face. It's not that complicated. They only sent me a letter from my mother. I am untalented, but I come from a large clan in Jiangnan. My mother is also from a scholarly family. She is well educated and learned a few words, so I can recognize that it is undoubtedly my mother's handwriting. Hearing this, Wang Chong and the King of Song exchanged glances. Suddenly, they understood something and their hearts rippled. Your Highness, I know why King Qi and the others sent me this letter, and I also know what they are planning. But my mother was right. After I became an official in the imperial court, I rarely went back to my hometown for many years. Now that my mother is advanced in years, I fear that if I don't return, we will be separated forever, and I will not have another chance. If that happens, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Even if King Qi and the others had not interfered, I had already made up my mind to return home. This is my personal decision, and I hope that the King of Song will understand. At the end, He Qingrong couldn't help but sigh again and bowed deeply. I understand. Hearing this, the King of Song sighed deeply. Filial piety was the most important of all virtues. Although He Qingrong's final decision was unexpected, it was also reasonable. Even the King of Song could not blame him. Brother He, just go. Don't worry, I won't blame you. Many thanks, Your Highness. He Qingrong's face was full of shame, and his head drooped even lower. This was also the reason why He Qingrong admired the King of Song so much. The King of Song's breadth of mind and bearing would forever be unmatched by others. He Qingrong quickly left, his back somewhat lonely and somewhat relieved. Looking at He Qingrong's back, Wang Chong also felt deeply moved. We have completely lost this round. He Qingrong has been in the court for many years. What transferred him back was not his mother's letter, but his longing for his mother deep in his heart. It was precisely because of this that they were able to make use of it. This plan is not something that King Qi could have imagined, nor could it have come from the hands of Li Linfu or the Grand Preceptor. Yeah, the King of Song put his hands behind his back and let out a long sigh. That person is smarter than we thought. I'm sure that everything is part of his plan. Now that his wish has been fulfilled and he has successfully entered the imperial court, I'm afraid that the imperial court will enter troubled times in the future. In an instant, both of them fell silent. Just as he was about to reach the palace gates, a commotion suddenly sounded from outside. Raising his head, he saw a huge commotion at the entrance of the palace. A group of civil and military officials had gathered together and were rushing toward a certain direction, their expressions filled with respect. And in the middle of the crowd, there was a figure that was as white as snow, elegant and tranquil. He was talking with those people in a natural and unrestrained manner, giving off a feeling that he was a crane in a flock of chickens. It's the leader of the Confucian school. The King of Song raised an eyebrow as he subconsciously turned to Wang Chong. Wang Chong said nothing, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Li Junxian. At that moment, the two of them seemed to realize something. Your Highness, you go first. I will go right after you. Wang Chong suddenly said. His body was rooted to the spot, motionless. The King of Song nodded. I will wait for you outside. After saying this, he gave a deep glance at Li Junxian in the distance. Then with a wave of his sleeve, he quickly departed. At the same time, Li Junxian said something, causing the surrounding officials to scatter. In a flash, only Wang Chong and Li Junxian were left at the entrance of the imperial palace. Without the other officials present, the surroundings were so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. For a few seconds, neither of them moved, as if they were waiting for the other to come. But a moment later, the two of them seemed to realize something and stepped forward at almost the same time. After another deathly stillness, the two once more stopped. A few moments later, Li Junxian seemed to think of something and grinned as he began to walk toward Wang Chong. At the same time, Wang Chong began to walk forward. King of foreign lands, this time, we are finally subjects of the same palace. Li Junxian was the first to speak, his expression relaxed. Even though they were enemies, if one put aside their different standpoints, one had to admit that Li Junxian truly did have an extraordinary breadth of mind and bearing. You've won this round. I didn't think that you would even be able to use He Qingrong's mother. Wang Chong jeered. Ha, don't you understand? In this round, we weren't the ones who made the decision, but He Qingrong himself. From the beginning to the end, no one was able to influence him. All we did was help him make the right decision. Li Junxian gave a carefree smile. Although I don't know how you managed to deal with the barbarians on the borders of the Tang dynasty, as subjects of the same palace and subjects of the Tang dynasty, I would like to remind you that a leopard cannot change its spots. In the 16th year of the Sui dynasty's day, the Sui and the Uzun signed a treaty, each side withdrawing their soldiers 30 li and promising not to attack the other. But before the ink on the treaty was dry, the Uzun took advantage of the Sway's retreat to launch a large-scale attack, killing more than 100,000 Sway soldiers. It was only in the 18th year of Day that they were able to take their revenge. In the 7th year of the last emperor of the Sway, the princess of the Great Sway married into marriage with the Western Turks. The two sides agreed to become allies and not attack each other. In the 12th month of the same year, the princess of the Great Sway gave birth to a son for the Western Turkic Khagan, and the princess was conferred the title of Empress Shao. The soldiers on the border believed that the Great Sway and the Western Turks were on good terms and that a son of the dragon had been born, so they let down their guard. They did not expect the Western Turks to launch a large-scale invasion at this time. The defeat of the Sway set the stage for the rise of the heroes that followed. This was only a matter of 200 or 300 years ago, and there were countless similar incidents in the past. The barbarians cannot be trusted, or at least not easily trusted. Moreover, the nomads are different from the Tang people of the Central Plains. Withdrawing from the army will not affect their fighting power. With a single order, they will immediately gather again. The idea of reducing the army is simply untrustworthy. Wang Chong sternly said, "Haha, there's no need for the king of foreign lands to worry about this matter. I have already taken care of everything. Even without the king of foreign lands' reminder, I would have sent people to supervise the withdrawal of the armies of the Uzun, the Western Turks, and the other countries. Moreover, that was then, and this is now. If one person commits a crime, will all their descendants be criminals?" In the spring and autumn period, Yan Zhueju was a great bandit of Liangfu. But didn't he also become a disciple of the sage of Confucius? Later on, his achievements were extraordinary. Just as I said, if you don't try, how can you know if you will succeed? Li Junxian faintly smiled. King of foreign lands, a great era has arrived. The hearts of men hate war, and peace and tranquility are the aspirations of the people, the trend of the times. War is no longer suitable for this era, and anyone who goes against this trend will be rejected by this era and history. King of foreign lands, you are the leader of the militarists. Only by withdrawing from the tide and knowing when to stop will you be able to protect yourself and end well. This is your last chance. Buzz! Wang Chong's pupils constricted, and his expression instantly turned cold. So this is a threat. The atmosphere instantly became incomparably tense, and the relaxed atmosphere from before had vanished without a trace. Across from Wang Chong, the smile on Li Juanqian's lips slowly faded, and there was no more mirth in his eyes. If I were you, I would never say such a thing. I would treat it as a kind warning. There will not be a third conversation like this between us. For the sake of the Tang dynasty and the people of the world, I will not permit anyone to break this hard-won peace. If I discover that someone from the militarists is trying to break it, I will show no mercy. Li Junxian coldly said as he stared at Wang Chong. The Confucian sect's plan for the harmonious world had finally reached its most critical juncture. From the moment he ascended to the imperial court, nothing could be reversed. Nothing could be reversed. At this time, anyone who stood in the way of the Confucian sect and the people of the world could not be tolerated. This was also the main reason he had been waiting here for Wang Chong. This is also what I wanted to say. At almost the same time, Wang Chong spoke, his eyes even colder than Li Juanqian's. Li Junxian, the militarists do not exist to fulfill the harmonious world of your Confucians, but to protect the safety of the people of the world. Withdrawal of troops, peace talks, agreements with the barbarians. You have no idea what you are doing. Li Junxian, let me tell you one more time. Everything you are doing is not to protect the world. On the contrary, you are transforming the richest empire into a defenseless land. I will not let you succeed. As long as I exist, you and the Confucian sect will never succeed. Even if you become a secretariat advisor, take He Qingrong's place, and enter the secretariat, it will be the same. Buzz! In an instant, the two of them looked at each other. Their gazes were as sharp as swords. At this moment, both of them understood that whether they were willing or not, there was no path of retreat between them. King of foreign lands, you will regret this. After some time, Li Junxian took in a deep breath and calmed himself. Is that so? Then I'll be waiting. After saying this, Wang Chong waved his sleeve, turned around, and began to walk away. That's right, let me tell you something. I hate being threatened the most. With these words, Wang Chong vanished from the palace gate. Li Junxian watched as Wang Chong left, his eyes turning sharp. Young master, it seems like the king of foreign lands has become our greatest obstacle in the imperial court. As long as he is here, many of our plans will be very difficult to carry out. A man wearing an azure Confucian robe walked out from behind Li Junxian and stopped several paces from him. A light breeze blew, rolling up his sleeves. In that instant, a black mark could be faintly seen. The azure-robed man stared in the direction Wang Chong had left, his eyes brimming with killing intent. He had clearly heard the conversation between Wang Chong and Li Junxian. In the end, this leader of the militarists, the son of Heaven's disciple, had always been the greatest obstacle to the Confucian sect. Young master, you can no longer be soft-hearted. We've put in so much effort to reach this stage. Moreover, this is no longer a matter for you alone. The lives of all the Confucian sect are at stake. Even if you want to withdraw, it's already too late. No matter what, you can't allow him to threaten us again. Chapter 1305. Her ears were as translucent as jade and adorned with 2 ear bells. As the wind blew past, the 2 ear bells fluttered and tinkled. This young lady was none other than the woman who had appeared with Elder Song at Li Junxian's side in the tea-house. There's no need to worry. I've already arranged for Elder Song to deal with him. With just a little more time, we'll be able to push him out of the imperial court. He won't be able to threaten us, at least not in the imperial court. Li Junxian said. With these words, the 3 of them vanished from the imperial palace. How is it? Wang Chong had just boarded the carriage when a voice rang out at his ear. The King of Song was seated in a corner of the carriage, apparently waiting for a long time. Next to him was Minister of War Zhang Chou Jianqiong, both of them looking at Wang Chong. This was the first time the leader of the Confucian sect had appeared in the imperial court, and the meeting between Wang Chong and Li Junxian had probably attracted the attention of countless people, both in the open and in the shadows. The Confucian sect will soon move. Tell the generals of the militarists to be careful. The moment Wang Chong boarded the carriage, he sat down next to the King of Song. The 2 men in the carriage paled at these words. In addition, although the foreign countries cannot be trusted, since they have already reached an agreement with them, they must ensure that the foreign countries strictly carry out their promise to reduce their armies. Lord Zhang Chou, I'll leave this matter to you. Wang Chong turned to Zhang Chou Jianqiong and said, Zhang Chou Jianqiong solemnly nodded. As for Li Junxian, leave it to me. As Wang Chong spoke, he looked out the window, his gaze profound. Rumble. The carriage continued forward, vanishing into the deep alleys. An hour later, countless officers and soldiers swarmed out of the palace and various government offices, pasting official notices all over the capital. Countless messenger pigeons soared into the sky, flying to various places in the central plains. Uzan, the Abbasid Caliphate, the Eastern and Western Turks, the Goguryeo Empire, the Mengshizhao Empire, the news that the various countries had reduced their armies, amounting to nearly 1 million soldiers, quickly spread throughout the world. Rumble. In an instant the world was shaken. All the commoners of the Central Plains were shocked by this news. Impossible. Great. That was great. The Tang dynasty and all the wastelands are finally going to achieve peace. On the great land of the divine continent, in all the counties of the 9 continents, everyone was excited by this news. Up until now, this could be said to be the best news in the land of the 9 continents. Countless people spread the news, and even set off fireworks and firecrackers. With this news came another name, Secretariat Advisor Li Junxian. This was the first time the commoners had heard of this name. Although it was the first time, the miraculous feat of doing so without any bloodshed was deeply engraved in the minds of many people. Li Junxian. Li Junxian. In the streets of the Tang dynasty, adults were carrying children, all of them playing and laughing, their faces red with excitement. Young master, listen. In the middle of the bustling streets of Chang, and a simple blue carriage followed the other carriages. The curtain of the carriage was pulled open, revealing the excited face of a young man. Now, young master has truly made the entire world know of you. We've really won this round. However, in the carriage, the young and handsome man in white, who was like frost and snow, had a calm expression and was not moved at all. It's not that we've won, but that the people of the world are longing for peace. Li Junxian indifferently said. The young man serving at the side was stunned and immediately froze. A light breeze blew a large parasol, tree, leaf through the window and into the carriage. Li Junxian extended a hand, allowing the leaf to fall into his palm. In the mottled sunlight, it changed colors. At that moment, Li Junxian's eyes were dazed as he thought of something. After a long, long time, Li Junxian finally came back to his senses. Master, we're about to succeed. All of this, did you see it all from the sky? Li Junxian inwardly muttered, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. The carriage rumbled, and soon the group of people disappeared. As the center of the Eastern world, it had countless elite soldiers and powerful generals, as well as an existence like the king of foreign lands. Information from the Great Tang's capital was constantly being transmitted in all directions. Not long after the court session ended, a few people noticed that a few strange-looking eagles had mixed in with the birds and carrier pigeons flying over the capital and were rapidly flying off in all directions. In the distant north, at the peak of Mount Sanmi in the western Turkic Khaganate, a golden sun illuminated the sky, one smaller than the other, and the other larger, shining upon the other. At that moment, Mount Sanmi seemed like a paradise on earth, sacred and beautiful. If one were to look carefully through the layers of golden sunlight on the mountain top, one would discover that there was a human figure in the light. He was covered in golden battle armor and looked very powerful. He was like a god of war who had descended to the mortal world. He was sitting on a huge rock and thinking silently. In his body, surging and majestic stellar energy was surging like an ocean, circulating endlessly. Even in existence, like the celestial wolf, great general, de Wussely, paled in comparison. Even the tens of thousands of elite soldiers guarding Mount Sanmi seemed as insignificant as a speck of dust. That unparalleled and invincible aura was simply the most powerful existence on Mount Sanmi. The Sun Great General Wunu Shibi. In the entire western Turkic Khaganate, the only person with such grandeur and strength was the empire's war god, the Sun Great General of the Western Turks, Wunu Shibi, who was on par with the Yusing Empire's White Lion Great General and the Great Tang's Wang Zhongxi. If the White Lion Great General was like Tadra Konglo, then the Sun Great General Wunu Shibi would have also been in seclusion, leaving everything to de Wussely and the other Turkic great generals to handle. Not too long ago, Wunu Shibi had emerged from seclusion and taken over the military and political authority of the Western Turkic Khaganate. Ishbara Khagan's trust in Wunu Shibi had allowed this Western Turkic war god to enjoy a supreme status in the Western steppe. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air came from the sky. Wunu Shibi's heart stirred, and he finally snapped out of his thoughts. He stretched out his palm, and when the eagle was still several feet away from the ground, it was immediately pulled by an invisible force, and with a whoosh it fell into his palm. It's finally begun? Wunu Shibi opened the envelope, glanced at it, and quickly put it away. The corners of his lips immediately curled into a meaningful smile. Pass on my order. The Sanu tribe, West Bull tribe, Bright Wolf tribe, Black Wolf tribe immediately begin to reduce their armies In addition, all soldiers are to retreat 300 li. Yes, my lord. Wunu Shibi's words were immediately followed by several other voices. Following this, several figures leaped onto the divine beasts and flew in all directions at lightning speed. The surroundings gradually quieted down, and a few moments later, he heard footsteps behind him. At the same time, Wunu Shibi sensed a powerful energy, dark and bizarre, incomparably pure, slowly approaching him. The renowned Sun Great General only faintly smiled, not even turning his head as he continued to look forward. Reducing an army of 200,000? Isn't this price a little too high? When he was still several dozen feet from Wunu Shibi, the footsteps finally stopped. At the same time, an elderly voice rang out in Wunu Shibi's ears. "Ha! So even the Blackwater shaman, who can see the future, feels regret." Wunu Shibi said without turning his head, "It's not regret. I'm just hesitating. Isn't this price a little too high?" Behind him, the black-robed Blackwater shaman, wielding a beast-headed staff, said, "And you're wrong about one thing. It's been a long time since I've been able to see the future. The future is constantly changing. Ever since that unprecedented snowstorm and the great freeze last year, I've lost my connection with the gods. The current me can no longer see the future. I've always felt that there's an invisible and powerful force interfering with the future, interfering with everything. Right now, I can only use the past to formulate a strategy for the future." The Blackwater shaman stood motionless, his robes flapping in the wind. If anyone else had heard this, they would have been absolutely stunned. The Blackwater Great Shaman, who possessed a supreme status in the Khaganate and could see the future, had actually lost his ability to see the future. This was enough to make all the influential nobles panic. This was because the Blackwater shaman's divine decree had always been guiding the Khaganate. "That brat of the Tang dynasty, do you still not see his future?" Solar Great General Wunu Shibi suddenly said. This question had come without warning. The Blackwater shaman said nothing, but a complicated look appeared in his eyes. "He's a variable. He has no past, and not even the gods can see through his future. Is that so?" The Solar Great General faintly smiled, half jeering. "He's a scion of the Great Tang, the youngest grandson of Wang Juling's first wife. Everything about him is so clear that even an ordinary spy would be able to clearly investigate his past. But in your eyes there's no past?" The Blackwater shaman had an exalted status, and even Ishbara Khagan respected him. But very few people knew that this Blackwater shaman had a deep friendship with Solar Great General Wunu Shibi. Long before the Blackwater shaman had become famous, the two had been very good friends. What can be seen is often the most bewildering. A hedonistic scion who accomplished nothing before the age of 16, who could even toy with a scoundrel, was able to grow into the world's most outstanding war god in such a short amount of time, even defeating an army of 1 million soldiers. Do you really think that all of this is as simple as it seems? The Blackwater shaman was calm and composed, not the slightest bit angry. Chapter 1306. The Blackwater shaman had not paid a price for communicating with God time and time again in an attempt to see the future. Up ahead, Wunu Shibi said no more, a solemn look in his eyes. The information on the Tang dynasty's king of foreign lands had probably piled up into a small mountain in the hands of these people. The first half of his life was mediocre and lackluster, and the second half was a sudden awakening and astonishing advancement. Even now, many people were still deeply bewildered. Let's not talk about this matter. The Khagan asked me to ask you something. Can we tamper with the disarmament of 200,000 soldiers? The Blackwater shaman said. Does the Khagan believe that the Western Turks and the Tang dynasty are so far apart that even if we tamper with the disarmament, the Tang dynasty won't be able to see through it? Wunu Shibi put away his smile and sternly said. The Blackwater shaman nodded. Impossible. Wunu Shibi indifferently said, his answer clean and crisp. All of you are looking down on that Tang Dynasty Confucian too much. As Wunu Shibi spoke, he slowly stood up from the smooth boulder he was sitting on. In that instant, the earth quaked and mountains swayed. There was even a series of metallic clangs that came from the golden sun battle armor. When Wunu Shibi stood up straight, it was as if a giant had appeared in front of the round stone. Wunu was 2 meters tall. Compared to the Blackwater shaman beside him, he was a full head taller, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. That Confucian might be too naive, but he's not simple. At the very least, he's not as simple as all of you imagine. He's the king of foreign lands who can suppress the Tang Dynasty, summon him back to the capital at his peak, and suppress the militarists. Do all of you really think that he can be so easily fooled? Wunu Shibi slowly said. To everyone's surprise, Wunu Shibi's evaluation of Li Junxian was much higher than many people had imagined. Hearing this, even the Blackwater shaman's eyes flickered. The current Tang Dynasty has already reached its peak. No single side can contend against it. And if they really wanted to use the conflict between militarists and Confucians in the Tang Dynasty to wear down the Tang Dynasty, they couldn't afford to take any chances. At least at this stage, they must see the disarmament for themselves. Wunu said in dismay, I understand. Let's reply to Khan like this. The Blackwater shaman nodded and quickly left. At the same time, far away in Uzin, an endless gale blew from the north all the way to the south. Ever since the Battle of Talas last year, in which Dalu and Ruozin, Dusong Mangpoj, and Huishu Wuzong had died, the entire Uzin was suffused with an oppressive aura, and even the sky was oppressive. At this moment, at the eastern edge of the Uzin highlands, several figures were standing on the edge of a cliff, looking at the endless land in front of them. The robes of the 3 people at the very front fluttered in the wind. Their bodies exuded an aura of boundless power. This person was dressed in an azure robe, and as he silently looked forward, his eyes shone with boundless wisdom. Walala! As the 3 of them looked down at the central plains, they suddenly heard the flapping of wings. An eagle pierced through the clouds and split the sun, rapidly flying down from the northwest direction. Swoosh! In the next moment, an arm reached out and caught the eagle that was descending from the sky. Imperial Minister. It's a letter from the Western Turkic Khaganate of the Northeast. Wunu Shibi's seal is on it. The fully armored Uzin warrior strode up to the Uzin Imperial Minister, Dalen Trinling, and handed over the letter. Although he was not yet 50 and was in the prime of his life, Dalen Trinling's face was weather-beaten. The deaths of 2 great generals and a prime minister had dealt an unimaginable blow to the empire. Even now, Dalen Trinling still had not recovered from that blow. Dalen Trinling only gave the letter a cursory glance before putting it away and placing it behind his back. Wunu Shibi has sent a letter. The Western Turks are withdrawing their army of 200,000. All of you should prepare. Dalen Trinling's indifferent voice resounded in everyone's ears. Yes, Imperial Minister. The generals of the Yarlung royal lineage and Ye's royal lineage bowed. In its several battles with the Tang Dynasty, the Uzin Empire had suffered grievous losses. The illustrious Ngari royal lineage had been completely wiped out, and the northern regions only had 2 royal lineages left. Even so, the entire Uzin Empire was in danger of losing its talents. Standing at Dalen Trinling's side were mostly the younger disciples of the great clans like Dayan Ursongrong and Dari Nightsai. Imperial Minister, a disarmament of 150,000 has never happened before. Can we really use that Confucian child of destiny to topple Wang Chong? Great General Namri Songtian of the Yarlung royal lineage said, as a great general of the post-Uzin era, Namri Songtian was one of the few remaining great generals of the plateau. The deaths of Dalu and Ruozin and the others had been a massive blow to this Yarlung royal lineage great general. If it can't be done, then we'll make it possible. Dalen Trinling coldly said as he looked forward. If one looked carefully, one would realize that Dalen Trinling was looking at the lands to the east with a sharp expression. This is also the main reason we are cooperating with them this time. For all the countries bordering the Tang dynasty to simultaneously reduce their armies for the first time in history was unimaginable to any faction. Behind all of this, aside from the Confucian sect and the Son of Heaven's mandate, as well as the frequent discussions and negotiations, very few people knew that there was another person behind all of this. Although this figure had not personally appeared, it was precisely the imperial minister of the Uzun Empire who had contacted the other countries to facilitate this massive disarmament. To take first, one had to first give. The daring required for this was not something an ordinary person could do. Your subordinate understands. Namri Songtian lowered his head, a look of respect on his face. In all of Uzun, if there was anyone who could surpass the late Daluan Ruozin in intelligence, it was probably this imperial minister. Only the imperial minister could avenge Dusong Mangpoj, Huishu Wuzong, and Daluan Ruozin who had died in battle. This was the unshakable conviction of Namri Songtian and all the Uzun soldiers. The time is ripe. The internal strife of the Tang dynasty is the best chance for us to borrow a knife to kill someone and weaken the Tang dynasty. But before that, we cannot let down our guard. Write a letter for me to warn all the countries that until the militarists of the Tang dynasty are completely suppressed, no one should let down their guard. In addition, tell them to be careful of the king of foreign lands of the Tang dynasty. Dalen Trinling sternly said, "Buzz." Namri Songtian's body trembled as if he had thought of something. "Imperial minister, what do you mean?" A man who fought his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, who defeated Daluan Ruozin, Abu Muslim, and Qutayba in intelligence, do you really think that he will just resign himself to death? Dalen Trinling suddenly turned his head, his sharp and penetrating gaze piercing through the mind. Namri Songtian's heart trembled, and a look of apprehension finally appeared on his face. He had always believed that Uzun could stay out of this matter and watch from the sidelines, but now he suddenly realized that he had been too simple-minded. Victory is still not over. If all goes as expected, the king of foreign lands of the Tang dynasty is about to move. Tell them not to show any openings. With a single glance, Dalen Trinling turned his gaze to the east, to the majestic Big Dipper city at the end of the horizon. The plateau quickly regained its calm, and with Dalen Trinling's order, the ancient plateau once more began to stir. The disarmament had officially begun. A few moments later, with the flapping of wings, an eagle soared into the air, flying toward the northeast of the Tang dynasty. Other than the western regions, Yuzhou in the northeast was probably the place where the Tang dynasty had the most complicated situation. The eastern Turkic Khaganate, the Goguryeo Empire, the Shi, and the Khitans were all gathered together in such a small place. At this moment, in the city closest to the northeast corner of Yuzhou, black war banners were flying over the walls. But few people noticed that there were a few yellow banners among these war banners. Whoosh! A large eagle swooped down from the sky and quickly disappeared into Baisa City. "Your Majesty, Uzun has sent a letter." A few moments later, a black-armored soldier of the Goguryeo Empire with a large eagle perched on his shoulder appeared in the hall like a gust of wind. Across from him was a stalwart figure, exuding an enormous aura, sitting high above like a storm. His hands were pressed on the armchair, not moving an inch, but his bell-like eyes, when they opened and closed, gave people a feeling of thunder, like a lion or a tiger, causing people's hearts to tremble, and they were filled with reverence. In all of the Goguryeo Empire, there was probably only one Goguryeo emperor who possessed such might. The 6 crossed sabers on his back were the best proof of this. Yun Geisaman, the most legendary figure of the Goguryeo Empire, a miracle born from the waters. From the moment of his birth, he had attracted the attention of countless people, and he had not let them down. He had become the supreme emperor of the Goguryeo Empire, and his martial arts had reached a level that all Goguryans could only look up to. especially those 6 sabers. It was rumored that even now, no one had been able to make him draw all 6 Taiyuan blades. "Read," Yan Geisemin calmly said from his seat. There was not the slightest expression on that dignified face. Uzin has come to report that Uzin, the Western Turks, the Shi, and the Khitans are all reducing their armies. He hopes that Goguryeo will cooperate fully. Chapter 1307. Hey, Zhang Shogui is a vicious tiger. Did the letter mention that if we reduce our armies, Zhang Shogui will take advantage of this opportunity to attack? Yan Geisemin crossed his arms and slightly leaned back, his entire body exuding the aura of a cheetah, brimming with violent energy. The imperial minister of Uzin says that everything has been arranged. The Confucians have already promised that after the peace talks, if Zhang Shogui dares to disobey orders and attack, the imperial censors of the Confucian school will impeach him in court. Even if they can't stop Zhang Shogui, they can use this opportunity to capture him. The guard said. To his surprise, Dalen Trinling had apparently predicted that Yan Geisemin would ask this question. Yan Geisemin's pupils constricted, and then he laughed. Haha, good. As long as we can kill Zhang Shogui, we will definitely cooperate in this disarmament. Pass on my order. The entire southern region is to immediately reduce our armies by 280,000. Yan Geisemin's roaring laughter caused the entire roof of the hall to tremble. In the entire Tang dynasty, the one who could truly threaten Goguryeo and make everyone, including Yan Geisemin, feel pain was the Anong Protector General, Zhang Shogui. To Goguryeo, the Tang dynasty was equivalent to the Yuzhou Protectorate Army, equivalent to Zhang Shogui. Moreover, the Goguryeo Empire was divided into the Southerners and the Northerners. The Northerners were brave and skilled in battle, while the Southerners were skilled in agriculture and commerce, not particularly strong in fighting. The 280,000 soldiers that Yan Geisemin had promised to reduce were the Southerners. Exchanging 280,000 Southerners for the enormous threat that Zhang Shogui posed was definitely a worthwhile trade for Yan Geisemin. A few moments later, several green sea eagles charged out of Baisa City like sharp swords, bringing news of Goguryeo Emperor Yan Geisemin to the south. The entire Eastern world was quaking as this unprecedented disarmament attracted everyone's attention. Young master, the surrounding countries have officially begun to reduce their armies. In an elegant tea house in the northwest corner of the capital, a messenger pigeon flew down. A young Confucian scholar was holding a letter in his hand as he excitedly walked up to a white-robed Confucian. Behind the white-robed Confucian scholar stood a black-robed old man and a white-robed girl. Got it. Next to the sandalwood table, Li Junxian gently put down the white porcelain teacup in his hand and indifferently said. His expression was incomparably calm, as if what he had heard was just a trivial matter that couldn't be more common. Young master, the nations have reduced their armies. The wish of our Confucian sect's predecessors can finally be realized. After the young Confucian scholar left, the white-clothed young woman said with a happy expression, all the countries around the Tang dynasty had reduced their armies unanimously. This was an unprecedented feat, and all of this was accomplished by the young master. Now is not the time to celebrate. Unexpectedly, Li Junxian's voice was abnormally calm, devoid of any joy. It's just reducing the armies, not completely abolishing them. Right now, countless people are watching us, both in the open and in the shadows. The moment we make a mistake in reducing our armies, they will assuredly use this as a pretext. Moreover, although the sovereigns of all the countries have agreed to reduce their armies, we cannot rule out the possibility that some countries will only pretend to agree to reduce their armies but refuse to carry it out or offer a large discount. We have to guard against these things. A man who is untrustworthy is no good. Regardless of what the sovereigns of the countries were thinking when they first agreed, since they agreed, we have to make sure that they carry it out. Li Juanqian's eyes became extremely sharp. Yes, young master. The old man and the young woman turned serious and hurriedly bowed. We will go and arrange for people to supervise the disarmament. Peace is the will of the people, and a harmonious world is the trend of the times. Neither the militarists of the Tang dynasty nor the sovereigns of the various countries can stop this. You must have the heart of a bodhisattva and the methods of a thunderbolt. Go. With a wave of Li Juanqian's sleeve, the two immediately left. At this moment, in another part of the Tang dynasty's capital, 3,500 carefully selected elites had gathered in front of the Bureau of Military Personnel. These people all had bright and sharp eyes, their temples bulging, and their hands covered in thick calluses. It was clear at a glance that they were skilled martial artists. This time, you will form groups of 400 people. I want you to go deep into Uzin, Mengxijiao, the Shi, the Khitans, Goguryeo, and Arabia to closely monitor the disarmament process. Remember, you are all ordinary people with no official rank in the army. Even if something happens, the imperial court will never admit it. In addition, the entire process must be carried out in absolute secrecy. No one can discover it, understood? An official from the Bureau of Military Personnel with the clear mark of a general on his body harshly ordered. When he had moved from the Annan Protectorate to the capital, Zhangqiu Jinqiang had brought many generals from the southwest with him. These people would later become the backbone of the Bureau of Military Personnel, and this official was one of them. Understood. The 3,000 elites of the Bureau of Military Personnel replied in unison, their loud voices resounding through the heavens. Go. Following the order, over 3,000 warriors quickly mounted their horses. In the blink of an eye, they were immediately divided into 8 teams of over 400 people. They galloped off in different directions, disappearing into the distance amidst the clattering of hooves. Once this army was gone, the official on the steps finally turned around and began to walk toward Zhangqiu Jinqiang. My lord, everything has been taken care of. You are in charge of this matter. I need to know what is going on in all directions at all times, Zhangqiu Jinqiang sternly said. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Several hours later, in Wang Chang's residence, experts gathered in Wang Chang's study. A significant portion of these people were unfamiliar faces, other than the experts sent by the King of Song, Elder Yi, Elder Zhao, and Zhangqiu Jinqiang. Most of them were experts that Wang Chong had recruited from the martial arts world. Wang Chong's status as the son of Heaven's disciple, an imperial prince of the Tang dynasty, and the formidable fighting power he had displayed in killing Kateba at Talas had allowed Wang Chong to successfully attract this group of experts. Have all of you memorized the places I marked on the map? A few moments later, Wang Chong suddenly asked, his hands held behind his back. We've memorized them all. Everyone in the study had solemn expressions as they spoke in unison. Very good. Wang Chong's eyes flashed as he nodded in satisfaction. The imperial court is currently in a precarious situation, and the foreign countries will definitely use this chance to weaken the Tang dynasty. Lord Zhangqiu will definitely be discovered, and their mission is to force the foreign countries to reduce their armies. Whether they're willing or not, they must at least put on the surface. If they want the Tang dynasty to pay the price, they will have to pay the price themselves. But whether it's Dalen Trinling, Ishbarakagan, or Goguryeo Emperor Yangasemin, none of them are ordinary people. No matter what they've agreed to, it's definitely an expedient measure. They've agreed to reduce their armies on the surface, but that's definitely not what they're thinking. The places I've marked for you are the most suspicious places in the foreign countries, the easiest places to hide and continue training after reducing their armies. Your mission is to find their tracks and grasp all their movements. Do you understand? Wang Chong sternly said, Yes, my lord. We will definitely not fail you. Everyone bowed and shouted at the same time. Their eyes were filled with unprecedented determination. Go! With a wave of his sleeve, Wang Chong gave the order. Whiz! With a command, the door of the study swung open, and a group of people shot out like lightning. After leaving, they didn't gather together. Instead, they unleashed all sorts of divine abilities and techniques. Like ghosts, they leaped over walls and into the courtyard, vanishing without a trace. At the door of the room, a hint of worry appeared in Suki's eyes as he watched these people rapidly vanish. Your Highness, can these people really be trusted? From the way they had left, it could be seen that they were in a state of disunity, completely different from the well-trained soldiers. Everything has its own benefits. They are people of the sex, people of the pugilistic world. Even though they lack training and don't have much cooperation with each other, being scattered has its own benefits. They are flexible and flexible when they encounter problems. They won't stick to a single pattern, and they won't arouse too much suspicion. Of the experts Zhangqiu Jianqiong selected from the Bureau of Military Personnel, at least 30% of them will be noticed. That's why I've reminded him to be on standby at any time. As for them, no matter who they were or what they did, I believe that there will be no problem with their loyalty when it comes to their country. The Tang people will always be the Tang people. With these final words, Wang Chong looked out the window, his eyes turning profound. At that moment, not even the nearby Su Kai noticed the deep concern in Wang Chong's eyes. The Tang dynasty was currently plagued by internal and external threats. Li Junxian and his Confucian sect had provided the wilderness with an extremely rare opportunity. The news from the west was that Uzin's imperial minister, Dalen Trinling, had already emerged from seclusion. This was an existence that even the crown prince's junior guardian, the previous Tang dynasty war god Wang Zhongxi, feared, and Ishbara Khagan, Osmish Khagan, Yun Gasamin, and the Arab Caliph were all ambitious sovereigns of the present age. Li Junxian had thought too simply of them. He had personally opened a gap in the impenetrable wall of the Tang dynasty and summoned a pack of wolves. Right now, Wang Chong not only needed to stop Li Junxian from wreaking havoc on the Tang dynasty, he also needed to contend with Dalen Trinling, Yun Gasamin, and Wunu Shibi, all of these supreme heroes of the present age, to keep the Tang dynasty at bay. The study was quiet as Su Qi stared in a daze. After a long while, he seemed to understand something, and the doubt in his eyes vanished. Chapter 1308. Flap, flap. Flock after flock of carrier pigeons flew off in every direction, while countless cavalry galloped off in different directions, each with a different mission. Undercurrents were surging in both the Tang dynasty and the various foreign lands. The disarmament of the foreign lands had attracted the attention of countless people. At this moment, when the entire world's attention was focused on the disarmament of the wastelands, not many people noticed that the imperial court had silently passed 2 resolutions. The first resolution was for the Tang dynasty's armies to retreat 200 li in response to the actions of the foreign lands. The second resolution was to open 2 or 3 trade ports. At these ports, the people of the various foreign lands of the Tang dynasty were encouraged to trade and interact with each other, facilitating the flow of manpower. According to the imperial court, since the Tang dynasty and the foreign lands were allies, there could be no war. Deepening the understanding between the people of the other countries was necessary to avoid war. All of this had been approved after Li Junxian had joined the Secretariat as Secretariat Advisor. This was the result of He Qingrong's departure from the Secretariat and his replacement by Li Junxian. Without a good reason, not even the King of Song could stop this minor matter. Besides the imperial court, the Confucian proclamations were constantly posted in the capital. Eventually, even the common people and children of the capital knew that Uzin, the eastern and western Turks, Goguryeo, and the common people of the foreign lands were learning the language of the Great Tang. The number of schools established by the Confucians was increasing by the day. Each day, more and more who, admiring the culture of the Tang dynasty, entered these schools to learn the language of the Great Tang. because the people paid so much attention to this. Gambling houses even set up bets on the number of new schools and the number of who willing to learn the language of the Great Tang. These special bets unexpectedly attracted the attention of many people. At the same time, the idea of using benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust to influence the Hu so that they could mend their evil ways and become friendly with the Tang dynasty and enjoy eternal peace began to spread through the capital. Without anyone realizing it, the minds of the people were slowly and silently changing. "Your Highness, it's bad." Several days later, when Wang Chong was sitting in his study, reading through the various documents, Su Shixian suddenly rushed in. He was holding a piece of paper in his hand, and he looked very uneasy, even a little anxious. "I don't know where this news is coming from in the capital, but some people are comparing the economic and trade situation of the Tang dynasty with the foreign countries before and after the war. The situation is very unfavorable for Wang Ye." Su Shixian's face was red, and he was gasping for breath. Su Shixian had followed Wang Chong for some time, from the War of the Southwest to the battles of Talas and Khorasan. All these battles had been fraught with danger, but even in the most perilous situations, Su Shixian had never panicked. "Don't rush, speak slowly." Wang Chong glanced at Su Shixian and waved his brush, writing a line of characters on the document on the table. Then he put the brush to the side and hung it on the brush stand. Dazed, Su Shixian took in a deep breath, his expression calming, but he still appeared rather uneasy. "Your Highness, some busybody in the capital has come to compare the situation between the wars of the Tang dynasty and the wars of the foreign countries. They say that before each war, all the people on the border lived in peace, and the people of the two countries interacted with each other. But when the militarists went to war, corpses would be strewn across the land, the villages and towns obliterated. The lives of the people on the border would plummet, their standard of living plunging." Su Shixian anxiously said, "What does this matter have to do with us?" Wang Chong raised his head and indifferently said, "Your Highness was personally conferred the title of King of Foreign Lands by His Majesty, the leader of the militarists. These people are targeting Your Highness and the militarists, and Your Highness is bearing the brunt of this." Su Shixian sternly said, "Buzz." Wang Chong slightly frowned at these words. "It's not just that. My lord, it's very popular in the capital to promote this theory. Even many storytellers have begun to stop talking about the three kingdoms, the Wei and the Jin in the martial arts world, and instead talk about this matter. Their actions have attracted the attention of many people in the capital, and even the children have run over to watch. This is a notice I picked up on my way here that restaurants are soliciting customers. Your Highness, please take a look." As Su Shixian spoke, he placed the paper in front of Wang Chong, his expression fraught with worry. Wang Chong took the paper and glanced at it. He said nothing, but his brow furrowed even deeper. This notice did not contain much content, only that today at the Su period, 7 to 9 in the evening, there would be a discussion of the four wastelands, and that the people of the capital were invited to come and listen. "My lord, this matter is extremely disadvantageous to my lord. I suspect that it's another masterpiece of the Confucian sect," Su Shixian said. Wang Chong said nothing, only closed his eyes in his sandalwood chair, a pensive look on his face. After some time, Wang Chong finally opened his eyes. "I will personally take care of this matter. Tonight, at the Su period, I want to hear it for myself." The restaurant in the clouds. This was one of the most famous restaurants in the capital. Although not many high-ranking officials and nobles came to this place, it was very popular among the traveling merchants. 80% of the wealthy merchants who came to the capital would stay here. At the Su period, after eating dinner, the food in the stomach hadn't been digesting for long. By the time Wang Chong arrived, dressed in casual clothes, the restaurant in the clouds was brightly lit and packed with people. Low chairs had been set up outside the restaurant, and many of the people of the capital had come to listen to the discussion. Come. Sit and listen as you please." There's even tea and snacks here. Welcome, welcome. There's no charge. If you don't believe me, of course there's no charge. Don't you see that there are so many people here? Haha, I'm not afraid to tell my lord that your money has already been paid. Outside the restaurant, there were 5 or 6 attendants with white towels on their shoulders, and they came and went diligently. They served water and tea and arranged seats, and they were extremely attentive. My lord, Su Shixian worriedly turned to Wang Chong. Both he and Wang Chong had heard the servants' last words loud and clear. Merchants did not get up early without profit, and the restaurant in the clouds was famed for its ability to do business. In the past, when so many people gathered here without paying a single cent, affecting his business, he would have already sent people to drive them away. There would be no one like this, serving tea and asking after one's well-being. No one would believe that there wasn't someone manipulating and adding fuel to the fire in the background. Wang Chong said nothing. How could he not know what Su Shixian was thinking? Far too many things had happened in the capital in this period of time. If there was an abnormality, there had to be a demon behind it. His heart was as clear as a mirror as anyone as to who was pulling the strings behind Su Shixian's words. "Take me to the room you reserved for me," Wang Chong calmly said. After entering the restaurant and ascending the carved wooden stairs, Wang Chong quickly entered the room of the restaurant in the clouds. This room was the closest to the stands, and while a screen blocked the view of others, Wang Chong could clearly see the stands. Clack! After some time, the clack of a clapperboard caused the entire restaurant to fall silent. As Wang Chong sat in his room, he saw a storyteller of around 50, dressed in an azure robe, suddenly step onto the stands. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on the storyteller. Everyone says that the Tang dynasty is powerful across the seas, that the king of foreign lands made a name for himself through his achievements in war, becoming the first king of the Tang dynasty of a different surname that the Holy Emperor personally conferred upon him. The Central Plains truly flourished for a time, but how many people know of the hardships and price paid? Wang Chong couldn't help but frown at the storyteller's first words. My Tang dynasty pacified the 8 desolates, expanded the western regions, pacified the Turks, subdued the southern barbarians, and repelled the foreigners of the west. Everyone in the world knows of these achievements. But do you know of the relationship the Tang dynasty had with the foreigners before these wars? In the southwest, the Arai, the Tang dynasty, and Mengshi Zhao enjoyed peace for several decades, and the two sides interacted and traded with each other. In the 27th year of the Holy Emperor's reign, countless people entered the 6 Zhao dynasties of the Arai to buy and sell all kinds of goods, fresh food, fruits, and rice. Standing on the plains of the Arai, on the ruined Lion City, one would be stunned by the prosperity and affluence one would see. Women wearing bamboo hats and carrying children in bamboo baskets, the elderly and the able-bodied men carrying tea bricks for the tea merchants were innumerable. They were like a jade belt that ran through the Tang dynasty and Mengshi Zhao. And on the majestic Arai Lake, there are countless scholars who are sailing on boats. The scholars of the Tang dynasty and Mengshi Zhao all gathered there, and in the small boat was a square table, and on the square table was a small charcoal stove, warming wine, eating wine, and composing poems. How comfortable was that? Every day, the excellent poems spread to the 6 Zhao dynasties of the Arai and the southwest of the Tang dynasty, becoming a legend. And in private, the people of the 2 countries were even more harmonious, intermarrying countless times. Some people's fathers were Tang people, their mothers were Mengshi Zhao, and their grandmothers were also Mengshi Zhao. Intermarrying like this was innumerable, and some villages were even full of mixed bloods. And according to the statistics of the Ministry of Revenue, in the 27th year alone, the number of intermarriages reached more than 28,000, and it is unknown how many there were among the people who did not have statistics. And with the help of the harmonious relationship between the 2 countries, every family on the western border could earn more than 10 taels of silver every year. True families had surplus grain. It far exceeded the average of 7 tales in the Tang dynasty. The storyteller slapped the clappers, and a trace of fascination appeared in his eyes. Wang Chong did not speak, but his eyes revealed contemplation. He had never understood these things. In the 27th year of the Holy Emperor's reign, he still hadn't joined the army. Chapter 1309. In the War of the Southwest, everyone only remembers how the young Marquis single-handedly led several thousand experts recruited with all their wealth to reverse the tides, using only 100,000 to defeat the Mengshi Yusang army of 400,000. Everyone sings praises of the young Marquis's heroism and his outstanding art of war. But how many people remember the prosperity and harmony of the Southwest, how the people of the two countries were able to enjoy each other's meals? The storyteller's face was grieved and hateful as he spoke. Bastard! Su Shixian was enraged. My lord, these scoundrels only have sinister intentions. They clearly want everyone to push the blame onto my lord, intentionally slandering my lord. Everyone knows that the War of the Southwest had already begun before my lord's intervention. And if not for my lord, the Southwest would have been left barren for far more than 1,000 li. Who knows how many more people would have died? This bastard, I don't know how many people paid him to say this. I'll tear out his mouth. An indescribable rage surged in Su Shixian's heart. Without another word, he stood up and left, his knuckles cracking. A storyteller was a storyteller, a discussion of the matter as it stood. This storyteller had intentionally made everyone associate the outcome of the Southwest War with Wang Chong. His intentions were extremely sinister, and he would never believe that he had not been paid to do so. It was precisely because he had served at Wang Chong's side for so long that he clearly knew what Wang Chong had done and what he had paid for the empire that he found it even more intolerable that others insulted and slandered Wang Chong. This was even more infuriating than when they themselves were being insulted. This was also a commonality between Su Shixian and the others. A person who had a sincere heart and had done his utmost for the empire, saving it from danger after danger, should not be humiliated like this. Otherwise, what dignity would the empire have left to speak of? Halt! Just when Su Shixian was about to charge out and teach that storyteller a lesson, a voice rang out at his ear, causing his heart to tremble. Behind him, Wang Chong's expression was oppressive and unmoving, his eyes shining with something special. There are still countless storytellers in the capital. Do you want to teach them a lesson one by one? But, Your Highness, Su Shixian still wanted to argue. However, Wang Chong waved his hand and stopped him. Don't you understand? I've never worried about these storytellers. It's the human heart. Look at those who listen to books. Wang Chong sighed and suddenly said. Su Shixian subconsciously turned his head in shock. Su Shixian followed Wang Chong's gaze to the stands. For the first time, his attention was not on the stands, but on the audience. The spectators were all looking at the green-robed storyteller in a daze. They weren't the only ones. Their gazes left the restaurant and looked outside at the dense crowd of commoners who were sitting on tables and even standing. All the elderly, children, and women raised their heads to look at the storyteller. Their expressions were grave, and they were completely silent. Buzz! In that moment, Su Shixian's heart trembled as if he understood something. Did you see it clearly? Wang Chong's voice came from next to his ear, faint and distant. This time when I had you arrange for a box to come here, I did not look at the storyteller on the stage. I looked at the people around him and the human heart. You can't change a person's mind. The one who can change their mind will always be themselves, the thoughts that already exist in their hearts. Although this storyteller is related to the Confucian sect, there is at least one thing. The examples he gave, the data from before and after the battles, were all true and unedited. I am confident that even though they are enemies, Li Junxian and the Confucian sect would disdain to do such a thing. The Confucian sect is indeed worthy of our worry, but from start to finish, what we truly need to worry about is the changed human heart. The Tang dynasty has been at war for decades and has never stopped. At present, the human heart longs for peace. The human heart is weary of war. And Li Junxian and the others have only catered to these thoughts and come into being. Wang Chong solemnly said. Although his gaze had rested on the storyteller on the stage, it was mostly focused on the people around the stage and outside the restaurant. In their eyes, Wang Chong saw something, a change. This was what he truly worried about. And there was also the war in the northwest of the Tang dynasty. In the Battle of Talas and the Battle of Khorasan, the Tang dynasty, despite being outnumbered, defeated an army of 1 million Arabs. Even the Arab war god, Qutayba, died in battle. It was through this achievement that the young Marquis was recognized by his divine majesty and conferred the title of king of foreign lands, becoming the first king of a different surname in the Tang dynasty. There is no one in the world who does not know of this matter. But do any of you know what effect this war had on the entire Tang dynasty? The blue-robed storyteller on the stage tapped the wooden board and continued. The Silk Road was the most flourishing trade route of our Tang dynasty. Every year, an endless stream of caravans traversed this road. Silk, agate, coral, jade, tea leaves, porcelain, these caravans passed through this road in an endless stream, piling up into mountains. They passed through Chishi, Anchi, Talas, Samarkand, Khorasan, all the way to the distant Abbasid Caliphate, Kerak, Spazinu, and even farther. This was a true road to prosperity. Many merchants even called it the Road of Gold, saying that what flowed on this road was not trade goods, but gold that flowed like liquid gold. Because they coveted the wealth on this road, many bandits and brigands gathered on the Silk Road. But now, the brigands have long since vanished, and although the trade between the East and the West has not been severed, the number of caravans traversing the Silk Road has dwindled to less than 1 in 10, far from its former prosperity. The war between the Tang dynasty and the Abbasid Caliphate has almost completely severed the trade between the two sides, and Khorasan is like an iron wall, cutting off this important trade route that involves tens of millions of taels of gold, perhaps even hundreds of millions of taels. Speaking of the southwest, everyone feels that it's too far. But the starting point of the Silk Road is the capital of our Tang dynasty. Every year, countless silks, porcelain, tea leaves, and all sorts of other goods are sold, flowing like water. But after this war, what was the situation now? Didn't anyone feel it? Have you not sensed that your standard of living has dropped? That the goods you sell have decreased? There aren't as many who in the capital as there used to be, and no matter where the merchants of the Tang dynasty go to, they can sense the hostility and rejection of the other side. This is war. Is this what you want? Towards the end, the voice of the green-robed storyteller suddenly became much louder. The audience was eerily silent, the atmosphere oppressive. Unlike before, a thoughtful look appeared in the eyes of the crowd. Peace. We don't want war. Someone in the crowd shouted. Others quickly came to their senses and began to shout as well. We don't want war. We don't want war. At the start, there were only a few people, but as time went on, more and more people began to excitedly shout. Everyone's voices seemed to converge into one, and in the end, even the spectators in the restaurant in the clouds began to shout. Absurd! Just when the crowd was at its most fervent, a furious roar resounded through the air. In a private room of a restaurant not far from Wang Chong, a burly man, exuding the aura of a general, flipped over a table and walked out. You rotten scholar! The soldiers are risking their lives on the front lines, spilling their blood and dying on the battlefield. But when it comes to you, you're the source of disaster? Without us generals, do you know how many more people would have died? The burly middle-aged man was as furious as a lion. With a few strides, he suddenly stepped onto the grandstand and grabbed the storyteller's collar like he was grabbing a chick and lifted him up from the ground. It has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. I'm just stating the facts. The storyteller's face was covered in fear as he slapped the muscular man's hands, powerless to resist. It happened so suddenly that everyone was stunned by this scene. Impudent! A furious roar rang out. Before anyone could react, a young man, dressed in snow-white robes, suddenly appeared on the second floor of the restaurant. With a single move, he slapped away the middle-aged man's arm, sealed his acupuncture points, and seized him. As he was seizing the middle-aged man, the white-robed man's sleeve slid down, revealing a black mark on his wrist. Upon seeing this mark, Wang Chong and Su Shixian both grimaced. "My lord, it's someone from the Confucian sect," Su Shixian sternly said. The middle-aged man exuded the thick aura of a soldier. He was probably at Tier 7 of the profound martial realm, perhaps even higher, but he was powerless against the white-robed Confucian sect youth. "Release me! Just who are you people?" Right at this moment, the middle-aged man shouted loudly. As he spoke, he fiercely resisted. "Humph! We are the newly established office of the Imperial Court, responsible for pacifying the unrest in the capital and other regions, especially dealing with crimes committed by generals and soldiers. If you have a problem, have your superior report it to the office of the Imperial Court." The white-robed Confucian sect youth coldly said. With a wave of his hand, he revealed a token on which the words "Office of the Imperial Court" could be faintly seen. "Someone come and take him away." The white-clothed young man's expression was grave and stern as he waved his hand towards the back. Immediately, 2 fully armored soldiers, one on the left and one on the right, escorted the middle-aged man downstairs. "Office of the Imperial Court? What office of the Imperial Court? I've never heard of it. Release me." The middle-aged man turned his head and saw that the white-robed youth was still struggling. "It doesn't matter if you don't know. It won't be long before everyone knows. Take him away." Chapter 1310. In the box, Wang Chong and Su Shixian watched this entire process, their eyes slowly turning grave. What's going on? When did the Imperial Court establish the Office of Supervision? Did the King of Song mention anything about it? The city guard had always maintained order in the capital, but no one had ever heard of the Office of Supervision before. This subordinate does not know. His Highness, the King of Song, has never mentioned the Office of Supervision. Su Shixian lowered his head. Wang Chong said nothing, a pensive look in his eyes. If this was a normal decision in the Imperial Court, he would have known about it. It was obvious that the Secretariat had bypassed the Imperial Court and made this decision directly. In the current Imperial Court, King Qi, the Prime Minister, and the Grand Preceptor had formed an alliance, and the First Prince was acting as regent. With a nod of the head, many things could be quickly passed. In the past, this would have been somewhat difficult, but now that Li Junxian had replaced He Qingrong, the difficulty of passing many decisions had greatly decreased. The Office of Supervision was clearly one of them. "Personally go to the King of Song's residence and ask him what's going on," Wang Chong said. Yes, this subordinate will do so." Su Shixian swiftly left with the order. "Li Junxian, you really can't hold back." Once Su Shixian left, Wang Chong raised his head and couldn't help but sigh. The majority of those who practiced the art of war were not meticulous in their thinking and were easily provoked. Li Junxian had clearly anticipated the reaction of those who practiced the art of war when he had arranged for these storytellers. Thus, he had established the Office of Supervision. The so-called maintenance of order in the city was just a cover-up. But no matter what you're thinking, I won't let you do as you please, Wang Chong said to himself. The generals of the art of war had returned to the capital after sacrificing themselves for the country. But the Confucians had used their weaknesses to scheme against them and throw them into prison. This was something that Wang Chong could not tolerate. Although Wang Chong did not approve of the general's actions, this did not mean that Li Junxian could torture them like this. With a flick of his sleeve, Wang Chong quickly left this place. All right. Not long after Wang Chong left, the crowd in the restaurant burst into cheers and applause. Hearing the cheers, the worry in Wang Chong's eyes deepened. "Who are you?" Just as they were several streets away from the restaurant in the clouds, the white-clothed young man and several armored guards escorting the general suddenly stopped, all of them acting as if they were facing a great enemy. Just then, there was a flash of light, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Not even the white-robed youth from the Confucian sect was able to clearly see how this person had appeared. "I'm taking this person with me," Wang Chong said calmly with his hands behind his back. "Impudent!" The white-clothed young man was enraged by these words, and with a clang he unsheathed his saber. "To act first and report later, you're seeking death." "Is that so? Since when did the Directorate of Affairs have such great authority?" Wang Chung sneered and opened his palm, revealing a golden dragon token. The white-clothed young man hadn't been recognized yet, but the expressions of the guards from the Department of Discipline at his side suddenly changed. "Your Highness!" They all lowered their heads and bowed. Even the general they were escorting opened his eyes wide in shock. Any soldier would recognize Wang Chong and the King of Foreign Lands, and there was no soldier who did not recognize them. Wang Chong's token might be useless to the people of the Confucian sect, but it was completely different to those who practiced the art of war. "It's you!" The white-clothed young man's eyes chilled as he recognized who it was. The Tang dynasty had never had many imperial princes, and this young man was probably the only one. However, before he could do anything, whoosh, there was a flash of light, and a powerful suction force appeared. The general that was being held by the crowd was immediately pulled out. The white-robed young man's expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously reached out, but he still grabbed nothing. By the time he raised his head, the general had already fallen into Wang Chong's grasp. "I'm taking this person with me. If there's anything, have your Secretariat advisor come and get him," Wang Chong indifferently said. With a wave of his sleeve, he vanished into the distance. "Bastard!" The white-clothed young man chased after him. But how could he possibly catch up? The distance between them was far too great, and the armored guards at his side didn't even dare to take half a step forward. The King of Foreign Lands was the war god of the Tang dynasty. No one would dare to stop him if he wanted someone. The white-clothed young man still wanted to pursue, but suddenly a familiar voice, as soft as a mosquito, rang in his ear. "Young master already knows of this matter. Let him be. In any case, he won't be able to be smug for long." The white-clothed young man's heart trembled, and he stopped. Turning his head around, he saw that not far behind him, there were a few people standing on top of the wall like ghosts. The one in the lead was a white-clothed girl with long hair and fair skin. The girl looked in the direction that Wang Chong had left, her eyes icy. "Yes, senior sister." The white-clothed young man quickly stopped. On the other side, Wang Chong and the general quickly returned to the residence. The general comforted him, warned him not to act so impulsively in the future, and then allowed him to leave. The King of Song's residence quickly sent back news. Everything was as Wang Chong had guessed. The Office of Supervision truly had been established by Li Junxian to deal with those who were skilled in the art of war. This was one of the consequences of He Qingrong's position being replaced by King Qi's faction. With Li Junxian taking the lead, the Grand Preceptor, King Qi, the Prime Minister, and the First Prince nodding, he had bypassed the imperial court and established a new office of supervision. "Have you found out how many such storytellers are there in the capital? How many such lecture halls are there?" Wang Chong stood in his study, Su Qi, Su Shixian, Qing Sanyuan, and the others at his side. Almost all the people in Wang Chong's faction had been gathered. "Your Highness, we found that there are more than 1,200 storytellers in the city, and the content of their stories is identical. All of them are talking about the changes in the living standards of the people on the border before and after the war." Now, it had attracted a large number of people to watch. Even 3-year-old children were brought by adults to join in the fun. "We've noticed that more and more people are discussing this matter. Many places are saying that they want peace, not war, and the spearhead is directed at the militarists. Your Highness, this is very disadvantageous to us, Chang Sanyuan sternly said, bowing. Upon receiving Wang Chang's order, they had sent more people to investigate, and from day to night they had all been working on this matter. And the information they had gathered made them all feel uneasy. Your Highness, what do we do? This is only the beginning, and it's only been a few days, but it's already had such a massive effect. If we let it continue, the effects will only get worse and worse. Everyone in the room was uneasy. Your Highness, should I take some people to stop them and make it impossible for them to tell stories normally? With the help of the city guard, we can definitely do it. Su Shixian said through clenched teeth. Wang Chang's uncle, Li Lin, had enormous authority and could directly mobilize the soldiers of the city guard. Through the city guard, he only needed to use the excuse of discussing politics to arrest all the storytellers supported by the Confucian sect and make it impossible for them to tell stories normally. It's useless. The Confucian sect is openly plotting, and we can't stop them. Moreover, if you really send people over, whether it's the city guard or someone else, it'll be the same as confirming their words. The people of the capital will only deepen their misunderstanding of us, and Li Junxian will be more than happy for us to do this. Wang Chong sternly said, Ah, what do we do? Everyone paled at these words. All of you disperse for now. I'll think of a way, Wang Chong said with a wave of his hand. The most difficult things to deal with in the world were not sinister and unfathomable schemes, but open and above-board schemes. Li Junxian had clearly planned for everything. Wang Chong said nothing, a pensive look in his eyes. At the same time, in the northwest of the capital, a magnificent estate loomed. Hanging over the gate of the estate was a black plaque painted with gold. 5 simple words were written on it. Secretariat Advisor's Residence. This was the residence of the newly appointed Secretariat Advisor of the Tang Dynasty, Li Junxian, and had been gifted to him by King Qi. At this moment, Li Junxian, Elder Song, the white-robed young woman, and several experts of the Confucian sect had all gathered here. The Confucian sect pursued a principle of seclusion. No matter when, they could not reveal all of their strength to the world. But the moment Li Junxian ascended to the imperial court, everything changed. Since he had entered the world, he could not completely avoid the court. Tell me what happened one more time. Li Junxian stood in the middle of the hall and suddenly spoke. Yes, young master. The white-robed young man bowed and immediately recounted how he had clashed with that general in the restaurant in the clouds, how Wang Chong had noticed him, and how he had rescued the general. After that, the hall was silent. It seems like the king of foreign lands has already noticed us, Li Junxian said with a wave of his sleeve, his hands held behind his back. A king like Wang Chong would never appear at a place like the inn in the clouds to listen to a storyteller. Unless he had some ulterior motive, it was impossible for him to do so. Young master, the king of foreign lands, is a meticulous and resourceful person. Since he has already noticed our movements, he will probably make a move soon. When the time comes, it will be disadvantageous to us. Elder Song suddenly said. Chapter 13:11. Elder Song worries too much. Li Junxian waved his hand. His expression relaxed as he strolled forward. There are schemes and overt schemes. Shady schemes are easy to dodge, but overt schemes are hard to guard against. This time, we're planning an overt scheme, using no tricks. No matter how clever or resourceful the king of foreign lands is, there is nothing he can do. Moreover, everyone is watching. If he dares to move, he will be at a disadvantage. He is no longer fighting against just us, but also all the people of the capital and the hearts of the world. The Tang Dynasty has been fighting for so many years, always in the north or the south with almost no break. The common people have already begun to tire of war, their hearts yearning for peace. No one likes war and everyone longs for peace. This is the trend of the times. And all we are doing is clearly display all of this to him. This is not a scheme. It is a fact. Li Junxian raised his head, his profound eyes seeming to peer into the endless depths. Everyone silently listened, a look of conviction in their eyes. The young master's martial arts, strategy, and intelligence were publicly acknowledged as the most outstanding in the Confucian sect. No one dared to doubt his plans. But a long night is fraught with dreams. The King of Foreign Lands is still an opponent that cannot be underestimated. Elder Song, junior sister, let's change the schedule and speed up the plan. Li Junxian sternly said. Yes, young master. Elder Song and the white-clothed girl bowed, smiles appearing in their eyes. A few moments later, with everything settled, everyone withdrew from the room, leaving only Li Junxian. King of Foreign Lands, the sword is easy to block, but the heart is hard to guard against. Let's see how you deal with it. Li Junxian raised his head and muttered to himself. As the debate in the capital of the Tang dynasty about the destructive effects of war on the economy and the living standards of the common people intensified, the proposals of Annan, Annong, Anshi, Biting, and the Tang dynasty on the border to increase the number of trade ports and withdraw the army 200 li were all carried out. More and more who began to enter the trade markets in the interior from the trade ports. Speaking the half-baked language of the Tang dynasty, more and more barbarians came to the Tang dynasty to do business. Li Junxian had even pushed the imperial court to pass a resolution stating that all who were fluent in the Tang language and could use it when purchasing goods would receive a discount of 12%, and the imperial court would subsidize this discount. Everything went on in silence. Half a month later, a piece of news shocked the Tang dynasty. After discussions between the Secretariat of State Affairs and the 6 ministries, the court decided to invite a group of Turks, Mengshi Zhao, Goguryeo, and Uzun people who were full of respect for the culture of the Tang dynasty and were learning the Tang language, to visit the capital. The court would provide them with subsidies so that they could experience the local customs of the Tang dynasty. At the same time, it would also increase the common people's understanding of the Hu, deepen their mutual understanding, eliminate misunderstandings, and promote peaceful and friendly exchanges between the two countries. When the appointed time arrived, all the streets of the capital turned out. Son, let's go. Father will take you to see the Hu. Early in the morning in the capital, a father excitedly rushed to the city gate with his son. Although the capital was the political and commercial center of the Tang dynasty and had quite a few Hu merchants, this time was different. The imperial court's announcement had clearly stated that the visitors this time were not those fat and wealthy Hu merchants, but truly ordinary Hu. They were just like the ordinary people of the Tang dynasty, flesh and blood, living very ordinary lives. They were not the fiendish Hu warriors that people imagined. Moreover, according to the imperial court, there were also many Hu girls, elders, and children. These were all people that were rarely seen in the capital. By the time this father and son arrived at the western gate, they were already surrounded by a sea of people. Countless people had also hurried over, all of them brimming with enthusiasm and excitement as if they were waiting for something. Bang! As they were waiting, they heard a massive boom, followed by the clattering of metal. The gate opened, and cheers came from up ahead. They're here! They're here! Everyone look. There really are a lot of Hu. The crowd was in an uproar. In just a short moment, under the escort of the imperial soldiers, many figures riding on camels and horses quickly made their way into the city. Son, look. The father propped up his son and excitedly looked forward. Thousands of Hu were neatly lined up, heading toward the city gate. The father and son opened their eyes, and the first thing they noticed was the wrinkled old man at the very front. Unlike the ferocious, armor-clad, sword-wielding barbarians in their imagination, this was just an ordinary old man. He was dressed in coarse sackcloth, and his hands were as thin as twigs. His strength was about the same as that of an ordinary Han elder. Behind him were 2 Hu youths. Although they were Hu, they were dressed in the clothes of the Han. They appeared refined and courteous, not at all as crude as they had imagined. Behind them, the father and son saw two girls with flowers in their hair. Their faces were flushed red, and they excitedly looked around. These two had clearly never been to the capital of the Tang dynasty, nor had they seen such a prosperous city. Everything around them gave them a sense of novelty and an unprecedented shock. Zayali, look! What a beautiful house! This place is truly beautiful. At this moment, the girl on horseback had no idea that someone was watching her. Her eyes were fixed on a nearby restaurant with richly ornamented beams and overhanging eaves. Her eyes were brimming with excitement as she gazed at the corner of the glass roof. Everything before her was even more magnificent than she had imagined, even grander than the descriptions she had heard from her teacher in the academy. The row upon row of buildings, the fluttering wine flags, the densely packed crowds on the streets, and all kinds of gorgeous and exquisite silks, clothes, shoes, and shoes. Everything here was completely different from what they had seen on the prairie. Truly too beautiful. It's like a dream. Zayali was even more shocked than the girl. Swish! While the two were still speaking, a youth suddenly slid down from his horse and broke away from the group. In just a few steps, he had reached a shop selling meat buns by the side of the street. This sudden action alarmed the soldiers responsible for maintaining order, but it was too late to stop him. The owner of the bun shop was even more frightened, his face turning pale. No, don't come over. The shop owner's eyes were filled with fear. Bun, how much is one bun? The youth bashfully asked in the choppy Tang language. As he spoke, he took out a few copper coins from his bosom and handed them over. The bun shop owner's jaw dropped, and it took him a while to react. You're a guest from afar, so I'll only take 1 copper coin. 1 copper coin is enough, the bun shop owner said as he handed over 2 steaming hot, big and round meat buns. Thank you. The youth took the 2 steaming buns and took a big bite. As he expressed his thanks, tears of excitement streamed down his face. I ate it. I ate the meat bun that teacher spoke of. The youth raised his arms and shouted to his companions behind him. Boom! Behind him, the who exploded into thunderous cheers at the sight of the youth's magnificent feat. On the 2 sides of the street, the common people of the capital who had seen this sight, after their initial shock, also began to shout in excitement. Every one of them was overwhelmed with emotion. The who? They were not the wealthy merchants of the capital, but the ordinary who of the steppe. For the first time, the common people of the capital realized that the ordinary who were just like them. There were white-haired elders among them, and there were youthful, enchanting young girls who were curious about everything. Their youths also had a shy, kind, and uneasy side. All of them were no different from the common people of the Central Plains. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Boom! When they realized this, the cheers of the crowd grew even louder. Even the soldiers maintaining order sensed this, and a faint smile appeared on their lips. After a long war and constant slaughter, the Hu and the Tang people had finally welcomed a precious period of peace. Without the strangeness and estrangement, the common people of both sides were finally able to see the true face of the other side. Ha, son, look. There's nothing to be afraid of the Hu. Isn't that right? At the edge of the crowd, the father holding his son aloft also sensed this joyous and harmonious atmosphere, his face brimming with excitement. Escorted by the soldiers and cheered by the crowd, the thousands of who passed through the city gate, gradually making their way into the depths of the capital and toward the guest house that had been arranged for them. At this moment, few people noticed that in a restaurant on the street, a pair of eyes were slowly looking away, a hint of worry on their face. My lord, if this continues, the common people might make a mistake. They think that these kind and simple who are all the who, they think that the news on the border was fabricated by our soldiers in order to claim credit. The Confucian sect is misleading the common people. Su Shixian stood by the window, his face fraught with worry. He had accompanied his lord to this place before the imperial court had announced the start of the event. Although everything before him seemed relaxed and harmonious, and the elders and children did not seem to pose any threat, Su Shirshian found it hard to be happy. It was very easy for people to only see one side and forget the other. Yes. Chapter 1312. And how many people pretended not to see and pretended not to understand that these brave, vicious, and bloodthirsty horsemen were the children of these shy youths? How many Han people on the border, whether they were women or children, had fallen to the sabers and swords of these who, their bodies plunged into pools of blood? Even the cruelest butcher could be kind at home, filial to his mother and loving to his son, but when he was on the battlefield, he would not show the slightest mercy to his enemies. Let's go. Wang Chong sighed. Good advice was unpleasant to the ear. Although some things were correct, this did not mean that people would listen to them. Everyone tended to believe what they saw. The hearts of people had already changed. Wang Chong's eyes were brimming with worry. At the same time, on the other side of the street, a figure was also looking down. Unlike Wang Chong, this figure nodded in satisfaction at the harmonious chatter and laughter between the people of the Tang dynasty and the other countries, a faint smile on his lips. All his efforts had paid off. When the people of the Tang dynasty and the other countries lived in harmony, they had once more confirmed that principle of the Confucian school. People were the same, and their hearts were the same. Although their appearances were different, their languages were different, their countries were different, and their habits were different. Once these external things were discarded, the hearts of people were the same. They shared the same emotions, the same joys, anger, sorrow, and joy. War originated from the unknown, from misunderstandings and lack of understanding of each other. If both sides knew that the other was an ordinary person of flesh and blood like themselves, war could be averted. Sometimes, in order to achieve this grand ideal, one had to resort to some necessary measures. Let's go. Tell the others that we can speed up the next step. Li Junxian turned his head and said to the people behind him, Yes, young master. Elder Song and the others bowed. With a wave of his sleeve, Li Junxian stood up from the table. He took one last glance at the people of the various countries, and his starry eyes slowly became determined. People could coexist peacefully, and the scene outside the railing was extremely precious to the entire world. For this scene, he was willing to pay any price, and if anyone stood in his way, then for the sake of the people of the various countries and the greater ideals, he could only sacrifice himself. Whoosh! With a gust of wind, Li Junxian vanished from the restaurant. Several days later, in the Wang clan residence, Your Highness, there are voices coming from the streets. Crowds are gathering. They are petitioning to stop the war. Early in the morning, Su Shirshian rushed into Wang Chong's room. The situation was getting worse and worse. Ever since the tea houses and restaurants discussed the changes in the economy of the border before and after the war, and now that the who were entering the capital, the people in the capital were becoming more and more weary of war. Moreover, the disarmament of the various countries and the withdrawal of defense had all deepened this point. And now, this feeling was getting more and more serious. Occasionally, some rational voices would be drowned out. Did the Confucian sect add fuel to the fire? Wang Chong said calmly, No. Su Shirshian shook his head. They're all small groups of people. Influenced by the weariness of war in the capital, they've gathered. Wang Chong said nothing, only sat on the sandalwood chair and closed his eyes, a hint of worry in them. I have to do something. Wang Chong slightly raised his head, his mind in turmoil. War was cruel and no one liked war. It was understandable that the people hated war and hated it, but war was not a game for children. It could not be repeated, and no one cared about one's feelings. Whether one hated it or not, whether one liked it or not, was not important. In the face of war, one could only accept the challenge or not. And the result of not accepting the challenge was the destruction of one's family, the destruction of one's life. everything one cared about would turn to nothing. This included one's lowly weariness of war or not weariness of war. When the enemy came knocking on one's doorstep, one had no right to refuse. The Confucian sect had treated war too simply, and the common people had also been influenced to view war too simply. Wang Chong could already sense that an invisible undercurrent was brewing, although this undercurrent was related to the Confucian sect's guidance. There was an even deeper reason behind it. Li Junxian and the Confucian sect were only using it. Even without them, this energy would still have erupted, and if left unchecked, this danger would only get worse. What's the situation with the commander base? Wang Chong suddenly asked, his eyes still closed. Su Shixian was quiet for a long time. The commander base, having invested a great deal of manpower and resources, was able to be completed in time. But right now, the morale of the army is unstable, and the commander base hasn't received many applications. Senior Zhang has also asked Her Highness if it should be delayed a little longer. The desire for peace and the weariness of war had not only affected the people of the capital, but also the soldiers on the border. Uzin, the Eastern and Western Turks, Goguryeo, Arabia, Mengshi-Zhao, all of the countries bordering the Tang dynasty had reduced their armies by more than 1 million soldiers. Such a situation had never occurred in the history of the Tang dynasty, and the Tang dynasty had reached a peace treaty with all these countries. In addition, the foreign armies had retreated 300 li from their original defensive line, while the Tang dynasty had retreated 200 li. This meant that the armies of the two sides had been separated by another 500 li. Not even the scouts could sense their presence. It was a rule of the army that the scouts could not investigate more than 500 li from the front of the army. This was like going from a hostile environment to a deserted desert. The duty of the army was to defend, to defeat the attacking foe. But if the foe was not hostile or even sensed, what was the point of the army? In this situation, even the most experienced general of the army felt perplexed. Had the Tang dynasty truly achieved peace with the other countries? Or was the existence of the army gradually becoming unnecessary? The generals on the border reported this situation to the Bureau of Military Personnel and Wang Chong. There's no need. Tell Venerable Senior Zhang and the Bureau of Military Personnel to continue as before. In addition, keep a close eye on the Confucian sect. I have a feeling that this isn't all they want. They must be doing something else. Wang Chong sternly said, Your subordinate will go. The Secretariat Advisor residence. During the day, countless figures would come and go, but at night they would be replaced by countless messenger pigeons. All the news from the foreign lands, the capital, and the 9 provinces would be gathered here. As night fell, the councillor's residence was heavily guarded. Countless people armed with weapons stood guard, looking around vigilantly. Anyone who dared to approach would be stared at by them. The center of the junior martial advisor's residence was brightly lit. The light from the countless red lanterns and candles allowed one to see many powerful figures walking in and out of the residence. Almost all of these people had the black insignia of the Confucian sect on their wrists. How is the disarmament going? In the hall, there was a wooden table. Other than a cup of tea, there was nothing else on it. Li Junxian's handsome face was seated on the side, elegant and tranquil, exuding a transcendent aura. But at this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was fraught with tension. Young master, everything is going according to plan. The Goguryans were the first to finish. We've sent people to investigate. They truly have reduced 280,000 soldiers. In addition, the Eastern and Western Turks, the Uzin, the Shi, the Khitans, and even the Abbasid Caliphate have all disbanded 80% of their soldiers. Our people have been supervising the entire process. In addition, we've discovered the men of the Bureau of Military Personnel. This was originally an agreement between us and the foreign countries. The Bureau of Military Personnel has interfered without our consent. Should we warn the Bureau of Military Personnel and have them withdraw their men? An azure-robed young Confucian, sect expert, said with a bow. If one were to look carefully, they would discover that this person was the same person who wore a faceless mask and danced with his sword at the Drunken Moon Tower. There's no need. The Bureau of Military Personnel naturally has its own benefits. At the very least, the foreign countries will have some misgivings and can help us supervise them in completing the disarmament agreed upon. Li Junxian waved his hand in a carefree manner. His every movement naturally exuded the aura of a Confucian general who could devise strategies. Whether it was the capital or the Four Wilderness, everything was within his grasp. Yes. In addition, Sword Ghost, what's the situation in the capital? Li Junxian said, There are 1,300 storytellers in the capital's restaurants and tea houses, and all of them are narrating the information we gathered for them. All the information was obtained from the Bureau of Revenue and was not processed in the slightest. In addition, the last time the Who entered the capital, the effects were much better than expected. In the past, the common people of the capital were filled with fear of the Who, paling at the mere mention of their name. But after this interaction, everyone has realized that the Who are just ordinary people like us, not as terrifying as the legends make them out to be. Just as young Master said, war originates from the fear of the unknown. As long as we can understand each other, there won't be so many wars. The results are already clear. Many people have already gathered in the capital, and the voices of disgust for war are clearly increasing. All of this has happened on its own. I've done nothing to add fuel to the fire. Sword Ghost sternly said, Correct, but this alone isn't enough. Elder Song, how long until the people we arranged for arrive? Li Junxian suddenly turned his head to the black-robed Elder Song. They all arrived in the capital 2 hours ago and are awaiting young Master's order, Elder Song sternly said. Elder Song's expression was stiff as he spoke in a deep voice. Sometimes, for the sake of the welfare of more people, as long as the greater goal is correct, we must use some necessary methods. Elder Song, begin. Everything will begin tonight. Li Junxian finally stood up from his seat. Yes. Chapter 1313. Wang Chong, the will of the people is the will of the heavens, and the will of the heavens is the will of the people. Now, the hearts of the people are slowly changing. People yearn for peace and hate war. Do you still have a way to deal with it? In the face of the great trend of the world and the advancement of history, everyone's power was insignificant. A mantis trying to stop a chariot would only be digging its own grave. Now it's up to you. This is also your last chance. With these last words, Li Junxian's gaze became extremely sharp. High mountains and flying waterfalls. Wherever they went, they were majestic and unstoppable. From the beginning of the arrangement until now, the general trend had already been formed. This was no longer something that could be stopped by anyone. Even Wang Chong couldn't do it. Your Highness, bad news. Early in the morning the next day, Su Shixian rushed to Wang Chong's study, his face pale and his hair on fire. The people of the Confucian sect invited many of the people of the war-torn border to restaurants and tea houses, using their experiences to explain the dangers of war to the people of the capital. This matter has caused an uproar in the capital, and all the restaurants of this sort are practically empty. What? When he heard this, Wang Chong's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly stopped writing. When did this happen? Last night. Su Shixian replied, a worried look on his face. The people of the Confucian sect used to cover things up a bit, but this time they're no longer doing so. This subordinate is worried that this is only the beginning. The Confucian sect will make even more moves. As Su Shixian followed Wang Chong for a long time, he gradually began to understand a few things. The Confucian sect wouldn't be satisfied with the current situation. They had even greater plans, and the prince was one of his main targets. Wang Chong didn't say anything, but his brows gradually furrowed. The Confucian sect had sent people to the various restaurants and tea houses of the capital to talk about what had happened before and after the war, and the hearts of the people in the capital had already accumulated to a certain level. What the Confucian sect was doing now was igniting a spark and exploding this barrel. Again, Wang Chong said. Su Shixian quickly left to carry out the order. Countless war horses galloped out of the Wang clan residence and scattered to the tea houses. Whether it was Wang Chong, Su Shixian, or the instigators of all this, Li Junxian and the Confucian sect, they had all greatly underestimated the impact the people of the capital would have on the chaos of war. The cruelty and terror of war and the pain of losing one's loved ones had deeply stimulated all the people of the capital. With the help of the Confucian sect, hundreds of thousands of people had gathered together to petition for peace, to stop the war, to cherish the hard-won agreement with the foreign countries, and to disband the army. Let more children leave the army and return to the side of their parents, to avoid the separation of father and son, and the pain of eternal separation. In a single day, the Confucian sect was able to use this massive petition to bring forward the decision to disband 300,000 soldiers in the imperial court. This decision shook both the court and the people, as well as the entire empire. Impossible! This can't be allowed! A thunderous voice resounded through the court. Wang Chong was like an enraged lion, his eyes red and ready to devour anyone. Everyone was frightened by Wang Chong's demeanor. The Tang dynasty has already disbanded a large number of its soldiers. If we disband another 300,000 soldiers, even if we disband the prefectural armies, the Tang dynasty will only have around 300,000 soldiers left. With such a small number of soldiers, how can we defend the empire if something happens on the border? Wang Chong was furious. The Confucian sect's actions had touched his bottom line. As long as I'm here, this proposal can never be passed. At Wang Chong's words, a harsh light flashed through Li Junxian's eyes. King of foreign lands, you have also seen the people of the capital. The people of the capital are longing for peace, and no one wants war. Do you want to use this to claim credit? Li Junxian sternly said. With a wave of his sleeve, he stepped forward and confronted Wang Chong. In the entire imperial court, the only person who could oppose Wang Chong was this secretariat advisor of the Confucian sect. Moreover, the foreign countries have already disbanded 1 million soldiers. By disbanding its soldiers, the Tang dynasty is expressing to the foreign countries that it will never fight again. Since there is no war, what need is there for so many soldiers? Absurd! This proposal can never be passed. Since the beginning of history, when has war ever stopped? Once war breaks out, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Can you bear the responsibility? Wang Chong harshly retorted. Everything had a limit, and the Confucian sect's actions were already a grave threat to the empire. For the first time, Wang Chong felt an intense desire to kill Li Junxian. Thus, I am not disbanding all the soldiers, but keeping 300,000 soldiers. Disbanding the army is imperative. King of foreign lands, the world is at peace, and the general trend is in place. Anyone who destroys this hard-won peace will be a criminal of history. Or perhaps, King of foreign lands, if you have the gift of the gab, why don't you personally explain to those common people who have lost their children, wives, fathers, and brothers? The arrow on the bowstring had to be fired, and anyone who dared to stand in the way of the Confucian sect would forever be their enemy. Enough! The first prince, who had been calmly seated this entire time, suddenly spoke in a thunderous voice. Today's matter will end here. Everything will wait for Imperial Father's imperial review before making a decision. For the first time, the first prince did not agree with Li Junxian. After the Holy Emperor, he was the first in line successor to the throne. Even the first prince had to be careful about disbanding the army. King of foreign lands, you are walking a different path. In the past, you were able to emerge victorious in every battle and create an undefeated legend because you complied with the will of the people. But now, you have chosen to make an enemy of the will of the people. As the saying goes, when the moon is full and wanes, prosperity will inevitably decline. You have chosen a path of destruction for yourself. After the court meeting was concluded, Li Junxian and Wang Chong walked out of Taihe Palace and stopped at the bottom of the white jade core pool. Is that so? Perhaps I have chosen a path of destruction for myself, but you have chosen a path of destruction for the entire empire. One day, you will realize that your so-called path of salvation is actually the destruction of the empire. You are the criminal of the entire Tang dynasty. With a furious expression, Wang Chong left with a flick of his sleeve. People of different paths could not make plans together, and the paths between him and Li Junxian were already growing farther and farther apart. Behind him, Li Junxian was stunned, apparently not expecting such a reply from Wang Chong, but he quickly regained his composure. "Don't worry, this day will never come," Li Junxian indifferently said, his expression firm. With a wave of his sleeve, Li Junxian also turned and left. "You're right." While Wang Chong, Li Junxian, and the entire imperial court were in an uproar over the disarmament, 3 days later, a black falcon flew into the Tang dynasty's capital, bringing with it an even more shocking piece of news. Just a few days ago, 600,000 Arab soldiers had crossed the Tigris River and were attacking Khorasan with all their might. The entire Sassanid dynasty and all the rebel armies were doing their utmost to resist. Although Khorasan's walls were high and thick and guarded by countless soldiers, without the 50,000 Tang ballistae, the Sassanid dynasty could not stop the frenzied Arab assault. All of Khorasan was in grave danger and could fall at any moment. Sassanid Empress Adia had issued a formal request for the Tang dynasty to send reinforcements. Rumble. This news was like a heavy bomb, stunning the Tang dynasty and the entire world. "Your Highness, Great General Bahram has sent a letter." "Your Highness, General Adia has sent a letter." "Your Highness, the leaders of the rebel armies have sent letters. Khorasan is in grave danger. My lord requests reinforcements." Within the Wang family residence, countless messenger pigeons flew, like snowflakes, into Wang Chong's study. The mood in the Wang clan residence was solemn. "Your Highness, Khorasan is in dire straits. The Arabs are charging forward, fearless and unafraid of death. The Sassanid dynasty has already lost 200,000 soldiers, and the death toll is still rising. All of Khorasan is in grave danger and could fall at any moment." Su Shixian stood on the side, anxiously looking at Wang Chong. The Sassanid dynasty was an ally of the Tang dynasty, partners that had gone through thick and thin together. In this room, Su Kai, Su Shixian, and Cheng Sanyuan had all fought alongside the brave Sassanid warriors. To these people, these were not just names, but real existences of flesh and blood. But now, these allies were facing an unprecedented crisis. Everyone in the room stared at Wang Chong, awaiting Wang Chong's decision. "Prepare my court robes. I want to enter the court immediately." Wang Chong stood up from his desk and immediately ordered. A few moments later, a carriage drove out of the Wang family residence and into the imperial palace. The Tang dynasty was fated to not be peaceful on this day. "Your Highness, the Sassanid dynasty and the Tang dynasty are like lips and teeth, allies of each other. They are also an important barrier for the Tang dynasty to resist Arabia. If the Sassanid dynasty is broken, there will be no one left to resist the Arabs. In the future, the Arabs will advance eastward and target the Tang dynasty. The Battle of Talas will repeat itself." In the hall, Wang Chong gripped his ceremonial tablet, his insides burning. Speed is of utmost importance in war. This lowly subject recommends that the Anxi Protectorate Army and the Qixi Protectorate unite with the kingdoms of the western regions and immediately depart for Khorasan. In addition, we should negotiate with the Arabian Empire and order them to immediately withdraw. Your Highness, this subject objects. A voice came from below. Li Junxian straightened his robes and stepped forward, his expression extremely solemn. Chapter 1314. Li Junxian's expression was cold and aloof, his voice deafening. He had also been caught off guard by this news. The battle at Karasin had been far too sudden. If the Tang dynasty sent soldiers, all their hard-won gains would be for naught. Moreover, the relationship between Arabia and Karasin is very complicated. Karasin was originally Arab territory and has been ruled by Arabia for 30 years. This lowly subject recommends that we first negotiate with Arabia and express the position of the Tang dynasty so that we can resolve this matter as peacefully as possible. Your Highness, this subject agrees. At almost the same time, an official walked out of the ranks and coldly stared at Wang Chong. King of foreign lands, the Battle of Talas, and the Battle of Karasin have only just concluded. Have not enough of the Tang dynasty's soldiers died? It was one thing to protect the western regions, but this is a war between Arabia and the Sassanid dynasty. Do the warriors of our Tang dynasty also have to bleed? King of foreign lands, I think that you've gone senile. You've also heard the cries of the people of the capital. Anyone who dares to send soldiers now will be committing a crime against the world. King of foreign lands, peace has not been easy to come by. Remember, you are a king of the Tang dynasty, not a king of the Sassanid dynasty. Civil official after civil official stepped forward, each wave of opposition louder than the last. Not to mention civil and military officials. Even if this incident did not happen, they would not have been able to pass. For the Tang dynasty to send soldiers in a war between Arabia and the Sassanid dynasty was simply absurd. Wang Chong said nothing, only looked at the generals in the Taiha Palace. But this time, even the generals were shrinking back. If it were any other matter, they would have immediately hesitated. But now, the voices of the capital's opposition to war were still ringing in their ears, and the crowds outside the imperial city were endless. Not even they had the courage to ask the Tang dynasty to deal with Arabia for the sake of the unrelated Sassanid dynasty. As he saw the averting gazes of the crowd, Wang Chong seemed to understand something, and his heart chilled. What he was most worried about had still happened. The people of the Confucian school were weary of war, and the actions of the Confucian school were effective. Even the generals of the court were unknowingly affected. Your Highness, without the lips, the teeth will be cold. Without the skin, where will the hair attach itself to? Karasin is the dam that the Tang dynasty uses to stop the flood. If the dam collapses and the flood comes pouring down, will the Tang dynasty still be able to exist? Wang Chong said bitterly. However, before he could finish, the first prince interrupted him. King of foreign lands, the military is a matter of great importance to the country. We can't ignore it. That's what you said. Let's put an end to this matter for now. Allow me to report to Imperial Father before making a decision. That one sentence made Wang Chong swallow back all the words he wanted to say. Everyone, the court is dismissed. Farewell, Your Highness. As the cold and aloof first prince stood up and left, Wang Chong's heart felt empty. He felt like he had stepped on air and was falling into the depths of the void. In his muddle-headed state, Wang Chong had no idea how he had left Taiha Palace and the Imperial Palace. Raising a tiger is inviting calamity. This is raising a tiger to invite calamity. Does no one understand that once Karasin is breached, the Tang dynasty will be the next target of the Arabs? Karasin has always been a source of strength. If the Arabs are allowed to reoccupy it, given time, those Sassanids who fought against the Arabs will turn against the Tang dynasty. The Arabs will be like a tiger that has grown wings. As countless thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Chong felt like something was stuck in his chest, and his heart was in extreme pain. In the southwest, when he had faced an army of hundreds of thousands, an army that far outnumbered his own, even when he knew that the odds were against him, Wang Chong had never felt so uncomfortable. But those evasive eyes of the generals in the imperial court, when the world was at peace, the hearts of the people longed for peace. When had the hearts of the people crumbled to such an extent? The carriage rumbled. After traveling for some time, Wang Chong finally heard a familiar voice at his ear. "How long have you been traveling? Your Highness, the imperial court did not pass it, right?" Su Shishwan's cautious and uneasy voice came from outside. Hiss! Wang Chong leaned against the carriage, his eyes half closed as he took in a deep breath, finally coming back to his senses. It's impossible to pass the imperial court. After a long while, Wang Chong finally spoke. "Ah!" Outside the carriage, Su Shixian trembled, his face paling. Although His Highness had seemed a little off when he left the court, Su Shixian had never imagined that the imperial court would directly reject the proposal to send troops to Khorasan. If this was the case, wouldn't Bahram and Princess Adia? Su Shishwan's heart sank. The carriage was quiet. Wang Chong said nothing, his expression extremely haggard. Although the first prince had said to wait until he reported back to the Holy Emperor before making a decision, no one understood better than Wang Chong that he was saying that the Tang dynasty would never send troops to Khorasan. And without the Tang dynasty sending troops, Khorasan would never be able to stop the constant Arab attacks. Wang Chong felt like his insides were aflame. "Shixian, we don't have time. Prepare a brush and paper and immediately write a few letters for me." After some time, Wang Chong opened his eyes and sternly said, "Your subordinate will go." Su Shixian bowed. The matter of Khorasan was no small matter, and according to Wang Chong's orders, everyone had brought brush and paper with them so that Wang Chong could issue an order at any time. "The first letter is to be sent to Anshi's Gao Xinji. Have him take 40% of the army, as well as Cheng Qianli, Lushi, Shiyuanqing, the Iron Wall Army, and the MO Saber Unit in training. Have them go to Samarkand in the name of patrolling the border, and then set out at night to reinforce Khorasan. I will have Lord Zhang Cho of the Bureau of Military Personnel take 3,000 ballistae to work with them." Wang Chong sternly said, "Yes, my lord." The carriage clearly slowed, and Su Shixian began to write according to Wang Chong's orders. "The second letter is to be sent to Qixis Su Hanshan and Li Sai." The more dangerous the moment, the calmer Wang Chong's voice became. Through the activities of Wang Chong and Zhangqiu Jinxiong in the imperial court, Su Hanshan and Li Sai had finally been released, and because of this matter, their prestige in the army had soared. Even the 3 Confucian commanders were now much more restrained. Tell them to mobilize all the Wushang cavalry and immediately head to Khorasan. In addition, tell them to erase the Wushang cavalry from the army and restore their freedom. Ah! Su Shishwan's brush paused, a hint of shock appearing on his face. But Su Shixian quickly realized something and lowered his head. "Yes, Your Highness. Of all Wang Chong's subordinates, only the Wushang cavalry were the most special. They were far more powerful than any other army, and not even the Mamelukes were a match for them. But even though Wang Chong had brought them along with the Qixi Protectorate to Arabia during the Battle of Talas and Khorasan, the Wushang cavalry did not belong to the Qixi Protectorate. After the battle, they were supposed to be incorporated into the regular army, but the Wushang cavalry were too numerous and did not belong to any Protectorate army, so they had not been completely integrated into the regular army. If they were going to reinforce Khorasan, they would probably be the strongest fighting force on Wang Chong's side. The carriage was moving slower and slower, and in the end, it was not much faster than walking. Outside the carriage, the rustling of writing never stopped. 1 letter, 2 letters, Su Shixian swiftly wrote according to Wang Chong's orders. The 3rd letter, "Notify the King Gonka of the western regions for me. Have him use my name to recruit soldiers from the various kingdoms of the western regions. Tell the chiefs of the various tribes that the cooperation will continue as before. They will receive sufficient compensation from me." Order after order was issued from Wang Chong, his expression growing calmer and calmer. Outside the carriage, Su Shixian continued to respond, his brush furiously writing. The last letter. Write it for me to the Caliph Mutasim III of Arabia, Wang Chong said. Su Shixian was startled by these words, a hint of astonishment appearing on his face. He could understand writing to Gao Xianji and Su Hanshan and erasing the Wushang cavalry from the army. But Su Shixian had never imagined that Wang Chong's last letter would be to the Caliph of Arabia. Was His Highness trying to persuade the Caliph to withdraw? Wang Chong had no idea what Su Shixian was thinking. He was deep in thought. Tell Mutasim III to immediately withdraw his army. Tell him that courtesy demands reciprocity. If he refuses to withdraw, I will personally take Baghdad in the future. In addition, tell him that if Khorasan falls and the Arabs massacre the city, the same thing will happen to the Arabs. Wang Chong's voice was icy cold as he spoke these last words. Su Shixian froze, and then he understood. The Great Tang and Arabia were tens of thousands of li apart, and the imperial court had yet to make a decision. What they needed to consider right now was not how to save Khorasan, but how to deal with Arabia's vengeance if the city were to fall. Back then, the Great Tang and the Swerin cataphracts had worked together to kill nearly 1 million Arab cavalry. To the Arabs, this was a blood feud, and given the Arabs' usual style, there was an 80 to 90% chance that they would massacre the city once it was breached. Wang Chong's last words were clearly meant to prevent this from happening. Given the tough personalities of the Arabs, it was clearly impossible to intimidate them with a single letter. But it was completely different if this person was Wang Chong. If Wang Chong could kill nearly 1 million Arab cavalry, he would be able to kill even more Arab soldiers and even massacre cities. This letter was not just a deterrent or a threat, but a real threat. Wang Chong had the ability to carry out everything he said. Chapter 13:15. After doing all this, Su Shixian, unwilling to disturb Wang Chong, chose a quiet and secluded path to the Wang family residence. Far too many things had happened in this period of time, and His Highness was truly too tired. The carriage was quiet. Wang Chong leaned against the side of the carriage, his head slightly raised, his mind in turmoil. Even after doing all this, he did not feel the slightest sense of relief. On the contrary, it only grew heavier. The people's aversion to war had reached such a level. Everyone believed that peace was too beautiful, too simple. Peace was something that one had to fight for, strive for, and strive for. While many people were discussing how Khorasan was far away and how the war there had nothing to do with the Tang dynasty, no one understood that the same thing could happen in the Central Plains, could happen in the Tang dynasty. They simply did not understand that sometimes it was not that one wanted to fight, but that one had to fight. What happened in Khorasan was the real world. Boom! Just as he was deep in thought, the carriage suddenly jolted and came to a halt. What's wrong? Wang Chong opened his eyes and said, Your Highness, it's nothing. The road ahead is blocked. I'll immediately change to another path. Su Shixian's voice came from outside the carriage. His voice was trembling, slightly, tinged with panic. He immediately tried to change his path, but he was too late. We don't want war. An earth-shattering, hoarse, and deafening shout suddenly came from ahead of them. The Tang dynasty has already had too many wars. Anyone who dares to start a war will be everyone's enemy. A general's success is built on the bones of 10,000. In order to claim credit, the border generals are willing to do anything. We will never agree. Just how many people will die? 100,000? 1 million? Will those generals only be satisfied when the entire divine prefecture is littered with corpses? What does the war in Khorasan have to do with us? We don't want war. In the carriage, Wang Chong paled as he listened to those fierce cries. He suddenly understood. Your Highness! Su Shixian subconsciously turned his head to look at the carriage behind him, suddenly feeling an intense unease. The matter in the imperial court was fermenting, and the people of the capital were holding demonstrations. Tens of thousands of people had gathered together to loudly shout, and as Su Shirshian sat at the front of his carriage, he could hear the shouts coming from all over the capital. "Let's move forward. I want to take a look." After some time, Wang Chang's voice came from the carriage. It was abnormally gloomy, and even Su Shirshian felt his heart tremble. He unsheathed the sword on his waist and quietly cut off all the emblems on the car. Whoosh! At a corner of the carriage, a curtain was lifted, and Wang Chong looked outside through the window. In the capital, rows upon rows of buildings spread out endlessly in one's field of vision, under a few fluttering banners. Wang Chong saw a group of people gathering. Thousands of people had gathered together. Near and far, on the streets and in the restaurants, there were people everywhere. Some people had even brought over tables and chairs and were standing on them. As Wang Chong looked over, he saw men, women, the elderly, the middle-aged, the children. All of them were shouting, their faces red and their ears red, all of them extremely agitated and shouting with all their strength. Wave after wave was brewing, and in the distance, Wang Chong could see even more people gathering and shouting. At this moment, an extremely strange feeling surged in his heart. Shock, sorrow, pain, all sorts of emotions flitted through his mind, but the strongest of them all was a deep sense of regret. A general success is built on the bones of 10,000. A border general will do anything to claim credit. The imperial court and the people of the capital had probably already begun to misunderstand war to this extent. Just how much would the Tang dynasty have to pay? How much blood would they have to shed before they would learn their lesson, abandon their childishness and innocence, understand the cruelty of this world, understand that those who fell behind would be beaten, understand that strength was the only way to protect oneself? Rumble, rumble, rumble. The carriage continued to move forward. It blended in with the countless other carriages that were also stuck in a jam, so it did not attract too much attention. Through the carriage window, Wang Chong could see the countless anti-war protesters. His face was growing paler and paler. Why do we have to fight? The who are just like us, just ordinary people. We don't want to be the instigators of war. Let the who resolve their own problems. The war between the Arabs and the Sassanids has nothing to do with the Tang dynasty. A series of shouts could be heard. Not far in front of them, a group of thousands of people had their arms raised high. Just as they rushed through the streets, another group of people followed, closely behind, rushing over like a tsunami. One group, two groups, three groups, there were far more people protesting than had been imagined. The war in the distant Khorasan was like a heavy bombshell, igniting the anti-war sentiments of the crowd. Countless people took to the streets. Several hundred li away, they had already encountered 7 or 8 groups of protesters, their voices clamoring against the war. These hoarse shouts were like thorns stabbing deep into Wang Chong's heart. Wang Chong leaned against the carriage and closed his eyes. Every breath seemed to drain him of all his strength. The carriage continued to advance. Gradually, more news began to arrive from the imperial court, and the crowd began to change the direction of their protests. From peace, not war, to opposition to generals, they finally targeted Wang Chong. All of this was the king of foreign lands' idea. Everyone march together and let the imperial court know our intentions. Bring down the king of foreign lands. Shouts shook the heavens and the earth, and in one of the busiest areas of the capital, Wang Chong could see 7 or 8 azure-robed Confucians gathered on a high platform, loudly criticizing him. The world is already at peace. So why does the king of foreign lands propose to attack Khorasan? For 100,000 in the southwest and 1 million in Talas and Khorasan. He's already killed one. For 1 million, is that still not enough? Just how many more people does he want to kill? He actually proposed to send another army to Khorasan in the imperial court. In the Tang dynasty, the king of foreign lands is the greatest demon king of slaughter. Bring down the king of foreign lands. We must have the holy emperor remove the king of foreign lands from all his posts. Our Tang dynasty cannot tolerate such a demon king of slaughter. Below the high platform there was a sea of people. With a single call from a few Confucian scholars, countless people responded. Every time the Confucian scholars shouted, countless people would respond in a frenzy. The sound waves came one after another, like a tidal wave, shaking heaven and earth. These bastards! Su Shishuan's eyes turned red, and he even felt like killing someone. One was loyal to the empire, one was willing to sacrifice his entire family's life to reverse the tide. One was a hero who had risked his life for the sake of the Tang dynasty when there were no soldiers available in the northwest. But in their mouths he was a murderous demon king. Had they forgotten how they had all turned out when their lord first returned to the city, how they had worshipped him and treated him as a hero? It had only been a short time, but how had he become so fickle? At this moment, Su Shishuan felt like his heart was dripping blood. No one could insult his highness like this. Su Shishuan would rather die than see a hero of the Tang dynasty be insulted and slandered in such a manner. I'm going to kill these bastards. Su Shishuan clenched his fists and prepared to jump out of the carriage. Forget it. Let them go. At this moment, a tired voice rang out in his ear. Su Shishuan's heart ached at this voice. But, Your Highness, let them go. Wang Chong said once more, his back leaning against the carriage, motionless. His eyes were extremely gloomy. He did not care about the malicious attacks and curses of the Confucians. What he truly cared about were the intense emotions of the common people around the platform. When those voices of rebuke rang out together with the Confucian scholars, it was even more painful than the ice-cold swords. Ha! 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 At this moment, a childish voice came from the side of the road, attracting Wang Chong's attention. Subduing the dragon, subduing the tiger! Southern Swallow returns to the north, supporting the heavens and supporting the earth. This voice, accompanied by the clattering of swords, was particularly distinct from the crowd. With a thought, Wang Chong parted a curtain. On the side of the street, next to a medicine shop, a boy of 7 or 8, dressed in blue robes, was brandishing a bamboo sword. Although the bamboo sword was light and powerless, the boy's eyes were clear and his expression serious. The crowd around him was shouting, but it was as if none of it had anything to do with him. The boy was completely focused, as if the bamboo sword in his hand was the only thing left in his world. What are you doing? Don't you see that everyone is marching against the war? Suddenly, a loud voice came from the side. Before the little boy could react, a rough, fan-like palm stretched out from the side and fiercely slapped the back of his head. At the same time, the bamboo sword in the little boy's hand was snatched away. Pa, didn't you hear what the restaurant said? Those who go to the battlefield have their guts pierced and their brains spilled out. I didn't raise you up to have you die on the battlefield. You're so young, yet you don't learn good things. Hurry up and scram back into the house and study. Remember, you're not allowed to wield a sword in the future. Along with that voice, a woman in a coarse skirt appeared behind the little boy with a stern expression. She pounced on his face and started scolding him. But Momwai, the boy raised his head, his face full of grievance, as if he wanted to argue. But he was quickly cut off. There's no why. What's the point of being a soldier? Anyone who likes to fight is nothing good. Chapter 13:16. At that moment, Wang Chong felt like a dagger had been stabbed into his heart, causing it to tremble. The thousands of petitions, demonstrations in the capital, even direct attacks on him, were all inferior to a single word from this mother. On the side of the street, the boy lowered his head and timidly walked into the room behind him as if he had done something wrong. When he saw the boy's disappointed, aggrieved, bewildered, and confused eyes, Wang Chong's heart fiercely convulsed. On the bustling and clamorous street, few people noticed the boy standing by the medicine shop, nor did they notice his mother. Their existences seemed petty and insignificant. But to Wang Chong, None of the protesting crowds in the capital were as large and dazzling as them. All the slander, all the criticism, and all the slander could not compare to the pain in the boy's eyes before he entered the room. The foundation of an empire depended on its people, and the foundation of its people was precisely this boy. When this boy was earnestly trying to protect the empire, his closest family told him that he should abandon the civil and military, that those who liked to fight were all bad people, that there was no future for them, that the empire's fate was sealed. If no one was willing to step forward to protect the empire, the people of the Central Plains, the Tang dynasty, would have fewer and fewer generals, and only the most tragic fate would await the empire. From his reincarnation until now, there had not been a moment when he had not been running. There had not been a moment when he had not been worried about how he could save the empire, the collapsing Central Plains, and the countless people he loved living on this land. Thus, whether it was the War of the Southwest, the Battle of Talas, or the Battle of Khorasan, he had fought with all his strength, risking his life. When the Abbasid Caliphate had been routed, hundreds of thousands of soldiers had been turned into ice sculptures in the blizzard, and when even the arrogant emperor of the Abbasid Caliphate, Mu'tasim III, had been forced to deliver more than 1 billion taels of gold, Wang Chong had believed that he had won, that he had succeeded in changing the fate of the empire and the Central Plains. But when he saw the civil officials and generals in court, the crowds marching through the streets of the capital, and the aggrieved boy on the side of the street, Wang Chong suddenly felt that he had made a mistake. The Tang dynasty had been peaceful for too long. There were too many undercurrents and dangers hidden on the surface of the prosperous era, forming the Wushang Iron Cavalry, forming the Mo Sword Unit, searching for meteoric iron from overseas, forging Wuzi steel weapons, recruiting mercenaries. All this while he had been doing his best to increase the strength of this empire and its military strength. However, no matter how strong they were, no matter how many troops they had, they could only save them from a temporary crisis. They could not change the divine land forever. The War of the Southwest, the Battle of Talas, these dangers were far from the beginning, and they certainly would not be the end. If he wanted eternal peace, he had to forever change the thinking of this empire. What this world truly needed to be saved was not the miserable defeats it had suffered, but the rotten hearts of the people. Wang Chong clenched his fists, his entire body trembling. At this moment, Wang Chong deeply felt that he had to do something. Even if no one supported him, even if no one understood him, he still had to do something. Before the world was thrown into a storm, he had to lead this country out of the swamp and onto the correct path. Return to the residence. The carriage finally passed through many streets and entered the depths of the Wang family's residence. At this moment, no one in the capital, including Wang Chong himself, knew that the storm that was about to occur would engulf the entire Tang dynasty, the entire world, and would completely change this ancient country of the East. The wheels of history would roll onto another path. By the time Wang Chong entered the residence, the entire capital was undergoing a major transformation. Events were developing far more intensely than many people had imagined. The anti-war protests that had swept through the capital showed no signs of abating. On the contrary, they only intensified and began to spread from the capital to the rest of the 9 provinces. As the anti-war cries grew louder and louder, so did the calls for the disarmament of the army. Many letters were sent to the border, hoping to summon back their sons and daughters from the army. All sorts of war weariness reached a peak, and under the pressure of the people, the imperial court was forced to make the decision not to send soldiers in less than 2 days and formally reduce the army by 300,000 soldiers. And before one wave had even subsided, another wave had risen. In just 3 days, an even more shocking piece of news arrived. Having lost the support of the Tang dynasty, Khorasan, which had managed to hold out for a very long time, was finally broken by the Arabs. Khorasan had fallen. All this news was gathered in Wang Chong's residence. While the capital was in an uproar, the gates of the Wang family residence were tightly shut. How is it? Has the food still not been touched? In the Wang family residence, Su Shixian looked at Su Kui, his eyes brimming with concern. Ever since he returned from court, Wang Chong had shut himself in his study, neither speaking nor moving, and the food that had been delivered had not been touched. Su Shixian had tried to eavesdrop outside the door, but there was no sound from the study. This worried Su Shixian and everyone else in the residence. It hasn't been touched. His Highness's current situation is truly worrisome. Su Kai replied, "This matter has definitely dealt a heavy blow to him." Su Kai was no less worried than Su Shixian. Wang Chong had always placed great hopes on the imperial court, but this time both the imperial court and the people had left Wang Chong deeply disappointed. The Confucians of the capital had even begun to attack Wang Chong. Su Kai could guess that Wang Chong was in a terrible state. Even his subordinates felt deeply wronged on Wang Chong's behalf. But in the face of this wave of anti-war sentiment, both he and Su Kai felt that their words carried little weight and that they could do far too little. The two of them glanced at the closed door of Wang Chong's study and mentally sighed. At this moment, Wang Chong's study was quiet. If one looked through the door, they would see that Wang Chong was sitting motionlessly behind his desk. He had been in this state for 5 days now. His desk was piled high with all kinds of letters from Karasin, the imperial court, and the people. All sorts of news were like ants gnawing at his heart. Wang Chong's eyes were shut, his face pale, and he seemed to be petrified. But beneath his calm exterior, no one knew that a storm was raging in Wang Chong's mind. After his reincarnation, the War of the Southwest, the Battle of Talas, and even the destruction of the Divine Prefecture and the calamity of the 9 provinces in his last life had all appeared in Wang Chong's mind. The Tang dynasty of today was powerful and prosperous, but people only saw its glory and victory after victory. They had never thought about how many lives and blood had been shed for its prosperity and prosperity. History was like a blade. People only saw its sharp side, but they did not see the blood stained with it. History was like a gem. People were often attracted by its splendor, but they forgot about the painstaking efforts of the craftsmen behind it. While the people of the capital were living in a fantasy demanding peace and opposing war, few people noticed that in the distant Karasin, which also longed for peace, was a land strewn with corpses and rivers of blood. War was not as far from the Tang dynasty as everyone imagined. While rivers of blood flowed in Karasin, the Tang dynasty was still living in a fantasy. Everyone longed for peace, but they forgot that peace could not be begged for but fought for. Through war for peace, peace would exist, and through peace for peace, peace would perish. Nature was cruel, and the world was cruel. The cicada was caught by the mantis, but the mantis was eaten by the oriole. Just how much blood and sacrifice was needed to understand the simple principle of weak countries have no diplomacy, and those who fall behind are bound to be beaten? In the War of the Southwest, Wang Chong had saved nearly 1 million civilians. In the Battle of Talas, Wang Chong had saved Anxi, Qixi, and Longxi. But this time, Wang Chong deeply felt that he had to save the fallen hearts of the empire. Worry, pain, all sorts of emotions converged in his mind. It can't be like this again. It can't be like this again. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. If everyone chose to remain silent, he would not choose to remain silent. If everyone chose to turn a blind eye and retreat, then he alone would bear the burden and strive forward. Even if he was not understood, even if his reputation was ruined, even if his bones were crushed, he had to make the empire understand one principle. Swish! Wang Chong fiercely took a brush from the brush rack and dipped it in ink. At this moment, all the things he had experienced in the mortal world gathered in his mind, transforming into a single clear thought. Wang Chong unfurled a piece of paper and used all his strength to write 5 large words. Strength, power, right, truth, reason, rumble. The instant the first word rang out, a wild wind suddenly kicked up, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The instant the second word rang out, The lightning in the world suddenly burned countless times more intensely, and torrential rain poured down from the sky. And when Wang Chong wrote the last word, the entire capital underwent a massive transformation, countless bolts of lightning flitting through the clouds. The deafening roar resounded through the world. Even the torrential rain intensified, the winds howling like the wailing of ghosts and the wailing of gods, all of them seemingly stunned by those 5 words. What's going on here? There were still several hours until nightfall, so why did it get dark so quickly? Chapter 13:17. This heavenly phenomenon was different from the past. It was too frightening, too fierce. This was the heavenly might of nature, enough to strike fear into one's heart. Whoosh! As the torrential rain poured down, in another part of the capital, in the Secretariat Advisor residence, a young and handsome man dressed in white poked his head out of his room and stared at the phenomena in the sky in shock and bewilderment. Anything abnormal must have a heavenly phenomenon. Just what's going on here? Li Junxian muttered to himself as he gazed at the sky. The phenomenon in the sky was definitely not normal. The Confucian sect had a very long history, and there were many records of this phenomenon. The last time such a phenomenon had occurred was over 1,000 years ago. According to the Confucian sect's records, that was when Emperor Wu of Han received Dong Zhongshu and declared that he had dismissed the 100 schools of thought and revered Confucianism alone. This was the so-called heavenly resonance, but when a massive change occurred in the human world, the world would definitely respond. In the imperial palace, a fierce storm was raging. In the center of the imperial palace, an embroidered eunuch with a round and jade-like face, like the reincarnation of Mithra, was gazing at the sky, a hint of worry in his eyes. A heavenly phenomenon. It's not good. Gao Li Shi gripped Flotsam as he gazed at the pitch-black sky and the blazing lightning bolts overhead. His brow deeply creased, his eyes brimming with worry. Ha ha ha, let him be. Only when the world changes will there be a dragon and snake, and when there is great chaos there will be great changes. This is the sign of the world's golden age. So how could there be any calamity to worry about? Just at this moment, a burst of laughter came from the hall behind him. Originally, there was a lot of coughing in the hall, but at this moment it was filled with excitement and there was an uncontrollable joy. At this moment, the most worried were Cheng Sanyuan and Su Shixian, who were closest to Wang Chong's study. What's going on here? Outside Wang Chong's study, Su Shixian, Cheng Sanyuan, and the others raised their heads and paled at this sight. In his many years in the capital, Lei Bao had seen countless things, but he had never seen anything like this. Not only that, but the moment the world changed, everyone clearly felt an enormous pressure suddenly erupt from Wang Chong's study. That feeling was like an ant that was as tiny as a speck of dust facing the vast might of the heavens, and it caused one to involuntarily feel a deep sense of reverence and fear. Almost instinctively, everyone felt that this sudden phenomenon was somehow related to Wang Chong. Look over there. All of a sudden, Cheng Sanyuan pointed upward and said, following the direction of Cheng Sanyuan's finger, the sky was dark and filled with thunder and lightning. But in the sky above the Wang Chong residence, directly facing Wang Chong's study, the wind and clouds churned and a huge vortex suddenly appeared. Looking carefully, that vortex seemed to be the center of the storm, and all the thunder and lightning seemed to originate from there. Cheng Sanyuan and Su Shixian glanced at each other, both seeing the deep shock in each other's eyes. Outside the window, the wind and rain swayed and thunder rumbled. At this moment, within the study, Wang Chong had completely forgotten about everything in the outside world. After writing down the words "might makes right," Wang Chong continued to write. In the history of the human race, countries stand in great numbers, and countless countries form an enormous jungle. Where there is a jungle, there is law. Fish could help each other in times of need. A female bird would feed its young, but a hound would chase a rabbit, a wolf would chase a hound, and a tiger would hunt a wolf. Weaker creatures would be preyed on by stronger creatures. This was the law of the jungle where the strong preyed on the weak and the survival of the fittest. Only the strongest can survive in this jungle. A mountain has limited prey and resources. In the long run, there is only enough to support one tiger. If another tiger comes, there won't be enough food, and there will inevitably be a struggle. If two tigers can coexist peacefully, they will both have to face the danger of starvation. This is why it is said that one mountain cannot contain two tigers. This is true for animals, and it is also true for countries. In a struggle, what ultimately determines victory or defeat is size, physique, and martial strength. The weak can only be driven away or die. This is the law of survival. From ancient times until now, every dynasty has been the same. When the countries fought with the Qin was strong and the other countries were weak, so the Qin obtained the world. At the end of the Han, the other countries fought with the powerful Wei, but in the end, Wei survived while the other countries were destroyed. The great Qin expelled the northern Di and Xiongnu through martial strength, not benevolence. If the violent Qin was not strong and who invaded, the central plains would have long since been destroyed. Wu of Han fought with the northern Hu and resisted the southern barbarians because of the Han strength, not because of the Confucians of Zhongshu. The reason why the Tang dynasty is so powerful and the other countries are vying to submit to it is because the other countries know of the Tang dynasty's strength, not because of the Tang dynasty's benevolence. The strong survive while the weak are destroyed. This is the law of the heavens, a foregone conclusion. Like the sun and moon rising from the east, the stars setting in the west, it cannot be changed. From ancient times until now, there has never been a case of the weak surviving while the strong being destroyed. The replacement of the Qin and the Han was due to the weak at the end of the Qin and the strong at the beginning of the Han. Looking at the four seas, like the Battle of Julu, Xiangyu was destroyed while the strong Qin survived. Today, things are the same, but the people are not. Wolves eat meat. Deer eat grass. This is the nature of things. Today, the barbarians of the four wastelands have the nature of tigers and wolves. They disarm in the yang, but oppose in the yin. They build up their troops and wait for the day to come. But the Tang dynasty claims to be benevolent and righteous, withdrawing their troops and horses. They are like humans cutting off their limbs, tigers losing their claws, hoping to weaken themselves in exchange for peace, never to fight. This kind of behavior is like feeding a tiger with one's body. Holding firewood to extinguish a fire, the fire will not be extinguished until the firewood is extinguished. When the Tang dynasty weakens, the four powers will gather and divide it. When the divine continent falls, the Tang dynasty will fall, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. There will not be a day for 100 people to survive. Then it will be too late for regrets. Looking at the present from the past, seeking peace through war will lead to peace. Seeking peace through compromise will lead to peace. If the Tang dynasty wants to achieve 100 generations of peace, never to be invaded, then they must strengthen themselves and the people will be strong, helping themselves and the heavens will help them. Wang Cheng's pen moved faster and faster, 1 page, 2 pages. Every time he finished a page, he would change to a new one. His life's resentment, worry, and the thoughts and gains of several lives were all turned into his pen. Outside the window, thunder and lightning intertwined, becoming more and more intense, and the sky had completely darkened. In the capital of the Tang dynasty, countless people panicked in this strange darkness for an entire night. And in Wang Cheng's study, the wind was raging, countless pages rustling. And Wang Cheng buried his head in his desk, never stopping. Those who fall behind will be beaten. If you don't want to be enslaved, if you want true peace, you must constantly strengthen yourself. You must understand that might makes right. This is the only law of survival. After an unknown period of time, when he wrote the last paragraph, Wang Cheng finally let out a long sigh, and the night and storm outside the window also dissipated. The clouds disappeared, the rain stopped, everything calmed, and the entire east lit up. Wang Chong put down his pen, hung it back on the pen holder, and leaned against the back of the chair, motionless, a deep exhaustion on his face. This short night had drained all of his strength. Compared to any battle, it made him feel more exhausted and haggard. Thousands of words, all the resentment and worry at this moment, had all been put into the pen. But Wang Chong knew that all this was far from over. This thick stack of Xian paper recorded a new ideology that far surpassed this era, and for this world where harmony is valued and benevolence and righteousness are supreme, it was bound to be a great impact. The world was far crueler than anyone could imagine. Even if everyone did not understand him, Wang Chong had to do this. Good medicine tastes bitter. Good advice grates on the ear. Wang Chong did not know if what he did was effective, nor did he know what kind of impact it would ultimately have on this world. But no matter what, Wang Chong had to try. Go. 1. Try. Rumble. In the instant that Wang Chong put down the pen, thunder roared in his mind, and at the same time, light and shadow floated in the study. A familiar power, like a tide, surged over. That was the power of the world's origin. Special event. What the host is writing now will have a great impact on the entire history. The scope of the impact will include the entire world. There's a great possibility that it will cause the entire world to completely walk on an unknown path. It contains a great risk, but it may also bring a great harvest. The final impact cannot be determined. The host has 3 minutes to consider, burn all the words, and reduce the impact of this event on the entire world to 0. But the host can also consider publicizing this impact that transcends the era to the world. But the publication of these words may cause a great change in the Tang dynasty, as well as a great backlash in this world, and even lead to the final failure and destruction of the host. The consequences are completely unpredictable. The host, please reconsider. May I ask if the host has decided to release the entire manuscript to the public? In a flash, a large string of information, like a waterfall, whizzed down from his mind. Different from before, this time, the Stone of Destiny's voice revealed an unprecedented seriousness. Wang Chong leaned against the back of the chair, motionless, his mind in turmoil. At the same time, light and shadow in the study also fluctuated, as if changing according to Wang Chong's thoughts. A scroll of text could actually cause the Stone of Destiny to give such a high evaluation. This was something that Wang Chong had not expected at all. And what kind of impact this scroll of text would have on this world, even the Stone of Destiny could not determine. But Wang Chong did not hesitate for too long, and immediately made a decision. Yes, Wang Chong's voice was neither loud nor soft, but the moment he spoke, a deafening clap of thunder exploded through the world, seeming to tear the world asunder. Buzz! In the next moment, the Stone of Destiny's voice sounded in Wang Chong's mind again. Major world event! Might Makes Right is about to be published. This event will have an enormous impact on the entire history of the world. Because this event far surpasses anything that has ever happened in the history of the world, the host will be rewarded with 100,000 points of destiny energy. However, because this idea far surpasses the era, it is incompatible with the will of the world, and the publication of this text will cause the depth of history to deviate from its original trajectory. From the day this text is published, the host will suffer a great rejection and backlash from the power of the world. Special reminder: from the day this text is published, the host will consume a large amount of destiny energy at every moment in order to resist the power of the world. The consumption of destiny energy will be determined by the degree of resistance of the world. And if all destiny energy is used up, the host will die. This situation will continue until this event is completely concluded, or until the host's ideas are completely accepted by the world. Chapter 1318. Wang Chong was dazed. He had never expected this sort of situation. Ever since he had obtained a vast amount of destiny energy in the War of the Southwest, it had been a very long time since Wang Chong had encountered the world bind. As long as one had enough destiny energy, the world bind had no effect. but this time was clearly different. But before Wang Chong could think any deeper, the door opened, and Su Shixian, Su Qi, Cheng Sanyuan, Xue Qianjun, and the others rushed in. The moment the four entered, they scanned the room, their gazes quickly landing on Wang Chong. From last night until now, they had been standing outside for as long as Wang Chong had been writing, all of them uneasy. "Your Highness, how are you?" They looked worriedly at Wang Chong behind the desk. Wang Chong's face was pale, his body thin, and he seemed to have lost a great deal of weight. But even though he seemed extremely tired, Wang Chong's eyes were still bright. But the more this was the case, the more worried the four became. Wang Chong said nothing, only waved his hand. "Su Shixian, Cheng Sanyuan, Xue Qianjun, Su Qi, I have a task for all of you. Take these manuscripts on the table. I want them to be typeset, printed, and bound into books as quickly as possible. Then, I want them to be distributed throughout the empire in my name. In 3 days, I want the entire capital, including the prefectures of the 9 provinces, to be able to see this book." At the end, Wang Chong extended a finger and pointed at the thick stack of letters on the table. At that moment, the entire study was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the stack of papers. From the moment they had entered the study, they had noticed that there was a stack of papers in front of Wang Chong, and these papers were covered in dense handwriting, the ink still wet. No one knew what Wang Chong had written, but they all knew that something that had taken 5 days and made Wang Chong so solemnly warn him about could not be simple. "Yes." The 4 of them respectfully answered and stepped forward, taking the thick stack of letters and leaving. However, even the 4 of them did not know that from the moment they stepped out of the room, that thick stack of letters would completely change the Tang dynasty and even the surrounding countries. The storm of the day quickly passed, and as the east gradually brightened, the capital regained its calm. The phenomena caused by Wang Chong's writing in his study were nothing more than an illusion to the common people of the capital and had little effect on them. It only gave the people a little something to talk about, and the number of people protesting in the capital had not decreased in the slightest. West of the city, Lijiang Meat Bun Shop. In the entire capital, the meat buns of this shop were extremely famous. It was said that the meat buns were founded by a couple surnamed Li and Zhang. Within the family, the meat buns had been passed down from father to son, and they had a history of more than 70 years. They were famous for their thin skin and thick filling, as well as their crispy, fragrant, and soft texture. In the capital, there were many customers who would travel 2 hours just to eat the meat buns from the shop. Early in the morning, the meat bun shop was steaming hot and fragrant. Many customers gathered at the entrance. "Boss, give me 3 meat buns." An azure-robed, middle-aged scholar of around 30 suddenly spoke up, his body half leaning against a stall. As he spoke, he took out 3 copper coins from his bosom and placed them on the stall. "Scholar Zhang, are you still going to the tea house after eating your buns?" The owner of the bun shop greeted as he took out a bun. It was clear that he was very familiar with the azure-robed scholar. "Haha, that's right." The azure-robed scholar absent-mindedly replied as he turned his head to look at the bookstore. The bookstore was run by a 40-year-old bookseller with a long beard. Every morning, this bookseller would come here to sell books. Unlike the dynasties of the surrounding countries, the Tang dynasty was extremely cultured. Not just the scholars, but the common people also liked to buy and sell books, either to collect them or to pass them on to their families. And the azure-robed scholar had this taste. Every time he came, he would see if there were any newly published books. Whenever he found one, he would treat it like a treasure, immediately buying it and carefully reading it. But it had been a very long time since the azure-robed scholar had seen a new book. Suddenly, the azure-robed scholar's brow rose as he noticed that a book had appeared on the bookseller's stall. Might makes right. What a strange name. The azure-robed scholar was flabbergasted. He had been reading and collecting books since he was 10, and it had been more than 20 years since then. He had seen all sorts of strange titles, but he had never seen anything like this, and it was impossible to tell what the title was about. Moreover, the feeling that this book gave him was completely different from any of the books he had collected in the past. "Shopkeeper, what book is this? Why have I never seen it before? Is it a new book from some old gentleman?" The middle-aged scholar asked. "Ah, so it was Scholar Zhang. That's not it. This is a new book that was just delivered this morning. And the person who wrote this book is also extremely famous. He's the king of foreign lands of our Tang dynasty. I heard that he poured his heart and soul into writing this book, and I'm planning to use it as the cornerstone treasure of this bookstore. When the time comes, I'll have a copy for my own collection." The bookseller beamed. "What?" Hearing the bookseller's words, the green-robed scholar was shocked and his eyes widened. The king of foreign lands? He had long ago heard that the king of foreign lands was a strategist who could determine victory from 1,000 li away, and that he was the new war god of the Tang dynasty. But he had never heard that the king of foreign lands had such a deep understanding of the literary path and was even able to publish a book. The azure-robed scholar suddenly left the meat bun store, grabbed the book from the bookstore, and happily opened it. But after a few quick glances, the scholar paled. "Shopkeeper, how much is this book?" 10 copper coins, but I'm not selling," the bookseller subconsciously said. However, before he could say the word sell, there was a ringing sound. 10 copper coins were quickly thrown onto the bookstore. The blue-robed scholar surnamed Zhang took the book and left without another word. "Hey, your buns!" Thump, thump, thump. Hurried footsteps resounded through the Secretariat Advisor residence. For hours later, a Confucian sect disciple rushed into Li Juanqian's room. The weather was not hot, but the Confucian sect disciple was drenched in cold sweat, his expression extremely uneasy. "Young master, it's bad. The king of foreign lands has produced a book that's causing an uproar in Luoyang. Almost everyone in the capital has a copy, and the situation is extremely bad." "Haha, is that so? Now that I think about it, it's about time for him to counterattack. But is his counterattack going to be writing a book?" Li Junxian faintly smiled and waved his hand, his expression calm and unmoved. Whether it was the Tang dynasty's disarmament, the anti-war demonstrations, or the matter of the 3 great training camps, if the king of foreign lands didn't want to just sit and wait for death, he should have done something by now. If Wang Chong had done nothing, he would have been truly shocked. "Young master, it's not like that. The situation is different this time. Young master, just take a look and you'll understand." To his surprise, Li Juanqian's words caused the cold sweat on the Confucian sect disciple's forehead to increase, and he became even more anxious. He seemed to have thousands of words in his mind, but he didn't know how to express them. His face flushed red. He opened a bag at his side and handed over the book he had bought in the market. Li Junxian had been spreading ink on a piece of Xian paper. When the Confucian sect disciple handed it over, Li Junxian hadn't cared at all, but when he glanced at the 5 simple words on the first page, Li Juanqian's expression instantly changed. "Let me see." Li Juanqian's expression suddenly turned extremely solemn. He had placed the ink brush on the Xian paper, causing a large stain to appear on it, but he didn't even notice. Flap, flap. Li Junxian took the book from the Confucian sect disciple and flipped it open. With just a glance, he felt like he had been dealt a heavy blow. The blood instantly drained from his face, leaving behind none of his initial composure, confidence, and elegance. "Impossible. This is impossible." Li Juanqian's entire body trembled as he stared at the book, his face paling. For the first time in his life, Li Junxian was thrown into disarray. At that moment, he finally understood why the Confucian sect disciple had been so panicked and uneasy. This was no simple book. This book was shaking the foundation of the Confucian sect and the Confucian school. Boom! Whether it was Li Junxian, the Confucian sect, the Grand Preceptor, or King Qi, none of them had expected Wang Chong's counterattack to be so fierce, so tyrannical, and so terrifying. After being recalled from Khorasan, Wang Chong had been stripped of all his military authority, and in the imperial court the first prince, Li Linfu, King Qi, the grand preceptor, and Li Junxian had basically monopolized the court. Everyone had believed that no matter how capable Wang Chong was, he would not be able to stir up much of a storm. But no one had expected that, even without military authority, Wang Chong would launch a storm of counterattacks that no military authority or court authority could achieve. This was because Wang Chong's attacks were aimed at the human heart. Might makes right, the strong preys on the weak. Such words, where is the benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom of my Tang dynasty? In a bamboo forest in the capital, an old Confucian trembled in rage as he stared at the letter in his hand. Heresy! This is blatant heresy. Anyone who dares to say such things should be hanged. In another place, a fiery Confucian famed throughout the capital slammed his palm down on the table after reading this book, his entire body seething with rage. A mighty imperial prince of the Tang dynasty dares to say such things? He's worse than a dog or a pig. In another place, 4 or 5 Confucians who had criticized Wang Chong during the protests had gathered together, all of them furious. Chapter 1319. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Mike here at Dawn. There were only a few books on the market, but in a few short moments, the number had increased to several hundred, then 1,000, and it was still increasing at an astonishing rate. 4 to 6 hours later, it was no longer just the capital. Even the prefectures of the 9 provinces outside the capital were in a frenzy, shaking the entire empire. Even many of the people participating in the demonstrations gave up on the demonstrations upon hearing about this book and began to carefully read it. 2 days, 3 days, the storm grew fiercer and fiercer, ultimately transforming into a storm that affected the entire Tang dynasty. Might makes right. The weak are prey to the strong. Survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle. Peace will exist if you seek peace through war. Peace will perish if you seek peace through compromise. Those who help themselves will be helped by the heavens. These novel views in the book were unprecedented. While it was refreshing for everyone, it also gave everyone a huge impact on their thinking. In the history of the Central Plains, there had never been a book like this, one that had so sharply and profoundly exposed the relationships between countries and people. And it had used this naked method to display the laws of survival for the masses. This was a movement to open the minds of the people. The capital was surging with more and more anti-war and peaceful demonstrations. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, causing many people to calm down. Longxi, Big Dipper City. Geshu Han stood on the smoky, war-scarred walls, fully armored, his hands held behind his back as he gazed at the Might Makes Right book that his subordinates had sent from the capital as quickly as possible. He stroked his beard and laughed, his entire person exhilarated. In Geshu Han's hands, this tiny book was a supreme treasure. Ha ha ha, a good book, a good book. Wang Chong. Kid, this general truly didn't misjudge you. 1,000 memorials and 10,000 remonstrations can't compare to a book of tens of thousands of words. The ancients said that a silver tongue can surpass an army of 1,000,000. I didn't believe it before, but now this general believes it. Geshu Han's eyes shone with a strange light, and the gloom that had clouded his brow for days was instantly swept away. Ever since the appearance of the Confucian sect and its entry into the imperial court and suppression of the militarists, this was the best news he had ever heard. God bless the Tang dynasty. With you in the Central Plains, the country will continue to prosper, and the years will not end. Geshu Han's hearty laughter echoed far into the void. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Wang Chong, you really are the person I know. I knew that you wouldn't let the people's morale deteriorate to such an extent. Meanwhile, in the distant Anqi Protectorate headquarters, Gao Xianji was looking at the copy of Might Makes Right that had been delivered day and night from the capital, his entire being bursting with excitement. When it rains, it pours. This was the current Tang dynasty, and it was also the feeling in Gao, Xinji's heart. In just a short period of time, the entire Tang dynasty had collapsed. Too many things had happened. In the face of such a situation, even an important minister of the empire like Gao Xinji felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Martial power was not omnipotent. There were some places that not even martial power could reach. Commanders can't leave their encampment without permission. Just this point alone made Gao Xinji powerless. There was nothing he could do. This brat, he really dares to say anything. In the distant, biting protectorate headquarters, and Sishun muttered to himself as he read the news in his hand and the book, Might Makes Right, on the table. This brat truly has guts. In the distant lands of Yuzhou, Zhang Shogui finished reading the news in his hand and sneered. With a wave of his sleeve, he immediately left. That brat from the capital had truly surprised him, but Zhang Shogui's mind was currently elsewhere. Have you found the tracks of those 2 traitors? My lord, we've already found them. They're in the territory of the Shi and the Khitans. Whoosh! While Wang Chong's Might Makes Right was being wantonly printed in the Tang dynasty and spread throughout the continent, countless carrier pigeons were also flying to the countries bordering the Tang dynasty. More than 4,000 meters above sea level in the royal capital, in the heart of the Uzin Plateau, Dalen Trinling's brow was tightly furrowed, his body motionless. Next to his hand were 2 items. One was the intelligence report from the Tang dynasty's capital, and the other was Wang Chong's book, Might Makes Right. This book had been delivered to him for a very long time, and from the moment he had received it, Dalen Trinling had remained motionless, his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Prime Minister, the Tang dynasty has the Confucian sect restraining the militarists. This should have been an extremely rare opportunity for us. But now that the King of Foreign Lands has written this book, it's extremely disadvantageous to us. Great General Namri Songtian of the Uzin Yarlung royal lineage stood behind Dalen Trinling, his expression fraught with worry. The Tang dynasty was the undisputed center of the world. The slightest disturbance in the wind would quickly spread to the surrounding countries, and even the ordinary resolutions of the imperial court would be spread to the other countries as quickly as possible, let alone such a major event. Prime Minister, if the King of Foreign Lands really does succeed, it'll be extremely disadvantageous to us. Not only will our plan to use the Confucian sect to suppress the Tang dynasty's army fail, once the entire Tang dynasty, perhaps even the entire Central Plains, is transformed from sheep into tigers and wolves. As described in his book, it will be a true threat to us. Namri Songtian said, Uzin and the Tang dynasty had been embroiled in grudges for centuries, with both victories and defeats. To Namri Songtian, this was a normal phenomenon. In a few decades, no matter how badly it was defeated, Uzin would be able to recover. As long as he could wait, the humiliation and crushing defeat that Uzin felt at the hands of the Tang dynasty would be returned 100-fold to the Tang dynasty. But this book was completely different. Given the enormous influence that Wang Chong had on the Tang dynasty, if he really did succeed, the entire Tang dynasty would accept his ideals and become a country of tigers and wolves. That would truly be the end of Uzin. How is this matter affecting the Tang dynasty? Dalen Trinling suddenly asked. Everyone is rushing to buy it, and paper is expensive in Luoyang. Namri Songtian only said a few words. The influence of Wang Chong's book was far greater than he had expected, which was why he was deeply concerned. This matter has already happened, and nothing we can do can change it. We can only think of a way to minimize the impact of this matter. Dalen Trinling's expression was calm, but there was a rare ripple of emotion in the depths of his eyes. Although he had not yet met Wang Chong, in this first exchange, Dalen Trinling had already sensed the threat that the Tang dynasty's king of foreign lands posed. There was no question that this was an extremely powerful opponent. Inform our people in the Central Plains to do everything in their power to buy this book, no matter the price. Completely destroying this book is impossible, but we can make it so that as few people as possible see it. In addition, inform Li Junxian that the King of Foreign Lands' actions make us feel very uneasy. This is not the behavior of a peaceful country. Have the Confucian sect think of a way to resolve this matter. Dalen Trinling said, "The King of Foreign Lands was no easy character to deal with. The only way to deal with him was to drive the tiger to devour the wolf." Flap, flap. Eagles flew off in every direction. On the distant Mount Sanmi, the title of Might Makes Right was just a few words, but it was enough to cause an earthquake on Mount Sanmi. Bastard! How could something like this happen? With a furious roar like that of a lion, there was a loud crash from the golden tent on the summit. Countless objects, including tables and chairs, were sent flying by Ishbarakagan's sweep. Within the tent, Ishbarakagan's eyes were wide open, his chest heaving. In the Battle of Talas, the Tang dynasty had used its 100,000 soldiers to defeat an opponent 10 times its size. In the Battle of Khorasan, the Arabs had suffered countless casualties, more than 1 million in total. Even an Arab war god like Qutayba had died at Wang Chong's hand. Ishbarakagan had always believed that the Western Turkic Khaganate was extremely powerful, but it had not reached the level of the Arabian Empire. If not even Arabia was a match for the Tang dynasty, who else in the region could oppose the Tang dynasty? It was precisely this series of battles that shattered Ishbarakagan's confidence, making him apprehensive of the Tang dynasty and the King of Foreign Lands. No, it was no longer just apprehension. From a certain perspective, it was fear. Ishbarakagan's fear had played a major role in allowing the Western Turkic Khaganate to so quickly agree to reduce its army. Just what is that Confucian sect of the Tang dynasty doing? Do they know what will happen if this book is completely spread through the Tang dynasty and everyone accepts its ideas? Ishbarakagan found it impossible to remain calm. This book gave him a feeling that it was even more terrifying than an army of 1 million. No one understood the terror of this book more than he did. It was a true scourge, whether it was the Western Turkic Khaganate or the Eastern Turkic Khaganate. They had been able to suppress the dynasties of the Central Plains, which had 10 times their population, for most of their history. Whether it was the Tang or the Sui, they had been forced to passively defend against their attacks time and time again. This was because the Turks were wolves while the Tang dynasty was sheep, or rather a Confucian. To use the words of an expert of the steppe, the Confucian was cowardice. Wolves eating sheep was a matter of course. But if the Tang people of the Central Plains accepted the ideas of the King of Foreign Lands, accepted the ideas of this book, then the Western Turks would no longer have to face a sheep, but a wolf as fierce as themselves, perhaps even more terrifying. This was what Ishbarakagan deeply feared.